for the brave men and women who fought for freedom during the Second World War. My most sincere and humble thanks. Acknowledgement special thanks to Mike Freeman for pages and pages of notes and hours of reading and email time. To Gwen Freeman for going above and beyond the call of duty in providing Welsh translations. To Lissa Davis, who sent me a hard-to-find, out-of-print copy of We Remember Dunkirk, all the way from Australia. To Francis Stepp for Too Many Things to List. And to Joyce Mullen and Chris Martins and all the other wonderful people on my email newsletter list for providing me with contacts and/or information on England in the late 1930s and early 1940s. Thanks as always to Deed Bergeron, Lee Brockman, and Patricia McMahon, my personal support staff and early draft readers. More thanks than is humanly possible to Ed, whose patience and love are limitless and desperately appreciated. Any mistakes that I've made or liberties that I've taken are completely my own. One Meg didn't understand at first. The man was smiling, and his pleasant expression and tone of voice didn't match his words. We've taken your daughter hostage. She was in the parking garage beneath her condo, hauling a box of files from the back of her car when he approached her. She wasn't even 100 feet away from Ramon, the building's security guard. The smiling man must have seen the confusion in her eyes because he said it again, in a Kazakistani dialect. We have your daughter, and if you don't follow our orders, we'll kill her. And this time Meg understood. Amy. She dropped the box. Everything okay over there, Ms. Moore? Ramon was down off his stool, starting toward them. There'd recently been a rape in another parking garage in this part of Washington, D.C. Tell him yes, the smiling man murmured, opening his baseball jacket, giving her a flash of a very deadly-looking gun. Oh God, where is she? If I don't make a phone call to my associates within the next hour, she's dead, he told her as he bent down to pick up the box. My associates are Kazakistani extremists, terrorists, but not just regular terrorists. The extremists were religious zealots capable of terrible violence and cruelty, all in the name of their God, and they had Amy. Oh God, everything's fine, Meg called to the guard, her voice shaking only slightly. We're old college friends. The man turned his friendly smile on Ramon. I thought I recognized Meggie. I didn't mean to appear before her like the ghost of Christmas past, though, and scare her half to death. Ramon's hand was on the gun holstered at his waist. He smiled politely, but his dark brown gaze was on Meg. Ms. Moore, help. She'd prepared for situations like this, back when she was working at the American Embassy in Kazakhstan, an Eastern European country also known as K-Stan or the Pit, to the Americans who served time there. During her stay, she was reminded regularly that the United States didn't negotiate with terrorists. The best solution was preventive: stay safe, stay secure, stay away from dangerous persons and situations. It was a little late for that now, although who would have thought a Kazakistani terrorist would show up here in Washington, all these years later? Meg knew what she should do in this situation. She should enlist Ramon's help while this man held her box of files, while his hands were full and he couldn't easily reach for his gun. She should be a strong American and refuse to negotiate with terrorists. She should seek help from the FBI, who, no matter how good they were, wouldn't be able to find her 10-year-old daughter within the next 60 minutes, after which time Amy would be killed. Meg forced a smile. American be damned. She was playing this one out as Amy's very frightened mother. It's all right, Ramon, she lied. We're old friends. How about I carry this upstairs for you? The man continued the charade. His English was remarkably good. He had only the faintest of accents. We could talk about old times over a cup of coffee. Great, she smiled again at Ramon, who watched them all the way over to the elevators. Where is she? Meg hissed from behind her frozen smile. Where's Amy? And what about my grandmother? Amy had planned to take her great-grandmother, Eve, to the Smithsonian while Meg picked up these files she'd been hired to translate. Meg hadn't been sure exactly who was the babysitter, the 10-year-old or the 75-year-old. "The old lady's your grandmother." He nodded as he pressed the elevator's call button. "I thought she was too old to be your mother. We've got her too." Meg felt a rush of relief. At least Eve was with Amy. At least Amy wasn't alone and terrified. And, "I don't understand. I'm not rich and we don't want your money." The elevator doors opened and he stood back, politely letting her on first, the perfect terrorist gentleman. "We want you to do us a little favor." "Oh God. You frequently do business at the Kazakhstani embassy across town, right?" "Oh mighty God." The doors slid closed, but she kept her smile in place. Ramon would be watching through the security cameras. "I only work as a consultant, a translator. It's never I never." He pushed the button for 12. Somehow this man she'd never seen before knew she and Amy lived on the 12th floor. Meg took a deep breath and tried again. "Look, I'm not allowed into any areas inside the embassy that contain confidential information, or we don't want you to spy for us. We already have an agent in place inside the embassy for that purpose." He laughed, and it wasn't purely for the cameras. This man was enjoying himself, amused by her fear, a fear that morphed hotly into anger as she turned her back to the security camera. "Then what do you want, damn it? How do I even know you've got Amy and Eve?" The elevator doors opened at the 12th floor. He stepped back again to let her go first. "If you like, we'll send you the old lady's head in a box." "No, oh God." He laughed again. "Then I guess you've just got to trust me, don't you, Meggie?" Meg's hands were shaking so badly she couldn't get her key into the lock. He shifted the box to one arm and a hip as he gently took her key ring from her, opened the door and pushed her inside, following her into her living room. "I'm afraid I can't be as trusting," he continued, setting her box next to the couch. "After we discuss strategy and negotiate terms, I'm going to drive with you over to the embassy. I know it's after 5, but there's a function tonight. Nothing formal, you can wear jeans. In fact, I want you to wear jeans with those boots you have. What are they called? Cowboy boots, or should it be cowgirl boots? Negotiate terms." Meg didn't give a damn what she wore. "What terms?" "Well, it's actually a pretty simple negotiation with only 1 or 2 minor points. But the bottom line is that if you want to see your daughter and grandmother again, you'll do what we tell you to do. If you don't." "I do." "Good." He crossed to the windows, pulled the curtains. "Once you're in the embassy, our inside agent will keep an eye on you. If you make any attempt to get help or to contact the authorities at any time, we will kill your daughter. Have absolutely no doubt about that." His smile was gone. Meg nodded. She didn't doubt him. After living and working in Kazakhstan for years, she knew quite well what the extremists were capable of. "What do you want me to do?" Eve was certainly old enough to recognize real trouble when she found herself in it up to her hips. And regaining consciousness on the hard metal floor in the back of a moving cargo van with her hands and feet tied was something of a clue that this day had taken a real turn for the worse. It hadn't started out as a real swell day anyway, considering it was her 75th birthday, and she'd long since given up celebrating the fact that she was continuing to get older. A face full of wrinkles, sagging breasts, thin gray hair, loose skin, brittle bones, failing memory, wahoo. Let's have a party. She hadn't minded so much while her husband was alive. He'd always managed to make her feel 20 years old and impossibly beautiful. But he'd been gone for 2 years now, and for 2 years all she'd felt was old. She could smell cigarette smoke, hear the hum of low voices drifting back from up front. When she'd first awakened, she'd thrashed about a bit, searching desperately in the dimness for her great-granddaughter. She'd found the little girl right away. Amy was still unconscious, knocked out from whatever drug they'd been given, there on the sidewalk outside the Smithsonian. Eve had made sure the girl was breathing, made certain her pulse was clear and strong, then had sunk back onto the floor, the rope digging into her wrists and ankles, the cold metal biting into her tender hips. They were moving steadily forward without any radical turns. The van was on the highway, Eve decided. Lifting her head slightly, she caught the final glow of the sunset out the front windows to the right. They were heading south, probably on Route 95. How had this happened? Eve closed her eyes, struggling to remember. She and Amy had been headed to the Smithsonian, ready to spend the day taking it all in. They'd packed a picnic lunch as Meg had rushed out the door, promising a birthday that Eve would never forget. Eve doubted that this was what her favorite granddaughter had meant. She and Amy had just gotten out of a cab and were there on the sidewalk in front of the museum when a man had approached them, hopelessly lost, asking for directions. He had a map, and as Eve had leaned over it, trying to read the tiny street names, she hadn't noticed someone else coming up behind them until it was too late. Until they'd grabbed her, grabbed Amy. She could remember Amy screaming. She could remember her own struggles to reach the little girl, and the sharp stab of a needle that made the world wobble and waver and finally just plain disappear. There was no doubt about it. She and Amy had been kidnapped. She had to find Osman Razin. Meg could feel a bead of perspiration trickle down her back as she tried to move purposefully up the stairs toward the new Kazakhstani ambassador's office. She tried to look as if she had a real reason to be here, tried to look as if she couldn't feel the gun in her boot, hard and cold against her leg. She tried to look as if her insides weren't tied in a knot of fear for Amy. Please God, don't let them hurt her. This was impossible, ridiculous, although it had been absurdly easy getting into the embassy with a loaded gun. The decorative chains on her cowboy boots had set off the metal detector at the front entrance the way they'd done many times in the past. She knew the guard on duty Baltabik was his name, and he just rolled his eyes, laughed, and waved her through. Obviously, the extremists had been watching her for a while. Obviously, they'd targeted her specifically for this because they knew she could get into the embassy unquestioned. What else did they know about her? They knew that she'd do anything, including give her life to keep Amy safe, including smuggle weapons into the Kazakhstani embassy, intending to kidnap, or if it looked as if she couldn't get her target out to kill. That target was a man named Osman Razin, the leader of a rival terrorist group known as the JIK, the Islamic Guard of Kazakhstan. The extremists hated the JIK and thought Razin disloyal to their cause and deserving of death. They wanted to bring him back to Kazakhstan for a public execution, but they'd settle for his assassination right here, right now. And the extremists seemed confident that Meg, in order to protect her daughter, would be capable if she had to of pulling that trigger and ending his life. Meg didn't know for sure that this Osman Razin was really here, inside the embassy. But the thought that he could be here, that the leader of the JIK might have worked his way so thoroughly into the political trappings of his country's government, was mind-boggling. Still, at this moment, she didn't give a damn if the Kazakhstani government had been penetrated by spies or terrorists or even the Easter Bunny himself. At this moment, she wanted only to save Amy and Eve. And to do that, she had to find Osman Razin. She couldn't get help without the extremists finding out. There was no one inside the embassy that she could speak to, no one she could trust. She couldn't even dare to approach the Americans that were here at the embassy on business. One of them could just as well be the extremists, inside man. Meg looked back at the Kazakhstani guards standing at the foot of the stairs in their ornate formal uniforms. Despite the bright colors and the flash of gold braids, those uniforms weren't half as resplendent as the U.S. Navy's dress whites. No, there was no one and nothing that could compare to an officer of the U.S. Navy when he was dressed to shine. Meg gripped the banister, stopping short at the top of the stairs. She needed help, there was no doubt about that. There was no way in hell she could do this alone. And in a flash of clarity, she realized exactly whose help she needed, and how she just might be able to get it. But first she had to find Osman Razin. He was believed to be a tall man, about 6'1" or 2", dark hair, brown eyes, about 40 years old. The happy terrorist from the parking garage had shown Meg a blurred and faded photograph taken a good 15 years ago. It was apparently the only picture in existence of the elusive Razin. She'd studied the photo, memorizing his chin, his nose, his light brown eyes, and his rather unremarkable face, praying that she'd recognize this man when she saw him. In the picture, he didn't glare the way a terrorist was supposed to glare. He didn't have a heavy, furrowed brow or thin, cruel lips. In fact, his lips were rather full, and he smiled crookedly, charmingly at whomever was taking the photograph. And now he was 15 years older. His hair might be gray. It might be gone. He might have gained 50 pounds, might have aged into someone unrecognizable. And to add to her problem, Razin could be virtually anywhere. He could be in the kitchen, disguised as part of the serving staff, cutting lamb into cubes for shish kebab for tonight's dinner. He could be the aide to the ambassador. God, he could be the new ambassador. Then Meg saw him. It had to be him, didn't it? Osman Razin, only slightly heavier than the man in the photo, dressed in a dark business suit, deep in conversation with 3 other men as they headed together down the hall. But she wasn't sure. How could she possibly be 100% certain it was him? He was about the right age, the right height, the right coloring. His companions were speaking in Russian as they passed, one of the men heavyset and balding, making a cruel joke about Putin. All 4 men laughed, and it was the smile, that same slightly crooked smile that was in that photo, that convinced Meg. She'd found Razin. As she watched, he went into the men's room with the other 3 men. And she knew. It was now or never. She couldn't have asked for a better location. Meg crossed the hall, heading directly for the ladies' room, right next to the men's. She pushed open the door and went into a stall, where she pulled up her pant leg and reached into her boot for the gun. She took off the safety the way the extremist had shown her, slipped the compact weapon into her jacket pocket, finger wrapped around the trigger. Pushing her way back out of the stall, Meg purposely didn't look at the big mirror above the sinks. She refused to look at the reflection of her face, pale and grim, refused to think about the fact that these next few moments could well be her last. By pulling out that gun, she would be making herself a target, damn near begging to get herself shot and killed. But she'd do it. She'd kill Razin if she had to, and if and when it came down to it, she'd even die herself. For Amy. Yes, the extremists knew quite a lot about her, but they didn't know everything. They didn't know about John Nilsson. She yanked open the door, hung a sharp left, and went directly into the men's room. Alyssa Locke missed her uniform. She hated waking up each day and staring into her closet. She despised having to decide which pants to wear with which blouse and which blazer. And then there was the matter of accessories. Locke wished she could wear a tie, but unfortunately the Annie Hall look had come and gone before she was out of grade school. So she also had to worry about whether or not to tie a scarf around her neck for a splash of color. Would that make her look too feminine, or would it counteract the message sent by her extremely sensible, flat-heeled shoes? Yes, she missed her uniform. She also missed the order and regulations, and the inherent respect that was so often absent in the civilian sector. But that was about all that Locke missed since resigning her commission as an officer in the U.S. Navy. What she didn't miss was the frustration. Frustration caused by the knowledge that despite her talents and skills, despite the fact that she was the best sharpshooter in the entire U.S. military, she was destined to be kept far from the real action. Despite the fact that she could meet the fitness requirements, there was no chance in hell she'd ever be welcomed into the hallowed ranks of a spec op group like the U.S. Navy SEALs, simply because she'd been born without a penis. Not that she particularly wanted one. Locke smiled as she got into the elevator and headed skyward toward her office. Now, that wasn't entirely true. She did happen to want one. At times, she wanted one quite badly, in fact. Unfortunately, though, penises came attached to men, and therein lay one of her biggest problems. Men wanted to own her. Alyssa Locke was a beautiful woman. She could state that without any ego involved. Why should her ego have anything to do with it? It was pure genetics that gave her green eyes, flawlessly smooth mocha-colored skin, and a face that combined the best features from all of her various African American, Hispanic, and white parents and grandparents. Sure, maybe she worked out to keep the body God gave her trim and in shape, but the basics were there to start with. Now, her skills as a shooter. That was something about which she could be extremely egotistical, and rightly so, because she was as good as it got. She'd honed that skill with hard work and endless practice, until hitting a target dead-on became as natural and effortless as taking a breath. Yeah, when it came to shooting, she was all that and more. The FBI wouldn't have sought her out for their top counter-terrorist unit if they didn't think as much, too. And when the FBI recruiter said the magic words field work, Locke shook hands on the deal, resigned her commission, and went out shopping for black business suits and a pair of dark sunglasses. The elevator opened onto her floor, and she moved briskly down the hall, keeping eye contact with the mostly male agents to a minimum. She'd give a nod of acknowledgement if she knew them on a first-name basis. But God forbid she smile. The male interpretation of a friendly smile in the hall was somewhere between, "I'm extremely interested, let's have a drink after work, and I want to jump your bones right here, right now." She'd stopped smiling at a man unless he was a close friend right about the time she'd turned 15. She breezed into her office, opened the drawer of her desk, and dropped her fanny pack inside. Jules was already in. He'd poured her a cup of coffee and left it steaming in a mug atop her desk. Bless his strange little soul. Even though it wasn't morning, their day had just begun. He stuck his head in the door, and today it was quite a head. FBI agent Jules Cassidy had gone blonde. Garishly, glaringly blonde with dark brown roots. The dye job and the new cut made him look about 17 years old, which was exactly the idea. With his handsome baby face and vertically challenged stature, he could gain access to places more traditional FBI suits could never get into. "Any word?" he asked. Locke shook her head, settling behind her desk. "Nothing yet." And she didn't want to talk about it. "That nose ring real or nah? You think I would risk scarring this face?" He took it off as he came all the way into her office. He was wearing a silk shirt and leather pants that were impossibly tight, amazingly tight. If she had a thing for gay 17-year-olds, she'd be in big trouble. "I was doing the club circuit, the early happy hour crawl, searching for Tony Galati. I forgot I had it on." "Find him?" she asked. "Nah, son of a bitch is long gone, I'm sure of it, but try telling that to the boss." He gazed at her, his brown eyes concerned. "I'm the one doing double shifts, but you're the one looks like shit. Sleep much lately, girlfriend?" With anyone else she would have lied, but this was Jules, so she shook her head. Over the past few months they'd worked too closely together too often to keep any secrets. He watched as she took a sip of her coffee. "You know it's got to happen soon, and your sister's going to be all right." Locke nodded and smiled because he wanted her to nod and smile. "It's the waiting that's killing me," she admitted. "Maybe you should take some time off," Jules suggested. "Go hang out with her." "Bad idea," he shrugged. "Suit yourself." He ran his hand across the top of his head. "So you hate the hair?" Locke had to laugh. "You are so vain," she told him. "You know exactly how gorgeous you look, Mr. Fishing for a compliment." He grinned, turning to give her a view of his backside. "Check out my ass in these pants." "Already did, thanks." "And thanks for the coffee," she said. "Get out of my office." "Hands up." "Move it, come on, hands high up where I can see 'em." Two of the men were standing by the sinks. Osman Razin and the heavyset man were still over by the urinals. They all looked up in surprise as Meg burst into the men's room. "What is this freeze?" she shouted, holding the gun in both hands the way she'd seen on cop shows on TV, shifting her aim from one group of men to the other. "Don't move, don't talk, don't do anything but put your hands in the air. Now." Oh God, was she really saying this, really doing this? It worked. 4 pairs of hands went up and the heavy-set man peed on his shoe. His pants were unzipped and, Oh, this was just perfect. She waved her gun at the men over by the sinks. First things first, then she'd deal with other issues. Get over with the others. Move it, let's go. They moved. The K. Stanley Embassy men's room was much larger, at least 5 times more so than the women's room. The walls were covered with blue tile, the floor a paler shade. Urinals lined one wall, the stalls were across from the sinks. There were no windows and only that one door. It was the perfect location for holding off a siege. Keep your hands high. Meg quickly checked to make sure there was no one else in the room, no one hidden in one of the stalls. Do you mind if I— Yes. She cut the heavy man off. Keep your hands up. She wanted to apologize. So sorry for the humiliation, but I can't let you lower your hands, not even for that. But she knew she couldn't risk coming across as weak. She had to keep them believing that she knew how to use this gun, that she would use this gun if they threatened her. And she couldn't let them lower their hands, not if she wanted to stay alive. Sure, the ambassador's staff weren't supposed to carry weapons in the embassy, but there was also a rule stating that she wasn't supposed to have a gun either. And here she was, fully armed and dangerous. Do you honestly think you can take the Kazakhstani ambassador hostage inside his own embassy? The heavy man asked. He was sweating, and Meg realized that he didn't fear a hostage situation. He was afraid she had come here on a suicide mission to gun them all down. Such were the ways of the violent world from which he'd come. Razin was silent, just watching her, his dark gaze impossible to read, but another man spoke up. Perhaps we could negotiate. If you would tell us what it is that you want. I want silence, Meg told them sharply. I want your hands in the air. I want you, she pointed with her gun at the heavyset man in all his unzipped glory, to take a message to both your government and mine. I want all guards and police to stay far away. I want this entire floor cleared. If someone so much as touches this door, I'll start shooting. You make sure they understand that they breathe funny on the door and these men are dead. He nodded his understanding, his double chins wobbling. Tell them, Meg continued, that I have a list of demands, but the only person I'll consider negotiating with is Ensign John Nilsson of the U.S. Navy SEALs. Tell them to find him and bring him here, and then I'll talk. Please God, let John be somewhere close by. Do you understand? She asked. He nodded. John Nilsson, U.S. Navy. He's a SEAL. Make sure you tell them that. A SEAL, he repeated obediently, his eyes longingly on the door. Go. Hands still high, the heavy-set man took his various exposed parts and lunged for the door. And Meg sat down, her back to the tile wall, her gun on her remaining hostages, waiting for John Nilsson to come and save the day. 2 Lieutenant Junior grade John Nilsson was on a mission. Under his leadership, a 6-man team of SEALs had been ordered to break into an Iraqi compound and rescue Captain Andy Chang, a downed American fighter pilot. Getting inside would be easy. It was getting back out after their presence had been detected, and an alarm had been raised that was going to be the hard part. Nils's original plan had been to insert and extract without waking even the lightest sleeping Iraqi soldier. But what a surprise, there were 10 times as many soldiers in this compound as intel reports had indicated, and what was described as a sleepy little ill-equipped and poorly manned outpost was in truth a brightly lit, teeming center of activity, even at 300. Going in after that pilot with only a 6-man team would be little more than suicide. Still, he'd sent Ensign Sam Starrett and Petty Officer Wildcard Carmody in to verify that the pilot was being held at this location. And at least naval intelligence had that much right. Sam and Wildcard returned in short order with a report that Chang was indeed there. And overachievers that they were, the SEALs Nils thought of as his best friends also came back with the complete layout of the compound. Nils lay just behind the scrub brush growing on a small rise and gazed at the roof of the 2-story building through night vision glasses. That roof was the way Sam and Wildcard had gotten inside undetected. It was the route his team would take, too. If this didn't work, he was going to get hammered. He knew damn well that his correct response to the additional security was to accept failure. He should cut his losses, turn his team around, and slip back over the border. But he'd never been fond of losing, and accepting failure wasn't the only option, not when he'd prepared for exactly this possibility. Nils felt more than heard Senior Chief Petty Officer Walchenok move beside him, and he glanced at the older man. Even clean of the camouflage grease paint he currently wore, Stanley Walchenok had a face only a mother could love a mother, and an entire team of SEALs, who'd come to trust the Senior Chief with their very lives. There wasn't a single man in SEAL Team 16, including their Lieutenant Tom Pauletti, who wouldn't jump off the edge of the Grand Canyon without hesitation if the Senior Chief assured them they'd sprout wings midair and be able to fly safely to the other side. But right now Walchenok was shaking his head. "Don't even think about it, Lieutenant. I can get Chang out of there." "No, you can't." Nils always thought God would have a voice like the Senior Chief's, deep and resonant and filled with such absolute certainty, and with just a hint of a Chicago accent. "As always, I appreciate your opinion, Senior Chief, but if it's all the same to you, I'm going to try." Walchenok leaned closer, lowering his voice even more, speaking not as a senior chief to his commanding officer, but as an older, more experienced man to one much younger. "Johnny, come on, you know what this is. It's the no-win scenario. You know as well as I do that you win by admitting defeat. Don't screw this up for yourself." Nils knew the Senior Chief was right. An officer needed to assess a situation and make decisions based on what was best for his men. But they were SEALs, and being SEALs meant that sometimes they had to take risks. It also meant that sometimes they had to cheat the rules. He looked back through the NVS. "I'm not ready to admit defeat." Walchenok gave him a look designed to make men squirm, men with far higher rank than Nilsson. "Cut the Hollywood heroics, Lieutenant. This is only a training op, and today's lesson is all about backing down. You lose Chang, yeah, but you avoid a total goat fuck and a little black mark next to your name. By walking away, you keep the Iraqis from getting their hands on 6 more hostages, a situation that would be politically damaging to the United States. Need I remind you that we're undermanned, and how many more men do you figure we'll need?" Nils put down the NVS and met Walchenok's evil eye. He knew damn well that this was only a training op, that this was, indeed, the no-win scenario that, as SEALs, as officers, as human beings, they were forced to come up against again and again out in the real world. However, none of this was real. They were in the California desert, not the Middle East. Those weren't real Iraqis he'd been watching through his night vision glasses. They were Jarhead's Marines assigned to participate in this exercise in futility. The assault weapons they were all using didn't fire bullets. Instead, they fired lasers and were hooked into an intricate computer system. If a soldier was killed by a laser bullet, he'd get a small jolt, and his weapon would be disabled by the computer and would no longer fire. Captain Andy Chang of the U.S. Air Force was really Captain Andy Chang, but after they finished here tonight, whether Nils and his SEALs managed to rescue him or not, he was going to grab a beer with the rest of the guys before heading home to his pregnant wife. The most real thing about this entire scenario was that Black Mark Walchenok had mentioned the one that would show up on Nilsson's fitness report if he tried this and failed. He had, however, absolutely no intention of failing. "I think 6 more men will do it," Nils continued, still holding the Senior Chief's gaze. 4 to create some well-placed diversions, and a couple of snipers to even up the odds if and when the shooting starts. He switched on his radio, pulling the lip mic closer to his mouth. "Team Bravo, stand ready." Walchenok blinked, and then he laughed, just a short burst of disbelief as his eyes narrowed and he tried to see inside Nilsson's head. As Nils gazed back at him, he couldn't keep a smile from escaping. And then Walchenok smiled, too. Senior Chief Stan Walchenock had a smile about as bright as a sunrise after a solid week of rain. It transformed his but-ugly, weathered face into a thing of true beauty. "What have you done?" Walchenock asked. "It's not what I have done, Senior Chief," Nils told him. "It's what I'm going to do." He was going to win the no-win scenario. Johnny Nilsson was one of those guys who was going to make admiral someday. It was more than just his fancy degree from Yale and his silver spoon, mumsies playing tennis at the yacht club today childhood that had Sam Starrett convinced of that fact. There was something he could see in Nils's eyes, even when his friend was shit-faced, even when he was puking and feverish with the flu, even when he was half asleep and muttering in Zamborian or Chinese or God knows what languages. It was in the way Nils walked, the way he smiled, the way he took a piss. It surrounded him at all times, hanging about him like some freaky-deak aura that was so powerful, even mere mortals like Sam could see it. And Sam could see it super clear tonight, as Nils outlined his revised strategy for getting them in and back out of the compound with Captain Chang in tow. Somehow Nils had found out that tonight was no ordinary training op. Tonight he was in command of a no-win scenario, and knowing that, he'd not only restacked the deck in his favor, but he'd reshuffled and redealt the damn thing as well, making arrangements for 6 additional SEALs to join in on the op. And now Sam had the point, leading the team stealthily through the corridor, toward the room where the jarheads were holding Chang. There were no booby traps here, no alarm systems, not even any guards in the hallway, which was typical brute-strength thinking. Figuring no one could penetrate their densely guarded perimeter, the Marines had left their vulnerable interior unprotected. He knew from his earlier visit that there were only 2 guards in with Chang. The SEALs would take him out fast, kicking open the door at the exact moment Team Bravo set off the first of their diversionary explosions. Sam checked his watch as they silently moved into position outside the door. He glanced at Nils, who gave him a nod and something that looked a hell of a lot like a smile. The son of a bitch was enjoying himself. He was enjoying himself, too, Sam realized as he nodded back at Nils. Of course, it helped knowing that the bullets weren't real. Ever since last summer when he'd felt firsthand what it was like to be a target, his hands got sweaty at the prospect of getting shot again. Not that he'd ever mentioned that to the shrink he still met with, although far less frequently these days. God, no. He'd lie through his teeth first without any guilt, because Sam knew a truth no shrink would be able to understand. Yes, he understood that being scared was part of being alive. But admitting that fear was something he simply could not do, not to a shrink, not to a girlfriend, not to his mother, not even to John Nilsson, his teammate and best friend. Lieutenant Jazz Jacket was gently turning the knob so that the door was unlatched. As Jazz nodded at Nils, Sam could see his full lips twitch. From another man, it wouldn't have meant anything, but from SEAL Team 16's grim-faced executive officer, it was the equivalent of an all-out grin. The Marines were expecting an easy victory. They were expecting that the SEALs would back down and go home. But in approximately 17 seconds, Nils and his men were going to kick some serious Marine butt. Nils gave a hand signal, "Stand by." Sam held up fingers as he watched the seconds tick down. 4, 3, 2. He used all of his weight to kick the door open, and it went like clockwork. He and Jazz went in first, moving fast in sync, shoulder to stay out of each other's firing range. He saw the absolute surprise on the guards' faces, saw the weapon down on the table, saw Chang safely off to the side. Sam's weapon was already up, and he fired, neatly taking out the guard on the right as easily as Jazz handled the guard on the left. It was over in less than 2 seconds. Nils moved toward Chang He and Wildcard cut the captain free. "You're badly outnumbered," Sam heard Chang say. "Just stay close, stay down, and we'll get you out of here, Captain." When the light hit Nils a certain way, he looked a little like that movie star Ben something, the one who dated Gwyneth Paltrow, except Nils could play earnest and sincere better than any Hollywood actor Sam had ever seen. And they were off, back out into the hall, moving swiftly toward the front entrance. Sam could hear the sound of explosions, more of them now, one right after the other, rapid fire. It sounded like an all-out frontal assault. And knowing the Marines, they would respond to it as if it were an all-out frontal assault, sending their men out in force to meet the threat. Except the threat was already behind them, within them, inside them. Team Bravo had set off smoke grenades in the lobby, bless their devious little hearts. It made it impossible to see or to be seen. They led Chang right out the front door, pretending to cough and choke along with the Marines, hiding amidst the chaos. The area around the compound was thick with smoke as well, and all of the big floodlights had gone dark. Chief Frank O'Leary's handiwork, no doubt. There was only one sharpshooter in all of the U.S. military who was better than O'Leary, and that was Lieutenant Junior Grade Alyssa Locke, who, rumor had it, had resigned her commission as an officer in the Navy just shortly after she and Sam did an op together up in New England last summer. Was it something he'd said? Was it everything he'd said? God knows they hadn't hit it off the way Sam had wanted them to. Focus, he ordered himself. This was neither the time nor place to devote even the smallest percentage of his concentration to Alyssa Locke, the cold-hearted ice bitch. The cold-hearted, drop-dead gorgeous, impossibly beautiful, achingly exquisite ice bitch, with her eyes that were the color of the ocean, a startling contrast to her smooth, light brown skin, and that mouth, that incredible mouth. Lord have mercy, Alyssa Locke had the kind of lips that would have sparked erotic fantasies in a Puritan. Sam had a recurring dream in which Locke would turn to him and smile that certain kind of smile that meant heaven was just a heartbeat away. She'd moisten her lips with just the very tip of her tongue and watch it, stare it. Oh Jesus, he'd stepped on Lopez. Sam, we're almost there, but I need you with me, Nils said softly. Crap, scolded out by his best friend. Damn Alyssa Locke. Nils did a quick head count as he approached the extraction point, the men around him barking like seals to let the Marines know who'd bested them. Chief O'Leary, Ensign Mike Muldoon, Jenk, Rick, Steve, and Junior. His team Bravo was all there, as were the trucks that would take them back to the base. Nils had done it. He'd fucking won the no-win scenario. There was a hello there as well, he realized. A puddle jumper. And surprise, Lieutenant Tom Pauletti, commanding officer of SEAL Team 16, was standing beside it, arms crossed. Nils hadn't expected to see his co tonight. Not out here, anyway. And there was another man next to Pauletti, but he was even farther in the shadows and Nils couldn't make out his face. Was the co mad or was he merely cold? It was too dark to see his eyes, but there was something of a chill in the desert air. Petty Officer Second Class Mark Jenkins more than made up for Pauletti's seeming lack of enthusiasm. Jenk practically did a cartwheel. You did it, Lieutenant. You beat the no-win scenario. He started another round of barking among the men. By cheating. The man beside the co stepped into the light, raising his voice to be heard over the din shit. It was Admiral Larry Tucker. What was he doing here? Senior Chief Walchenock came and planted himself beside Nilsson, an unmovable rock, ready to go into battle with him for a second time that night. And the rest of the team fell right in behind him, including Captain Chang. Nils nearly laughed aloud. The elation he'd felt at winning was nothing compared to this show of support from his teammates. He looked Tucker straight in the eye. Come on, dickhead, give it your best shot. There was a security breach of the computer system last night. Tucker glared at Nils. I assume you're behind that, Lieutenant, or maybe you'd like to go back to being an ensign again. Maybe 3 years wasn't enough. Ah, Christ, bring that up, why don't you? But from behind him, Nils heard Sam Starrett cough into his hand, asshole, and he had to struggle not to laugh. Lieutenant Pauletti stepped forward. Admiral Tucker, but Tucker had fixed his death ray gaze on Wildcard, who was doing his best to look angelic, not an easy task for a guy who looked an awful lot like the devil incarnate. "This smells like one of your stupid tricks, Mr. Carmody. Before this is over, we're going to find that you're involved, aren't we?" "No, sir," Wildcard said. Nils knew he meant, "No, sir, you're not going to find anything." Wildcard was a hacker extraordinaire. He didn't leave calling cards. At least none that Tucker or his staff would be able to find. "Personally, Admiral," Paletti said mildly, "I'm of the opinion that if Lieutenant Nilsson and Petty Officer Carmody did hack into the computer to gain knowledge of tonight's training op, they should be commended for their attempt to go into this mission as fully prepared as possible. If this situation were real, and that was an Iraqi computer they'd compromised, but it wasn't an Iraqi computer. It was a U.S. Navy. I really don't see the difference." The Co had the balls to interrupt the Admiral. "SEALs are trained to seek unconventional alternatives and options for every given situation. Lieutenant Nilsson should be commended for his initiative." Nils realized that while he was speaking, Paletti had managed to move so that he, too, was standing beside him with the team. "Good job, Lieutenant," Paletti said. He held out his hand. Nils shook it. "Thank you, sir." From over on his left, Walchenok let out a resounding hoo-yah. It was a cry that the rest of the men, both officers and enlisted, echoed. The senior was grinning at him, and Nils smiled back, knowing he'd remember this moment for the rest of his life. A vein stood out on Tucker's forehead. "Lieutenant Paletti, are you going to have a beer with Lieutenant Nilsson and my men?" "Definitely." Paletti cut him off again, turning this time to the men in Nils's Bravo team. "What, do you guys have tomorrow off or something? Staying out like this all night?" They shrugged, and Jenk answered for them. "No, sir, muster's at 0500. We'll be there." "Let's see if we can't spell this out so Admiral Tucker will be sure to understand," Paletti said. "We have here an ensign, a chief, and 4 petty officers who, even though I didn't hand out this assignment, even though this was their time off, including their time to sleep, have spent an entire night participating in a training op. And the reason they've done this is," he looked at O'Leary. "Can you help me out here, Chief?" The taciturn chief shrugged. "Because Nils," Lieutenant Nilsson asked. The other SEALs nodded. "Because Lieutenant Nilsson asked," the Co repeated. Tucker was finally silent, and Nils actually felt sorry for the sob. When was the last time anyone did anything for him simply because he asked instead of ordered? "You guys have tomorrow off," Paletti told them. "Good job tonight, all of you." "Lieutenant Howe," he called to the waiting hello pilot, "I think the Admiral's ready to return to the base. I'll be driving back with my men." Poor Terry Howe. She had to fly back to Coronado with only Admiral Tucker for company. She sent a longing glance in Mike Muldoon's direction, but as usual, the newest member of Team 16 was oblivious. He was already in deep discussion with the senior chief. Nils held his breath until Tucker was safely on the helo and off the ground. Lieutenant Paletti turned to Nils and sighed. "What am I going to do with you, Johnny?" "Just promote him to Admiral LT and get it over with," Sam Starrett drawled. "Then he can fight it out with Tucker himself. Let's get moving." Walchenok began herding the team. "I support your creativity, Lieutenant," Paletti said to Nils as they headed for the trucks. "You know I do, but we're going to have a talk. Tomorrow, 1500, my office. This stunt's going to get some attention, and not just from Admiral Tucker." Nils shook his head. "Please don't ask me to apologize for winning, LT. I'm not going to do that, but we might need to do some explaining." Paletti's cell phone shrilled. He glanced at his watch, and Nils automatically checked his own timepiece. It was 3:43. Who was calling the Co at this hour? Was it possible Tucker was so determined to crucify him that he'd already started spreading the word? Paletti found the pocket that held his phone as it rang again. "This can't be good." "Oh, Tommy," Wildcard sing-songed obnoxiously, "it's your wife." As Paletti opened his phone and stepped aside to take the call, Nils quickly moved to intercept Wildcard. He wasn't the only one. Walchenock and Jazz Jacket also made a beeline for the gangly seal. "She's not his wife," Walchenock said bluntly, "so shut the fuck up." "Whoa," Wildcard said, blinking. "I was just kidding, Senior." It's becoming something of an issue for LT, Nils explained, his voice low. "He wants to get married and she keeps putting it off." "Who, Kelly?" Wildcard was genuinely surprised. It was obvious that for once he hadn't meant to be an asshole. "Yes, Kelly," Jazz told him. "Every time LT tries to pin her down to a wedding date, her pager conveniently goes off." Wildcard laughed. "No way, she's crazy about him. Whenever she comes to see him at the base, I swear, it's not even 5 minutes before he locks the door to his office," and Jazz gave him a silencing look as Lieutenant Pauletti shut his phone with a snap and approached them. "Problem, sir?" Walchenock asked. "That day off's going to have to wait," the co announced. "That was Admiral Crowley on the phone. He wanted to know if I knew where LT, John Nilsson, was." Oh shit. Nils had always thought of Crowley as one of the good guys. The Admiral was a SEAL himself. "If he was pissed about this, we've got to move," the co continued. He was talking to Jazz and Walchenock now, but the rest of the team had stopped to listen too. "The entire team's going wheels up ASAP. We've been ordered to provide assistance to an FBI counter-terrorist team in D.C. There's a hostage situation in the Kazakhstani embassy." He turned and looked at Nils. "And the hostage taker will only negotiate with Johnny Nilsson." Meg held on tightly to her gun as she stared across the men's room at Osman Razin. All 3 of her hostages sat on the floor, their hands carefully on their knees. But only Razin's eyes were open. He stared back at her, watching her as intently as she watched him. Did he know why she was here? Could he tell just by looking into her eyes that she would kill him ruthlessly if she had to? Did he even suspect that she might well be his assigned executioner? It had been 10 hours since she'd sent the fat man out of the room, and there was only silence in the hall outside. 10 hours and she was completely exhausted. Who would have guessed sitting on a bathroom floor could be so completely draining? It was definitely time to check in. 10 hours was plenty of time for the FBI or the mission, Impossible team or whoever the heck was out there to rig their miniature cameras and high-powered microphones, running them into this room through the air vents or up through the plumbing in the sinks, and why not, even the toilets. Meg cleared her throat and spoke for the first time in all those hours. "I want to know if John Nilsson has been contacted." The 2 other hostages opened their eyes. They glanced at each other and one of them opened his mouth to speak. Meg cut him off. "I wasn't talking to you." She raised her voice only slightly. "I know you can hear me. I'd like my question answered, please." From the bottom of her handbag, her cell phone rang. She'd imagined them yelling the answers to her questions right through the closed bathroom door. She'd feel right at home. That was one of Amy's favorite forms of communication. Oh God, she wanted Amy. She let the phone ring until she was sure she could answer it without her voice wavering. She couldn't sound weak. She couldn't let them think they could just walk in here and take the gun away from her, even if that was the truth. Taking a deep breath and holding the gun with her right hand, she reached into her bag with her left, her eyes never leaving her hostages. She flipped the phone open. "Guess you figured out who I am, huh?" She tried her best to sound flip casual, as if she were a hardened terrorist who'd taken hostages a dozen, no, 100 times before. "Ms. Moore, my name is Max Baggett and has John Nilsson been found?" All those relentless sales calls from AT&T and Mackay were finally paying off. After years of practice, Meg didn't even feel compelled to wait until he took a breath before she cut him off. "Ms. Moore, it would help a great deal if we knew." Meg hung up the phone. She couldn't talk to him. She couldn't listen. Max Baggett was an FBI negotiator, a professional he had to be, and she couldn't afford to let him distract or confuse her. It had to be John she spoke to, only John. The phone rang again and she let it go for 6 long rings before answering. "That was a yes-no question," she said. No hello, right to the point. She'd never been so rude in all her life. Let's try it again. Has John Nilsson been found? There was only the slightest pause before Baggett replied. Yes. Is he coming? Yes. His Ada. We just located him. It's hard to know exactly. Guess. 6 or 7 hours. Oh God, 6 hours, make it 6, she said and hung up the phone. 6 more hours. Dear, sweet Jesus, help her. Another 6 hours and she would be dead. Tired, she corrected herself. Please God, only dead tired. Dead would no doubt come later. When they were pulled out of the back of the van by a man who wasn't wearing a mask, Eve knew that she and Amy wouldn't be left alive. It was almost absurd, after the life she'd led, that it should all end here. She'd survived the tragic death of both her parents at age 15. She'd survived moving from her beloved Southern California all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to England, a country where the drizzle seemed relentless, and the sun never shone quite as strong. A country she'd learned to love with all her heart. She'd survived the war, the terrible war with Nazi Germany. She'd lived through the Battle of Britain, as the German Luftwaffe bombed the English coast night after excruciatingly endless night. And speaking of excruciating, she'd survived the disco era, too. She mustn't forget about that. The thought would have been ridiculous enough to make her smile even as she was roughly dragged up the overgrown path to a ramshackle 2-story house, if it hadn't been for Amy. Face it, Eve had lived darn near forever. 3/4 of a century was a long time. And while she wasn't eager for it to be over, she'd lived a full life and could gracefully accept whatever fate had in store for her. But she could accept no such thing for Amy. The girl was still almost completely out of it from whatever drug they'd both been given to knock them out. Eve carried her awkwardly, with her hands tied in front of her, even though her bones creaked from sitting still for so many hours, even though she barely limped along. The thought that Amy's life was about to end was obscene. Meg's daughter was so young, so beautiful. She had Meg's glorious dark eyes. And even though she had her perfidious father's hair, on Amy it was gorgeous, thick and dark, a tumble of curls down her back. Eve had longed for such hair when she was younger. She'd been born with straight, baby-fine, wispy blonde hair. Amy whimpered like a child half her age and clung to Eve's neck, and Eve glared at the man who had such a tight hold on her arm. She would have finger-shaped bruises there come the morning. I'm 75 years old, she told him. If you push me again, I might fall and break my already too painful hip. And then where would we be? Spending her last few moments on earth in serious pain, unable to comfort Amy. Eve could see that answer in the man's eyes. God help them. She limped up the stairs and into the house where another man and a woman, both carrying enormous guns, looking like commandos from a bad movie, pushed her into a room with no furnishings. She shifted Amy higher up, her muscles screaming from carrying a 10-year-old girl as she looked around. The room was completely bare, save for the balls of dust on the floor. The walls were dull, the dingy shades were pulled tightly down. French doors with smudgy glass opened into another room, a dining room. It held a rickety card table and some gray metal folding chairs. Beyond that, through an open door, Eve could see a glimpse of a kitchen, decorated in what she knew had once been cherry oranges and avocado greens, but both had aged to a very similar shade of putrid brown. One of the men there were 4, and one woman closed the French doors with a rattle that made Amy lift her head. Where are we? Who are you? Why are we here? Eve had tried those questions when they pulled off the highway to take a very public personal hygiene break by the side of a deserted road. She'd persisted after they'd been tied back up and unceremoniously loaded back into the van. That and Amy's crying had gotten them another set of needles in their arms, and more of that mind-numbing unconsciousness. She dreamed about running. The 5-kilometer Dover dash that she'd first entered when she turned 50. Only, in her dream, she was being chased by Nazis. If they caught her, she was dead. Eve wasn't going to risk another dose of drugs or an even more permanent solution, so this time she kept her mouth firmly shut. "Sit," she was ordered, so she sat. Lowering Amy to the hard floor first, then creakily joining her, she took the child back into her arms as her captors spoke quietly in a language she didn't understand. The man who had spoken wanted to be the leader. He'd been one of the two men in the van. He was shorter than the other men, but he clearly wanted to be in charge. The other one who'd been in the van, Mr. Push the old lady up the stairs, was full of complaints. That was obvious even though Eve couldn't understand a word of what they were saying. But he gestured, he pouted, he whined. And a whine was a whine, whatever the language. The other men were silent. One of them was enormous, a great huge bear of a young man. They were all young, barely more than children. The oldest couldn't have been more than 25. The oldest was the woman. She had dark hair pulled severely back from her face in a ponytail and eyes that were already dead. All five of them had those enormous guns, but the woman held hers as if it were a natural extension of her arms. She was the one who was in charge. Eve could tell that with one look. Eve saw from Amy's ragged breathing that she was very close to tears. As a sob escaped, the woman looked over at them sharply. Best not to get that one angry. It wouldn't take much to push her over the edge. Eve held Amy more tightly, hushing her, murmuring words of reassurance that she didn't quite believe. "It'll be all right." She rocked Amy gently in her arms like she'd done when the little girl was just a baby. Her eyelids drooped and she sagged against Eve, giving in to the last remaining vestiges of the drug. Thank God. Thank God. Eve had never been one to spend a lot of time in prayer, begging for miracles. She was far more a student of the God helps those who help themselves school. But if there were ever a time she could use a little deus ex machina, it was now. It didn't have to be much God. It didn't have to be a black helicopter filled with those U.S. Navy SEALs that Meg had spoken of so many times, with such admiration in her voice. A sudden, intense fatigue that all five of their kidnappers came down with at once would certainly do it. Eve could haul Amy into her arms and steal away with her into the darkness of the woods and swamp that seemed to surround this rundown old house on three sides. Please, God, don't let Amy's life end here. Eve could remember when she herself was nearly as young as Amy, when her own life was stretching out in front of her with such limitless possibilities. She could remember 1939, the year she was 15. She hadn't been quite so innocent and sweet as Amy was at 10, but still, she'd been filled with such hope despite the fact that Hitler was terrifying people in England with the threat of war. She'd been 15 and still a child, but all grown up as well. She'd been both mother and father to Nick, her little brother. He'd been Amy's age that year 10, and so like Amy in so many ways, so furiously, joyfully alive despite all the hurdles life had sent their way. Eve closed her eyes, remembering the hurdle she and Nick had been so afraid of, a hurdle named Ralph Grayson. He'd been hired on as Nicky's tutor, a young Englishman sent to spend the summer with them in Ramsgate, to teach Nick the impossible, to teach him to read. She could see Ralph's face as clearly as if it were yesterday. He had a beautiful face, although clearly he didn't think so, with a long English nose, exquisite cheekbones, and a high forehead. He had wavy brown hair and hazel eyes that twinkled with good humor when he was amused and glowed with such intensity when he was passionate. And it didn't take much to make him passionate. Shakespeare, Wilde, Shaw, higher mathematics, science, history. Oh, history could make the man forget propriety, no small thing for an Englishman, and turn literal cartwheels across the estate lawn. He'd captivated Nicky. And Eve as well. No, it wasn't long before he became everything to her. Best friend, confidant, teacher, hero, lover, but only in the purest sense of the word. God, she missed him. It had been years and she still missed him so much. Meg Moore, holy shit. The gunman who had taken over the Kazakhstani embassy was a woman, And not just any woman, she was Margaret Delancey Moore. As Nils stared at the pictures coming onto the transport plane's video monitor through satellite transmission, he was stunned. If someone had asked him to make a list of all the women he'd met in his 28 years of life, with number 1 being the woman most likely to take hostages in the Kazakhstani men's room, Meg Moore would have come in dead last. On the screen, Meg sat on the floor of that elaborately tiled bathroom, weapon held unwaveringly in her hand. She was wearing jeans and a fancy pair of cowboy boots, a dark blue shirt, and a denim jacket. Her straight dark hair was cut short around her face, making her pretty features appear even more delicate. Her brown eyes had dark smudges beneath them, as if she were sick or at least exhausted, her mouth a grim line. What did he expect, though? That she'd be smiling. The woman had taken hostage the Kazakhstani ambassador and 2 of his staff. There wasn't much to smile about, but God, he'd always loved Meg's smile. What the hell was she doing on the non-hostage side of a handgun? 1 gunman or woman in this case, Jazz reported, and 3 hostages, in a room with a single door and no windows. She chose her location well. According to Admiral Crowley, the Kazakhstani government is pushing for immediate action, Tom Pauletti added. The FBI counterterrorist group called onto the scene is considering letting a local SWAT team kick down the door and take her out. Nils finally found his voice. "Oh Christ, no," he said, and Jazz, Pauletti, and Walchenok all turned to look at him. "LT Jesus, please don't let them do that." "Who is she, Johnny?" Lieutenant Pauletti asked. "LT, really," Nils said. "You've got to call the Admiral now and tell him to ask the FBI to wait. They've got to let me go in there first and talk to Meg. Her name's Meg Moore. Seriously, sir, I doubt she's ever even held a weapon before, let alone fired one. I don't know what this is about, but there's definitely something going on here that we don't know. This is a woman who has a young daughter. I'm telling you, Meg's probably never even had a speeding ticket in her entire life. Please, Tom, God, don't let them send in a SWAT team." Tom Pauletti was already dialing the phone. "I'll talk to Crowley." Nils felt almost lightheaded with relief. "Shit, Johnny." Walchenok was looking at him with sympathy. "Is this some kind of girlfriend gone crazy situation?" "Oh, no way, Senior Chief," Nils said. "Not even close. She's not my girlfriend. I haven't seen this woman in years." "Jesus Christ, is that Meg Moore?" Sam had been in the back of the transport plane with the rest of the team, but now he stood squinting at the slightly blurred pictures on the video screen. He looked at Nils. "It is, isn't it? Hey, Carmody, come check this out." "You know her, too?" Jazz asked. Sam glanced over at the stone-faced Zoe. "Yeah, she worked at the American Embassy in the pit back in '97. Me and Nils and Wildcard played Hide the Refugee there with that CIA spook. What was his name?" "What's the pit?" Ensign Mike Muldoon was green and hadn't had the chance to visit many of the world's more choice garden spots like Beirut, or Algeria, or the creme de la creme, Kazakhstan. Mike was one of those disgustingly gorgeous guys that women drooled over. He looked like a Hollywood action-adventure hero, hard-bodied, with a face that would adorn the bedrooms of teenage girls across the country. But unlike many too handsome men, he was completely clueless about his good looks. Apparently he'd been overweight as a kid, and when he looked into his mirror, he still saw 8-year-old Tubby Muldoon. He was a damn nice guy, one of the nicest in the teams, and sharp as hell as well. If there was something he didn't understand, he wasn't afraid to ask questions. He'd hit it off with the senior chief the moment he joined Team 16, and now, as usual, he looked to Walchenok for an explanation. Kazakhstan, Walchenok gave the kid his best professor voice. Is also known as Kazakhstan or the Pit, and for good reason. It's an oil-rich country, but it looks like the surface of the moon. About 4,000 Kazakhstanis are filthy rich. The other millions are piss-poor, starving, and angry about it. The government's allegedly a democracy since the breakup of the Soviet bloc, but the hundreds of thousands of Muslims they oppress probably wouldn't agree. Every other hovel hides a terrorist cell. Americans can't travel from the airport to the embassy without armed escort. If it's ever a choice between K-Stan and the Cayman Islands for your vacation, Muldoon, I'd go with the islands. Sam looked at Nils. What was the name of that guy we went in to rescue? It was some kind of Arab handle. Abdelaziz, Nils told his friend. He was never going to forget that name, nor the CIA operative it belonged to, not if he lived to be 400 years old. Wildcard unplugged himself from his laptop long enough to take a quick look at the video monitor. I remember that, and I remember Meg Moore. That's definitely her. She was hot. She was also married to that asshole Foreign Service officer, Sam said. Nils could feel his friend's eyes on him, and he carefully didn't meet his gaze. That prick who thought he was God's gift to the world, remember him? Oh, yeah, Nils remembered Daniel Moore. He was older than Meg by at least 10 years, with a hint of gray at his distinguished temples. He was one of those guys who'd spent so many years lying, he would no longer recognize the truth if it came up and bit him on the ass. Of course, Nils should talk. It took one to know one. Both Sam and Wildcard were gazing at him with unabashed interest, and Nils knew what they were thinking. All this had taken place 3 years ago, and now from out of the blue Meg had reappeared asking for Nils by name, or was it from out of the blue? Just how friendly did you get with her, Johnny boy? Wildcard voiced the question that was in Sam's eyes, too. I thought messing around with married women was a relatively new hobby for you. Nils could feel Walchenok watching him and felt a flash of shame, and then anger at himself. It was stupid. Why did he go into bars? His sixth sense tuned in, an adept at finding married women looking for a little clandestine recreational activity, if he was going to feel crappy when someone like the senior chief found out. He wasn't guilty of any real wrongdoing. All he did was smile, and these women approached him. It wasn't as if he trolled Navy bases, targeting the sweet young things whose husbands had just left for a 6-month Westpac cruise. And as for Meg, it wasn't anything like that, he told Wildcard, giving him his best earnest face. She was in D.C. later that same year, you know, when I was there too for the inquiry. We were friends, that's all it ever was. They weren't buying it. You never told me that Meg was in D.C. that summer, Sam said. I remember you were there a long time. The inquiry kept getting postponed or something. It was just a couple weeks, and we were friends, Nils repeated. It was no big deal. There was nothing to tell. You hit on her and she turned you down, Wildcard interpreted. Either that or you slept with her, fell completely in love, and she broke your heart by kicking you out when her husband came home. Look, I didn't hit on her, I didn't sleep with her, Nils said. It's the ones they don't talk about that you have to watch out for, Sam agreed with Wildcard. Nils shook his head. Believe what you want, assholes, but we were just friends. But even Mike Muldoon was skeptical as he stared at the video screen. John Nilsson was friends with a woman as good-looking as this one. Nils gave up and went to where Jazz was monitoring information coming in via fax. He glanced through the pages. They'd already received background on the suspect. On Meg, Wildcard had plugged himself back into his laptop computer, which didn't mean he wasn't up for conversation. Sam had once seen Wildcard take a phone call from a rear admiral while writing code and maintaining 7 different instant message conversations on America Online. Wildcard called it multitasking. Sam called it crazy. It was one thing to spread your attention thin when talking to your girlfriend, but a rear admiral. Of course, Wildcard was one of those guys with no social skills and not a whole hell of a lot of common sense. Like, when he went out drinking, he went out drinking. He didn't go to a bar to meet women. He went to get completely wild-assed and shit-faced. Part of that might had something to do with the fact that up until about 4 months ago, Wildcard had been all but engaged to his high school girlfriend, Adele Zakashansky. She'd broken up with him via email, and ever since then he'd been spending all of his free time almost grimly focused on developing a long-distance tracking device that utilized the cell phone satellite system. It was a project he and Adele, also a computer geek, had dreamed up, and he was determined to get rich off it without her. Sam sat down next to him now. What do you think really went on between Nils and Meg? Wildcard didn't look up. If he wasn't banging her, he wanted to, still wants to, badly. Personally, I think he had a taste of what she had to offer. Of course, I could be wrong. Maybe he only spent a lot of time imagining it. Sam dug into his pockets as he nodded. You could always count on Carmody to express himself dead honestly. He found a bag of peanut M&Ms and tore it open, popping 3 into his mouth at once, holding it out to Wildcard. Warm chocolate sucks, Wildcard said. You know, there's a reason people store 3 Musketeers bars in the freezer. That way it doesn't suck because it's all melty and shit. Personally, I think a guy who's an officer in the Navy might recognize the fact that carrying chocolate in his pockets is like the direct opposite of storing it in a freezer. Yeah, but these are M&Ms. You know, they melt in your mouth. They melt in your pocket too. It's disgusting. It's like sucking on a warm turd. Sam tossed another small handful into his mouth to test that theory. No, it's not. Oh, yes it is. So is that a no? It's a shit no. Get 'em out of my face, sir. Sam shrugged. More for me. He chewed for a moment in silence. How's the project going? Wildcard finally looked up. It's going well. You want to help me beta test? He'd been wrecked by Adele's rejection, running on anger and the thought of financial revenge for the past 4 months. Sam could see it in his eyes, and he knew that even if Wildcard made $5 million from this thing, he still wasn't going to have what he really wanted, poor bastard. Sam nodded. Yeah, I can help. What do you need me to do? Wildcard dug into his own pocket and pulled out a small envelope. He shook its contents into his hand. Take these, he commanded as he dropped 2 tiny metal balls into Sam's open palm. They were about half the size of ball bearings, but they weren't smooth. Instead, they were rough to the touch, almost sharp like Teco burrs. Attach them to someone's clothing. Don't tell me whose. I want to see, number 1, if I can track them, and number 2, how far they get before they're dislodged. Some people actually wash their clothes, Sam felt compelled to point out. Yeah, well, the world's full of danger, isn't it? Where's Meg's husband? Nils asked the team's executive officer, LT, Jazz Jacket, as he began sifting through the piles of faxed information. Is he out of the country again? Any details on whether he's been notified? Jazz shook his head. There's no husband. Yeah, there is, Zoe. His name is Daniel Moore, and he's dead. Nils felt himself go very, very still. Excuse me? It says it right here. Jazz pulled a page free and handed it to him. Daniel Moore was killed in a car accident in Paris over 18 months ago. Margaret Moore's a widow. Nils looked at the report, saw the words, but they still didn't make sense. Meg's husband had been killed 18 months ago. 18 fucking months ago, and she'd never contacted him. She'd never bothered to let him know. Nils had to sit down, suddenly feeling every one of the past 44 hours he'd been awake. Didn't she think he would care? Didn't she think he'd want to know? Christ, he'd spent the past 5 minutes working to convince Sam and Wildcard that he and Meg had just been friends. He'd been spinning hard, lying his ass off. Yes, they'd been friends, but they'd been way more than friends, too. What he shared with Meg Moore had transcended mere friendship, or so Nils had believed. But Meg hadn't called him when Daniel died. Maybe he and Meg weren't friends. And maybe what he'd said to Sam and Wildcard had been wrong for an entirely different reason. Maybe Meg was the one who didn't consider him her friend. Maybe he was just some officer in the Navy she'd wasted some time with briefly back in the summer of 1998. Maybe she didn't think of him at all, at least not until she found herself in the Kazakistani men's room, holding 3 men at gunpoint. Nils still couldn't believe it. Meg Moore holding 3 men at gunpoint. He went to work, reading every word of every fax. They had 3 hours before the transport touched down in D.C., 4 before they arrived at the Kazakistani embassy. He willed the plane to move faster, dying to get there and find out why the hell Meg was doing this. Dying to find out why, after all this time, She'd asked for him by name, still dying to see her again. For it had been Meg's first encounter with U.S. Navy SEAL Team 16's Troubleshooters. She and Daniel were both officers in the U.S. Foreign Service, working and living inside the protective walls of the American Embassy in Kazakhstan. It had been the day after Christmas 1997, the day after Meg had found out about Daniel's second affair. At least she thought it was his second, although, knowing Daniel, he could well have had many others between number 1 and number 2. To rephrase, it was the second affair that she had found out about. She'd been numb with anger and hurt, and when a team of 3 Navy SEALs burst through the hallowed gates of the American Embassy, in possession of the man the Kazakhstani government claimed was their public enemy number 1, she'd welcomed the intrusion. She'd been the only staff member who had. There'd been such an uproar. She'd gone into the lobby to see if she could help, and had found the 3 SEALs, one of them injured, and their guest, a man known only as Abdelaziz. They were tending to their wounded man right there, on the cold marble floor. All 4 men were dressed in the ragged garb that most lower-class Kazakhstani civilians wore. It was part Western jeans and faded T-shirts that read "Just Do It" or "Hard Rock Cafe," and part traditional greatcoats and woolen hats that kept out the winter's chill. Their faces were smudged with dirt and blood, and the man who'd been injured was shivering from the cold. "What on earth are you doing still in the hall?" Meg asked. It wasn't hard to tell which one of them was in charge. It was the tall one with the light brown eyes. Had to be. She read leader in his face, in the set of his shoulders, in his every move. She looked around at the small crowd that had gathered. "These men need medical assistance and you're standing here." She spotted Laney by the stairway, her mouth hanging open, file clutched to her ample chest. "Get a doctor," Meg ordered her assistant, then turned back to the brown-eyed man. "Would be appreciated if we could be moved perhaps upstairs, to an inner room with no windows like these." He spoke with a lilting Kazakhstani accent as he gestured toward the tall windows that faced the street. "I realize it's understood that this embassy is a sanctuary, but I'm a target right now. It wouldn't take much more than a high-powered rifle and a little lack of either respect or understanding to take me out." The brown-eyed man wasn't in charge. He was Abdelaziz, the man behind this uproar. "Where's the ambassador?" she asked the wide-eyed junior staffers. "Where's the administrative officer?" "Out at the front entrance," Krischenko volunteered, telling the Kazakhstani army officers just how big a mistake it would be for them to roll through the gates with their tanks and storm the embassy. "Oh, dear God. How about the POW or IO?" she asked, hoping for anybody, even though she already knew the answer. "Everyone's out front, Mrs. Moore," she was told. Abdelaziz was watching her, and she gave him what she hoped was a reassuring smile. "Okay, let's get you upstairs. We can use my office temporarily." She looked back at the wounded man. "Do you need help carrying him?" One of the SEALs, a young man with a nasty scrape on his cheek that had bled down into the collar of his shirt, shook his head. "No, ma'am, we've got him." He had a drawl reminiscent of James Garner's Maverick, and eyes the color of a Texas sky. Meg swiftly led the way up the stairs, Abdelaziz on her heels. "Thank you," he said, and meant it. She glanced back at him. "I can't believe they just left you in the lobby. There's a somewhat tense situation out there, and the government's not the only one who's after me. The way I've heard it is the government thinks you're a terrorist, and the terrorists think you're working for the government." Meg opened the door to her office and stepped back to let him in. "Which is it, Mr. Abdelaziz?" "The truth is never as clear as we'd like it to be," he said cryptically, flashing her a smile. He had beautiful teeth, an incredible smile. In combination with his 2 warm eyes, the effect was impressive. Abdelaziz was an outrageously handsome man, an outrageously handsome young man, probably about the same age as her little sister, Bonnie, about 23 or 4, much younger than Meg. Although, ever since discovering Daniel's infidelity, purely by accident, From a fact she wasn't supposed to see, it wasn't as if Daniel had wrapped up the truth and left it as a gift for her under their straggly little Christmas tree Meg had felt about 1,000,000 years old. Her great uncle Andrew, who was pushing 97, looked younger than she felt today. The doctor arrived, and Meg locked her file cabinets and stepped back out of her office to give the men their privacy. To her surprise, Abdelaziz followed, closing the door behind him. "The SEALs trust you to wander about on your own?" she asked. "I'm not wandering, I just stepped outside to thank you again." "Please stay with them," Meg said, "until we know for sure how this situation is going to be handled. And please don't take this personally, but I'm going to put a guard outside the door. Some people seem convinced you're a terrorist. There are children in this compound, and you don't have to explain or apologize." "I'll call the kitchen for food and get you something hot to eat," she told him briskly. "I'll send for some towels and clean clothes, too. You could all use a shower. There's a bathroom in the basement next to the workout room. When you're ready, I'll have a guard escort you downstairs." He moved back away from her. "I'm sorry, we must smell terrible. The past few days have been filled with challenges, some more malodorous than others. I can't imagine where you've been or what you must have been doing." She paused. "Or who you really are." He was even more attractive when he laughed. She wished her sister Bonnie were here to meet this man, and then in flash she realized she wished nothing of the sort. She wished she were Bonnie, fresh out of college and just starting out, free to allow herself to be charmed, even for just a moment, even by a dangerous man. "It's best if you don't try to imagine anything." He gestured to the closed office door. "I should go back and—" "Good idea," she said. "I'll get that food. But first the guards. Let me know if you need anything else." "You've already been more than kind, Mrs. Moore." If he'd been clean, he would have bowed and kissed her hand. Meg had no doubt of that. As it was, he just gazed at her with those disconcertingly luminous light brown eyes. "The safe haven of your office is sincerely appreciated, as is your kind offer of food and a shower. I am most grateful." Such Kazakistani dignity and formality coming from this ragged and bloody young man made Meg smile. "It's my pleasure. The pleasure is mine, fi silgur or." He'd slipped into another language, but it wasn't Russian or even one of the lesser-known Kazakistani dialects either. Fi silgur or was Welsh. Yes, it was a term of endearment that translated clumsily into "my golden sugar." For a moment, Meg was convinced she was losing it, that the stress of the past few days was getting to her. But he continued on, still speaking in Welsh, of all odd things. "Yours is the most beautiful smile I've seen in all my life. It makes me forget I haven't slept in 4 days." Meg couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe this ragged Kazakistani was speaking Welsh, couldn't believe he actually meant those honeyed words. Beautiful smile. My golden sugar. Good grief. Unless maybe he was the kind of man who had a good nose for sniffing out lonely, pathetic women. Maybe her current unhappiness was etched on her face. Or perhaps he was one of 2 or 3 million Kazakistanis who knew about Daniel's affair with Layli. Why not? It wouldn't surprise Meg one bit to find out she'd been the last person in all of Kazakhstan to know what a total, lying bastard she'd married. "You don't see it at all when you look into a mirror, do you?" he asked her softly, still in near-perfect lyrical Welsh. "You don't have any idea what you look like, of the power of your smile. Would you smile for me? I wonder if I—" The words were ones she didn't know, but their meaning was more than clear, shockingly clear. This was ridiculous. What could he possibly be thinking? He was barely out of diapers, and she was an ancient and jaded 31. And that was completely ignoring the fact that she was married. Although she suspected Abdelaziz wouldn't want anything longer than a single night of passion. And maybe, like Daniel, he just didn't find marriage to be that big a deterrent to casual sex. "I want to see you smile when I—" "Oh, please," Meg interrupted him, unable to listen to another ridiculous word. "Just go back in with the SEALs, sugar." He stared at her. "I'll cut you some slack for the lack of sleep. And you're young, so maybe 4 days without sex has done something weird to your brain as well, but believe me, I do know what I look like, thank you very much." She looked like exactly what she was, the still somewhat pretty mother of a 7-year-old. And maybe that was part of her problem with Daniel. Maybe when he looked at her beside him in his mirror, he didn't like what he saw anymore. Or maybe he was just a lying, cheating son of a bitch for whom fidelity wasn't part of his working vocabulary. "You speak Welsh," Abdelaziz choked out, startled back into English. Apparently she'd shocked the hell out of him. "Yes," she answered in that language. "That seems like a little detail you might want to check in advance next time you start waxing poetic, Romeo. No one speaks Welsh, at least no one in Kazakhstan does." "I do, and so do you apparently." She had to laugh at the improbability of that. "How on earth did you—" "My mother was Welsh." He had the good grace to be embarrassed, his too handsome face actually flushing beneath all that mud and grime as he realized all that he'd said to her. "I'm really sorry, ma'am. It wasn't my intention to offend you. I never would have said any of that if I knew you could understand." "Oh, so it's okay to say such things to a woman if she can't understand." He was so young, and so terribly embarrassed. Still, he had guts. He didn't run away, escaping back into the sanctuary of her office. He stood firmly in front of her, forcing himself to look her directly in the eye. "I apologize. And I beg you not to let my despicable behavior reflect upon your treatment of my men, the other men. Why don't you go inside," she said gently, "and let the doctor check you out? I'll get some food and some clean clothes, and I'll also find some rooms with beds so you and your friends can get some sleep. And tomorrow we can all start over." He bowed, and wisely, he went into her office without uttering another word. In the end, it was her files that were moved out of her office rather than the refugee and 3 seals. When it was clear they were determined to stay put, Meg made arrangements for cots to be moved in. And when she stopped by in the morning to transfer some files from her computer's hard drive onto a disk, Abdelaziz was fast asleep, spread-eagle on the floor. He lay there as if completely boneless, in complete abandon. It was the way a child might sleep, or a man who hadn't slept for 4 days straight. Still, he stirred before she finished with the computer, lifting his head and pushing himself wearily up onto his hands and knees off the floor. "Report," he said. Sam, the seal with the Texas drawl, was awake, sitting up with his weapon held loosely in his arms. "The team commander is still asleep. I gave Mrs. Moore permission to get some information she needed from her computer." Abdelaziz lifted his head and looked directly at her. It was obvious that he'd been unaware that she was in the room until Sam had given him warning. He leapt to his feet. She'd never seen a man move that fast before, raking his fingers back through his sleep-mussed hair and straightening his clothes. "As far as I know," Sam continued, "there's been no change in the political wind, unless Mrs. Moore has some news she wants to share. Of course, she may not be feeling too kindly toward us since she's going on day 2 without her office. The only rooms available were on the top floor, which is a far more vulnerable position than here on the 2nd floor." Abdelaziz's smile was rueful. "Here I go, about to apologize to you. Again. I'm sorry for any inconvenience we've caused you, but I needed to sleep and I wouldn't have slept up there. As long as you don't mind me coming in to use the computer, it's not that big an inconvenience," she lied. His smile said he knew better, and he was still embarrassed about yesterday as well. As he should be. "Have you heard anything from the front line?" he asked. Meg hesitated, not sure what to tell him. The Kstani government had threatened to kick all the Americans' ambassador, staff, and civilians out of their country if Abdelaziz wasn't surrendered to them within the next 24 hours. The American oil companies couldn't afford to be kicked out, so they'd added their voices to the ongoing shouting match. The general feeling of the embassy staff, including her husband Daniel, was to placate the Kazakhstani government and secure their shaky position in this oil-rich paradise by giving up Abdelaziz, which would be virtually the same as putting a gun to the man's head and pulling the trigger. If they gave him up, he would be executed, but probably tortured horribly first. Abdelaziz read her silence correctly. The news is that good, is it? The ambassador doesn't have much to go on, she told him, since you've refused to answer his questions. How can he vouch for your innocence when the government accuses you of all these terrible crimes? What happened to innocent until proven guilty? He murmured. That might be true in America, but we're not in America. As she watched, he crossed the room and looked down at the wounded man, the leader of the SEALs, Ensign John Nilsson. Is he all right? She asked quietly. There was a sheen of sweat on Nilsson's forehead and his eyes were closed. He was sleeping, but only fitfully. He should be in a hospital, Sam said tightly. Abdelaziz nodded in agreement. We're going to do whatever we have to medevac him out of here. Anything short of turning yourself over to the Kazakistani government, she corrected him. Yes, that probably wouldn't be a very good idea, Sam snorted. Probably. Abdelaziz turned and gave Sam a long, measured look. Meg remembered that look later that day, when she received word that the ambassador had arranged for a chopper to fly the Navy SEALs to an aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean. She was in the middle of translating some desperately needed document, vital for the ongoing negotiations, when she was told of their departure. Navy SEALs, she asked Laney. Plural, are you sure? Aren't they just flying out the one SEAL, the injured man? No. Laney was smug about having received the information first. All three of them left. I saw them as they headed to the heliport an hour ago. They're already gone. The three SEALs had left the American embassy. Had they really just walked away and left Abdelaziz behind to face his fate alone? An hour ago, Abdelaziz had been in the middle of a meeting with the U.S. ambassador and several key members of his staff. Meg knew that the meeting had been dragging on for hours, as the ambassador tried to convince Abdelaziz that they would do everything in their power to see that he received fair treatment and a fair trial upon his surrender to the Kazakistani government. Meg had heard that at one point, Abdelaziz had requested several Kazakistani officials be brought into the dialogue, which soon turned into a shouting match that caused the meeting to end and Abdelaziz to be escorted back to her office, where his Navy SEAL companions were no longer waiting for him, having left Kazakhstan without him. Or had they? All of a sudden it all made sense. All of a sudden Meg knew. She stood up, nearly knocking her chair over backward. Laney, finish this for me. But she was out of the room before her assistant could complain. She ran down the hall, down the stairs, toward her office. 2 guards were still posted in the hall. They didn't try to stop her, didn't even blink as she breezed past them and opened the door. And there he was. Abdelaziz, my ass, Meg said. You're really, he moved so quickly. She didn't have time to let out more than a very undignified squeak as he grabbed her arm, pulled her inside the room, shut the door behind her, deftly covering her mouth with his hand. Her computer's CD player was on, she realized, and he pulled her toward it, cranking the speaker volume so that Shania Twain thundered throughout the room. If the office were bugged, and it probably was, whoever was listening wasn't going to hear more than that music. Meg could hardly breathe. He was holding her so tightly, one arm wrapped around her, pinning both of her hands. When he spoke, his voice was practically inaudible, his lips brushing her ear. Don't you dare do or say anything that will put my men in danger. His accent was completely gone. She guessed correctly. The SEALs hadn't left Abdelaziz behind. They'd walked him out of the embassy right under the Kazakhstani's noses, while this man had been distracting both the American diplomats and the Kazakhstani government. They'd carried Abdelaziz onto the waiting chopper and flown him out of the country, pretending he was Ensign John Nilsson, injured in the line of duty. While in truth, she was standing pressed uncomfortably close to the real Ensign John Nilsson, the very solid and healthy Ensign John Nilsson, his hand clamped hard over her mouth. The Hella won't be safely on board the carrier for another 20 minutes, he breathed into her ear. If you give me away, the Kstani air guard could try to force it down. And was his plan to stand here, with his hand over her mouth, for that entire 20 minutes? Meg made a writing motion with the one of her hands that could still move an inch or two, and somehow he understood. He shifted her over to her desk and gave her a piece of paper and another few inches of mobility to her right hand so she could pick up a pen. Meg wrote quickly, in clear block letters, "Promise me I'm not helping a terrorist escape to the United States." She felt more than heard Nilsson laugh over Shania's rich voice. "I promise," he breathed into her ear. "He's not a terrorist, Meg. He's CIA, but if you tell anyone I told you that, I'll deny it." Meg picked up her pen again. "What are they going to do to you?" she wrote. He laughed again. "What can they do? I'm not the man they're after. We better make sure they believe that. Let me go," she wrote. "If I do, will you scream?" "About what?" she wrote. Again she felt the warm vibration of his laughter. "Well, good," he said into her ear. "Just watch what you say. The room is bugged. We found the mics." Meg stepped away from him, turned down the music, turned to face him. "Do you have identification saying that you're who you are?" she said to him, in Welsh. Because the two people in Kazakhstan who spoke that language were both here in this room. Nothing they said in Welsh would be understood by anyone listening in. And it would take the Kstani government weeks if not months to find a translator. He grinned at her. "You're brilliant," he said, also in Welsh. She should have known he was American yesterday from the first moment he'd smiled. His was definitely an all-American smile. "No id," he added. "Not on a covert op like this. We go in completely sanitized." "How was it possible you pulled this off?" she asked. He'd actually asked to meet with the Kstani officials this afternoon. How gutsy was that? "Weren't you afraid someone would know you weren't Abdelaziz?" "We're about the same height and build," he told her, "and about the same age. Same general description, brown hair and eyes. I took a gamble there were no detailed photos of old Abdul lying around, and one big time." Meg shook her head. "Still, I used an old con," he explained. "We came running in here with the Kstani army pointing at us and shouting about Abdelaziz, right? The U.S. ambassador comes to see us and everyone points to me when he asks who's Abdelaziz. And why would we lie, right? So when the Kstani officials were invited to join our little discussion this afternoon, I'm officially introduced as Abdelaziz by the U.S. ambassador. Now both sides are convinced I'm their man. Believe me, the members of the Kstani government were the ones who thought they were getting away with some kind of con, by shipping out all 3 of the SEALs who'd been sent to protect me while I was in that meeting." He laughed. "They're probably still congratulating themselves on their deviousness." He was amazing. But if the Kstani government believed him to be Abdelaziz, forget about the fact that they were wrong. He was in danger. For starters, they had to change his appearance. Right now, with the exception of his perfect smile, he looked like someone named Abdelaziz. For his own safety, he had to transform back into ends. John Nilsson as quickly as possible. "We'll give you a haircut," she decided. "A buzz cut, something really Guy Joe, and I'll see if I can find a uniform." His smile faded. "I don't want you to get into trouble for helping me." "I won't." She moved toward the door. "Do you trust me enough to let me start looking for something a little more military for you to wear?" He held out his hands, palms up, in a gesture that might have been interpreted as surrender. But combined with his words and that warmth in his eyes, it became part of the nicest compliment she'd ever received. "I trust you completely, Meg." Meg managed to scare up a Marine uniform. That and the haircut she gave him made him look far more like an American. The next few days were crazy. Kazakhstan nearly declared war when they found out that Abdelaziz had been spirited out of the country. And the foreign service staff at the embassy was furious, too. It took a solid week of frantic explanations and apologies to convince the Kstani government that they had been duped as well. And even then the ambassador and his staff were left looking and feeling extremely foolish. Meanwhile, John Nilsson was kept locked in Meg's office, under guard. It was entirely possible that if Meg hadn't kept bringing him food, he wouldn't have been fed. She brought him books and newspapers and often stayed to keep him company. She brought Amy to visit with him, too, mostly to remind him and herself that she was married and much older than he was. Anything other than friendship would be completely inappropriate. It was one evening that he was sitting beside her daughter, coloring in her Anastasia coloring book while Meg pulled more files off her computer, that he looked over Amy's head and spoke to Meg in French. He was a languages specialist, and out of all the languages they'd found they both spoke with proficiency, French was the one for which they shared a similar high level of understanding. "I had a meeting today with the ambassador." Meg looked up at him, waiting for him to continue. He set down the blue crayon he'd used to color in Anastasia's ballgum. "Your husband was there." Meg glanced at Amy. They'd lived in Paris for several years. "Was he?" she replied in German. "Ja," he smiled his understanding. "I don't mean to pry," he said in German too, "and at first I thought I shouldn't say anything, that this is probably none of my business, but I have to tell you that I overheard something another man asked him, something about, well, his estrangement from his wife." "His estrangement from you." "You're right," she said, focusing her attention back on the computer screen. "That's not your business." "Are you sure, Meg?" he said quietly. "Because if my being here has caused a problem, if your helping me has made him that angry with you, I mean, it's obvious he's still really pissed at me. He actually suggested turning me over to the Kazakhistanis in place of Abdelaziz's." Meg looked up at him then. "They can't seriously be considering," he smiled fleetingly at her concern. "No, it's just," he sighed and started over. "Your husband's taking this personally, and as much I enjoy your visits, if it's making things bad for you at home," he shook his head, "I'm never going to be able to thank you for everything you've done. The thought that I'm causing you problems is making me crazy. On Christmas, I found out that Daniel had an affair." There it was, the truth. She hadn't told anyone, hadn't even said the words aloud before now. Meg's eyes filled with tears that she desperately tried to blink back. She stood up. "It's almost Amy's bedtime." John stood up too. "Are you and Daniel separating?" "I don't know," she admitted, still speaking in German so that Amy couldn't understand. "I kicked him out on Christmas. I give him another day or two before he comes to negotiate his return. And will I take him back?" She added, anticipating his next question. "I don't know." Yes, she did, and yes, she probably would, for Amy's sake. "The affair happened a while ago. He says he hasn't even spoken to this woman in over a year and a half, but it's not the first time he's cheated on me." Why was she telling him this? They were friends, she realized. She trusted John Nilsson as much as he trusted her. "He doesn't deserve you," he said quietly. Meg managed a smile as she gently tugged on one of her daughter's ponytails. "Come on, Ames," she said in English. "Time to go." Later that night, long after Amy was in bed, there was a knock on the door to her apartment. Meg opened the door expecting Daniel, but it was John. He was flanked by guards and wearing the greatcoat and clothing he'd had on the day they'd first met. "I'm going home," he told her. Meg had suspected the seal was going to be allowed to leave soon, but tonight. He nodded, looking past her to the small living room, taking in the fact that she was alone. "May I come in for a minute?" She stepped back and he came inside, closing the door behind him, leaving the guards outside. Before she could speak, before she could even think, he pulled her into his arms and held her close. "Christ, Meg, I'm going to miss you." She resisted for all of a half a second and then held him just as tightly. She was going to miss him too. God, when was the last time she'd had a friendship like this one? When had she ever had a friendship like this, with someone she could confide in completely, without fear of her darkest secrets becoming public knowledge? And yes, the man was pleasant to be around for other reasons too. He was attractive. It was hard not to think about how incredibly gorgeous John was, particularly when she was wrapped in his arms. He had a great body and a smile to die for. He was smart and funny and extremely sweet in a 25-year-old kind of way. He was the little brother she'd always wanted, wasn't he? It didn't help that his embrace wasn't at all brotherly. It didn't help that he ran his hands through her hair and down her back, fitting her exquisitely, perfectly, intimately against him. And it didn't help at all when he pulled back to look at her, and she saw something in his eyes that she hadn't seen in a good long time when Daniel looked at her. He pressed a piece of paper into her hand. "That's my phone number," he told her. God, his eyes were hypnotizing, both home and work. He smiled fleetingly. "Of course I'm away a lot, but if you're ever back in the States, call me and I'll get leave." Meg nodded, unable to speak. Who was he kidding? She wasn't going to call him. She was married. Her husband hated his guts. They both knew damn well that unless it was by accident, they were never going to meet again. She felt her eyes fill with tears, but still she couldn't look away. "Ah, shit," John Nilsson swore. "I promised myself I wasn't going to do this." He kissed her. It wasn't a brotherly kiss. It wasn't even close. He tasted 25 years old. His mouth was hot and sweet and impossibly delicious. His lips were both soft and unyielding, and he swept his tongue into her mouth as if it belonged there. And oh God, for the next few heartbeats it did. Maybe it was the knowledge that she wouldn't call him, wouldn't see him again, that made Meg kiss him back with such complete abandon. Maybe it was the way he'd looked at her just moments before, with such genuine desire in his eyes. Maybe it was a lesson in the powers of temptation, a sign from above that she should ease off a little on the holier-than-thou self-righteousness when confronting Daniel about his past transgressions. But the truth was, the entire world faded into gray when this man kissed her. Nothing else existed. There was only his mouth on her mouth, his tongue against hers, his hands in her hair on her back, pressing her against him as if the way she was clinging wasn't close enough to satisfy him. The doorbell rang, startlingly loud in the stillness, and they both pulled back, both breathing hard. Oh God, what was she doing? What had she just done? He must have seen the shock in her eyes. "I'm sorry." His voice was hoarse. "No, I'm sorry. This was her fault. It had to be." She was older and more experienced. She was married. "I have to go." He reached for the door but then stopped, turning back to her. "Call me Meg. Jettison that deadweight of a husband and come back to the States. Call me when you get there." As she gazed into his eyes, she was as tempted as she'd ever been in all of her life. But then he was gone, the door closing tightly behind him, and sanity returned. Meg knew the difference between reality and fantasy, and this man was pure fantasy. That kiss was no more real than if it had happened in a dream. "Call me." She knew that she never would call me. Meg sat in the men's room of the Kazakhstani embassy, aware that despite her attempts to keep her distance, she'd finally done just that. She'd finally called John Nilsson. What the fuck are you doing here?" Sam knew the moment the words left his mouth that this was not the kind of greeting that would win him any points. In fact, Alyssa Locke's cold gaze got pretty damn arctic. Ensign Starrett. Just my luck. His bad luck, too. He'd never have expected to run into Alyssa Locke in the Kazakhstani embassy lobby during a hostage crisis. Never in a million years. Yet here she was. She was out of uniform, either on leave or, "I heard rumors you quit." Her chin went up. Jesus, she had the world's most perfect chin. "I resigned my commission as an officer in the Navy because I received a better offer from the Bureau." "Your FBI." He couldn't keep the horror from his voice, and she smiled tightly. "Special Counter-Terrorist Unit." Which meant that there was a good chance they'd be working together with some frequency, since the FBI often called in the SEALs for military assistance. They'd be working together in the field, out where bullets could fly and shit could hit the fan and splatter. Alyssa had always wanted to get her hands dirty. She'd wanted to operate out in the real world. Frankly, she'd wanted to be a SEAL, and she'd finagled herself into a place where, amazingly, if she kept with it, she'd someday be authorized to order SEALs around, out in the field. Sam held out his hand, forced a smile. "Well, shit. Congratulations." Out of all the things he might have said and done, she hadn't expected that. Not that he really meant it, but the effort surely counted for something. She chose to pretend he was sincere, hesitating only slightly before taking his hand. Her fingers were cool and slender, as perfect as the rest of her, and a perfect fit in his hand as well. Thanks. This was the first time he'd ever touched her, the first time she'd let him. She pulled her hand free way too soon, just a little too fast, as if she'd noticed that perfect fit, too, and gotten just as freaked out by it. And then they were standing in the middle of the main entrance to the Kestani embassy, just staring at each other. At least Sam was staring at Alyssa. She jerked her gaze away and was looking anywhere but at him. The room was filled with chaotic activity, but at least the press, thank God, had been kept outside on the sidewalk. "Is Tom here?" she asked. "And Jazz?" Sam pointed across the room to where his and Zoe had found both the agent in charge and several top Kazakhstani officials. They were standing there with Nils, deep in conversation. Nils was nodding. He kept glancing at the closed-off staircase that led to the second floor, as if he wished he could skip the briefing and take the stairs two at a time up to the men's room where Meg Moore was holding the hostages. "I never got a chance to thank you back in Massachusetts," Sam told Alyssa, suddenly uncertain as to where to put his hand now that he wasn't holding hers. He finally settled on folding his arms across his chest, keeping his armpits closed. He stank to high heaven. They all did, coming straight in the way they had from last night's training op. He could see Nils across the room, most of his grease paint sweated off, leaving his face looking slightly muddy and battle-worn. Sam knew he looked the same. "You know," he added, "for saving the lieutenant's life when he was up on that roof." Alyssa Locke had been in a sniper position in a nearby church tower, while LT Tom Pauletti had been up against two tangos, one of whom had a gun aimed at the lieutenant's teenage niece on the roof of the nearby Baldwin's Bridge Hotel. From her perch, Alyssa had had an opportunity to take out the gunman with a single shot, and she'd done it unflinchingly, her aim straight and true. She'd saved the niece, an event that had ultimately saved Tom. She'd saved the niece, but she'd also taken her first human life. She nodded curtly now, as if she didn't want to spend a lot of time thinking about it. Sam changed the subject. "So how come you didn't come visit me in the hospital?" He'd been shot in that same run-in with a believed-to-be-dead terrorist. A bullet had lodged in his shoulder, another had grazed his head. He'd spent most of the ensuing action unconscious, wouldn't it figure? Way to impress his commanding officer. But after it was over, he hadn't remained in the hospital's ICU for very long. He'd enjoyed hero status at the hospital with a steady stream of visitors coming to see him, but none of them had been Alyssa Locke. She laughed at his question now. "You hate me," she told him flatly. "Whoa," he said. "Wait a minute, we can't talk for more than 2 minutes without arguing, Roger." Locke had the annoying habit of calling him by his given name. His own mother didn't call him Roger anymore, for Christ's sake. "I didn't think pissing you off would help your recovery." "I don't hate you," he insisted. "You're the one who, well, you hate me." "Ah," she said with a tight little smile that was really no kind of smile at all. "That's right, rednecks give me a rash, that's what it was." "God damn it," Sam took a deep breath, forced himself to stay cool. "Regardless of our personal differences in the past," he managed to say, albeit a little bit tightly, "I just wanted you to know I was damn glad you were in that church tower that day." Her smug little smile faltered. Sam nodded curtly. "I'm sure I'll see you around." "Ma'am," that's all it would have taken. Just one little word, just a punctuation of respect, and the beginnings of a truce may well have been declared. But when he opened his mouth, something else entirely came drawling out. "Sweet thing." And instead of a truce, Sam saw World War III declared in this woman's eyes. He beat a quick retreat, the devil in him laughing, which, naturally, only made it all the more worse. Meg's cell phone rang, interrupting her singing. She was singing to pass the time, singing to keep herself awake. She'd gone through all of the American, Russian, and French folk songs she knew, and had just started in on the English, Irish, and Welsh. Johnny has gone for a soldier. LL win on, Buttermilk Hill or Shul Arun. Here I sit on Buttermilk Hill. Who could blame me cry my fill? Most of the songs were about pain and despair, an appropriate soundtrack for this terrible, awful day. Osman Razin still sat watching her, seemingly unblinkingly, as she answered the phone. It hadn't yet been 6 hours, it had barely been 5. Maybe Max Baggett was calling to tell her that there was going to be a further delay. Oh God, she didn't think she could handle that. She wanted John here now. She didn't say anything into the phone, she just waited. Meg. It wasn't Max's voice. It had been years, but it sounded like. It's John Nilsson, he continued. Relief ripped into her so intensely she nearly dropped the phone. Breathe, keep breathing, keep holding the gun on Osman Razin. He was watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. What are you doing in there? John asked. Waiting for you. Well, she said, when she could finally speak without sounding like Mary Richards imploring Mr. Grant to help her, I've got myself into something of a situation here. He laughed. God, had it really been years since she'd heard his warm, rich laughter. It seemed like just yesterday. Yeah, I couldn't help but notice, he told her. How about you put the gun down, let those guys go, and I come in and we talk? That's not how it would happen, and you know it. If she put down the gun, a SWAT team or maybe John's SEAL team would burst through the door. She'd be on her stomach, face pressed against the tile floor, with her hands roughly cuffed behind her back in a matter of seconds. He was silent for a moment. Then she heard him sigh. What can I do to help you, Meg? Can I come in? I'm right outside the door. No weapons, she told him. Nothing under your jacket or shirt, ensign. It's lieutenant now, junior grade, lieutenant, of course. He'd been promoted. It had been years since he'd been an ensign. Congratulations. Yeah, we've got some catching up to do. He paused. I just heard about Daniel. Another pause, as if he'd suddenly changed his mind about what he'd been going to say. I'm sorry for your loss. Look, I'll come in my t-shirt, hands high. No weapons, nothing hidden, no threat. She could do this over the phone. She should do this over the phone, but she wanted to see him. She wanted to look into John Nilsson's eyes and see reassurance that he was going to help her, that he could help her. Just promise you won't try to shoot me or take my gun. You got it. Say it. I promise. Make sure you open the door only wide enough to slip in, she ordered him. No one comes with you. No sudden moves. I'm serious, John. I'll shoot these people if I have to. Give me a sec, he said, to get my jacket off. The connection was cut. Meg put down the phone, held her gun with both hands, humming a bit more of that folk song to steady her nerves. Yes, indeed, she and John Nilsson had some catching up to do. It was entirely likely that he was married by now, and if not married, then certainly attached. But whether or not he was married had nothing to do with saving Amy. She and John Nilsson had once been friends. She was counting on him to remember that. He knocked on the door. Meg, it's me, I'm coming in. The door opened, just a little, and he slipped inside the room. Meg wasn't sure what she'd been expecting. Possibly for him to be wearing his dress whites, or at least some other kind of naval uniform. Instead, he was completely dressed down in dirty dusty boots and a t-shirt that was stained with sweat. Black grease paint smudged his face, and he had a heavy stubble of beard covering his chin. His eyes were rimmed with red and lined with fatigue. Just like the first time they'd met, it had been a while since he'd last slept. He was bigger, broader, taller than she'd remembered, particularly with his arms up, fingers laced and resting on his head. With his arms in that position, his biceps were flexed and they strained against the sleeves of his t-shirt. His face had filled out some too, making him look more like a man and less like a 20-something kid. But his smile was pure 12-year-old despite the concern in his eyes. Hi, tears welled. Save me, save Amy. She wanted to throw herself into his arms and beg him to help her, but this room was bugged. Everyone and their Kazakhstani brother and FBI sister were listening in, and Amy's and Eve's lives depended on her doing this right. May I sit down? He asked. No, she managed to say. Surprise flickered across his face, but he quickly hid it. Okay, your rules, I'll stand. He moved slightly, leaning against the wall so that she could easily see both him and her hostages. You won't be in here for long, she explained. Oh yeah, he said. Because I was kind of hoping we'd take a little time to talk. You know, so you could tell me what this is all about and remember that folk song, she interrupted, that we always used to sing, you, me, and Amy. They'd never sung anything together, not even once. Not in Kazakhstan. And Amy hadn't even been home. She'd been visiting Eve in England those 2 weeks John had spent in Washington in the summer of 1998. John blinked, just once, but other than that he'd managed to keep his face impassive. Which one? He asked evenly. We sang so many, thank you. He was as smart as he was handsome, and obviously willing to let her do this her way. It was called a chub fi. Save me. Do you remember that one? The chorus goes, save me, save me, save me, she sang to him in Welsh to the tune of a Welsh folk song. Amy and my grandmother have been kidnapped by extremists from the pit. Her words didn't quite line up with the notes, but she forced them to fit. The extremists have a spy, so tell this to no one in this building or they'll be killed. Save me, save me, save me. He joined in, singing along with her. He had a terrible voice. I remember you always loved that song. But we need to talk about what you're doing, what you want. I want $1 million, she told him in English for the microphones. In small, unmarked bills. I want a helicopter up on the roof, large enough for me and all 3 of my guests. I realize it may take some time to make arrangements for those things. So in the meantime, I want 6 pairs of handcuffs and a deadbolt lock I can easily attach to this side of the door. Go. John hesitated. Meg, who put you up to this? I know you wouldn't do something like this on your own. Meg knew he had to ask despite what she just revealed to him in Welsh. His job as negotiator was to come in here and find out as much about this situation and her motives for being here as possible. He was playing out the scene for the cameras and the mics. Get me those cuffs. Then maybe we'll talk. He still didn't move. How about if one of these men, only one, walks back out of here with me? As a show of good faith, no. She knew he'd had to ask that too to make this look as real as possible for all the people listening in. John nodded, and as he looked at her, he sent her a silent message with his eyes. I can help you. She couldn't keep tears from blurring her eyes, and she held her breath, knowing she would be unable to do anything but sob if she tried to speak. I'll be back soon, he promised. No way can we give her those handcuffs, said the FBI negotiator, a man named Max Baggett who was calling the shots for this operation. Obviously, she wants to cuff each of the hostages' hands to a different pipe underneath the sink. Look at the way the room is set up. 6 sinks, 3 hostages, and what was that song she was singing? Does anyone know what language that was? Lieutenant Pauletti looked at Nils. Shit. She's really into world music. He tried to sound casual. She knows the most obscure folk songs. Now what? Pretend he didn't know this song was in Welsh, and risk having Baggett, who seemed to be an incredibly thorough son of a bitch, call in another language's specialist who just might be able to translate the Welsh words Meg had sung, or tell a half-truth. He made up his mind. This one's in Welsh. It's one of those story songs, he improvised on the fly, about a woman who found out her husband was cheating on her. It's got a lot of verses, and at the end she drowns her competition in a well. Really cheery little number. Baggett leaned forward. Is it one of those suicide folk songs where the narrator kills herself at the end? No, no, Nils said hastily. Christ, don't let him start thinking that Meg was going to blow away all of her hostages and then put a bullet into her own brain. If Baggett thought that, he'd kick down the door in 30 seconds. It was just a song, sir. She always liked that melody. I'm not even sure if she understood the words. I mean, I translated them for her a few years ago, but Nils felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Lieutenant Pauletti was watching him steadily. Nils had never asked, but he'd always thought his co could tell when he was lying. And brother, was he lying now? To the FBI and the Kazakhstani officials. It wasn't by choice. Nils was more than willing to tell Baggett the truth, but not with the case Stannies listening in. "What exactly was your relationship with Margaret Moore?" Baggett asked. "Shit again. Okay, start with the truth." "I haven't seen her since July 1998. We met in Kazakhstan at the American embassy there in December of '97. We became friends. I was here in D.C. about 6 months later, heard she'd separated from her husband and moved back to town, so I, looked her up. She's a nice-looking woman and, well, we got together a few times." "Yeah, like a few times a day for 2 solid weeks. But it was strictly platonic, sir." To be honest, he looked Baggett in the eye, knowing that he did honest and sincere particularly well. If she'd said the word, I would have made the relationship more, intimate, but she was still married and intending to reconcile with her husband. Her lying, cheating sack of shit, completely unworthy of her husband. I don't know why she asked for me now. And that was another bald-faced lie. He knew exactly why she'd asked for him, because he spoke Welsh, because she was desperate, because her daughter's life was at stake. I mean, other than the fact that she feels she can trust me. Baggett was silent, gazing down at the notes he'd made on the legal pad in front of him. "I think we should give her the cuffs she's asked for," Nils said for what seemed like the 4,000th time. "She's on edge. She's got that handgun aimed toward the ambassador and the other men at all times. Frankly, we should do everything we can to make her feel as comfortable as possible and then just wait her out. She may have a small amount of food in her bag, but she doesn't have a lot. If we wait long enough, she might get so hungry she'll let us bring food in, and then we can spike her chicken salad sandwich. She wants the cuffs and the deadbolt because she's afraid of falling asleep," Lieutenant Pauletti commented. "She's exhausted. No deadbolt for the door. No way," Baggett said flatly. "That's a no-brainer." "I think our next step should be to wait, sir," Nils recommended. "Let her wonder what's going on. Let me go shower and get changed before I go in to talk to her again. If I go back in there still looking like I was yanked out of a training op, like I've dropped everything to be here, she's running the show. But if it's clear that I've taken the time to shower and shave and maybe eat a nice meal, then the emotional ball's in our court." Baggett was nodding. But Nils had to drive the point home. "No SWAT team storming down the door, right, sir? Because if you call out that order, you should also order 2 body bags in advance, because she'll shoot. She'll only get off a single shot before the team can take her out, but she will take one of the hostages with her. As opposed to her reaching her limit and taking out all 3 before we can even get up there," Baggett pointed out. "Shit. She's not going to do that, sir. I know her." Nils looked beseechingly at Lieutenant Pauletti. "I recommend taking Lieutenant Nilsson's advice," Pauletti said in that easy-going, "you may be the agent in charge but we all know I'm really the one in command" attitude of his. He turned to Nils. "Grab a shower and some food and get back here." Now Nils had to figure out a way to get the lieutenant to come out of the embassy with him. "There's a Marriott right across the street," Pauletti added. "We're billeted there. I figured we'd want the proximity." "Walchenok's already gotten you a room." Senior Chief Walchenok. The senior chief was how Nils was going to get Pauletti out of the embassy. All he'd have to do was make a phone call. Walchenok would say, "LT, hate to bother you, but we need you at the Marriott ASAP." "What's this about, Senior?" the lieutenant would ask. "Can't tell you over an unsecured line, sir," and Pauletti would be on his way. Grumbling, no doubt, but if Walchenok asked, he'd come. Getting the FBI over there was going to be a little bit harder. Nils stood up. "Excuse me, gentlemen." At Pauletti's nod, he left the conference room and went out into the lobby, trying his damnedest not to run. "Save me." Christ, the look in Meg's eyes as she'd sung to him had nearly killed him. Nils was no stranger to desperation, but this was unlike any he'd ever seen. Maybe because that desperation was in Meg's eyes, on Meg's face. Stanny Extremists had her kid. What were the chances that Amy was still alive? Minuscule. But until he knew otherwise, he had to play this as if the kid were still alive. Tell no one inside this building, he wouldn't. but he had to figure out a way to get the FBI over to the Marriott. He supposed he could always call the bureau, bring someone over who wasn't already attached to this situation, and whoa, he said, stopping short. Lieutenant Locke, what are you doing here? Lieutenant Nilsson, Alyssa Locke greeted him coolly. I'm part of the team that set up the surveillance mics and cameras giving us a look and listen into that men's room upstairs, and it's not Lieutenant anymore. You're FBI, he realized. Thank you, Jesus. He threw his arms around her, pulling her close in a hug. Play along, he breathed into her ear. Pretend we're best friends. He released her. Great to see you again. Hey, as long as we're all in wait mode, why don't you come on over across the street with me? I'm going to shower, then we can grab some lunch. Locke looked at her watch. I guess I could. Great. He grabbed her arm and pulled her with him past the checkpoint man now by U.S. Marines and out the side door. They skirted the mob of reporters and cameras and crossed the street at close to a dead run. What's going on, Nilsson? Locke asked. I need your help. Save me. Walchenok was in the hotel in a conference room right off the lobby, thank God, waiting for him. He raised an eyebrow a fraction of an inch as he glanced from Locke to Nils. Yeah, right, Senior. Yes, Locke was a babe, but not even Nils with his current scumbag rep was either stupid or horny enough to bring a woman back to his hotel room for a little mid-afternoon messing around right smack in the middle of a hostage situation. Assuming that Nils went for walking ice cubes like Locke in the first place. Walchenok greeted Alyssa with a nod. Lieutenant Locke, how are you? Confused. Nilsson, what senior chief, do you have a room for me? Nils asked. Yes, sir, LT said you were on your way over. The senior chief held out a key card. You're in room 1712. It's a sweet lucky you they're short on rooms. Another glance at Locke. You're doubled up with Sam Starrett. You poor thing, Locke murmured. That almost makes me feel sorry enough to forgive you for dragging my ass over here. What the hell is going on, Lieutenant? Nils pulled them close, lowered his voice, and told them. Maram wanted to kill the prisoners now. Umer didn't want to deal with disposing of the bodies. He was tired after making the drive all the way from Washington. Even if they took them into the swamp and shot them, eliminating the need to clean the blood off the walls and floors afterward, they'd still need to dig a pit to bury them. And even then it would be just their luck. He told Maram, if animals dug up the bodies, leaving various bits and pieces to be stumbled upon by the authorities. Where would that leave them? The old woman and the little girl didn't speak the language, but they clearly understood that it was their imminent fate that was being argued about. The man known only as the bear sat silently, watching them. The little one was still groggy from the sleeping drug, and she nestled closer to the ancient lady. Man, she was old. She looked as if she'd lived at least a century already. But she still had her wits about her and her dignity. She'd even managed to smile at him a few times. She was afraid, but she kept her fear in check. It didn't seem right to treat her with such disrespect, to make her rest those old bones on the floor. If they were going to kill them, they should do it now, forget the inconvenience. But even though Maram had been his sister-in-law back a long time ago, before his brother Yusef had been taken to prison and tortured to death, she didn't always listen to him. Nana, tell me again about Dunkirk, the little one whispered. Amy was her name. It was a good name for her. It fit her long, curly hair and her heart-shaped face. She was a pretty little thing. Even though I was an American, the old lady whispered back. I was living in England in 1940 when Hitler's army attacked France. Hitler. The bear knew all about Hitler and his Nazis. His Yugoslavian grandfather, gone from this world for 10 years now, had spoken of Hitler often, always spitting after saying his name. Hitler had been the devil on earth. Months earlier, England had sent her army, the British Expeditionary Force, to help defend France from a German invasion. But when Germany finally attacked, it was like nothing the French or English soldiers had ever seen before. It was called Blitzkrieg, lightning war. The German panzers, their tanks, moved at impossible speeds, covering dozens of miles of battleground in a single day. At the time, this was quite remarkable. It was terrifying for those of us listening to the radio reports, hearing of town after town that had fallen in what seemed like the blink of an eye. This was clearly a story the old woman had told little Amy countless times. The German Air Force, she continued, was called the Luftwaffe, and those planes rained bombs and bullets down on the British and French soldiers, most of whom were horribly unprepared to deal with any kind of battle, let alone this blitz of destruction. The French army was believed to be the best fighting force in all of the world, but they quickly crumbled, and they and the Biff were pushed back all the way to the north of France, to the beaches of a little French town called Dunkirk, the little girl finished for her. But then she lowered her voice, leaning closer to the old lady. "Mommy's probably really worried about us, isn't she?" The old lady just held her tightly. She didn't try to lie to her. "Yes, I'm sure she is." Amy glanced across the room at Maram and Umer, fear in her eyes, then whispered even more softly, "Is she going to come for us and save us? I know she would if she could, but I don't know if she can." The old lady looked directly at him, obviously aware that he was listening to everything they were saying. "Do you want me to tell more of the story?" Amy nodded, her head tucked close to her great-grandmother's skinny breast. "So there they were," the old lady continued, a little bit louder now. He didn't have to strain quite so much to hear her. Over 250,000 British soldiers, stranded in Dunkirk, France, separated from their homeland by the English Channel. 250,000. He translated the expression into his own language, and 250,000 was a lot of men. Now, the British Navy was in something of a bind, she said, because no one had anticipated France would fall to the Germans so quickly. There weren't enough ships to move all those men back to safety across that channel of water, and it didn't take long for the Luftwaffe to completely bomb all of the piers in Dunkirk's harbor. The water was shallow there, and the few large naval ships that were available couldn't get close enough to fetch the men. So the Navy began appropriating all sorts of small boats, ferries, and fishing vessels. Navy officials came knocking on doors all up and down the coast of England, informing people that their boats were now a part of the British Navy. Once the word got out, all across England anyone who owned a small boat, pleasure yachts, dinghies, rowboats, truly anything that could float gathered in Ramsgate Harbor to help save our boys in the Biff from certain death. That harbor was right down the lane from where I lived. So I went too. I was only 16, and I was a girl to boot, but I took my stepmother's yacht. She was called the Daisy Chain, and she could fit 25 people comfortably, 50 squeezed in tight and low in the water. I took the Daisy Chain into Ramsgate with all the others. It was remarkable, Amy. I'd never seen so many boats, the little ships, they called us, in one place before. We were an amazing motley armada, but we were determined to bring our boys home. I'd really only meant to bring the Daisy Chain into Ramsgate and turn her over to the Navy, but there were no extra men to take her across to France, so you tucked your hair up under your hat. Amy gazed up into her great-grandmother's eyes. Maram must have lost the fight to lazy Umer because she stomped up the stairs. He could hear her slam a door shut. Amy and her Nana would live at least until tomorrow. Amy's Nana heard the door slam too, but she only glanced briefly at him before returning her attention to the little girl. "Good thing I didn't have hair like yours." She tugged gently on one of Amy's curls. "Your hair was blonde and so beautiful. Mommy says you used to look like a movie star." The old lady batted her eyelashes. "Don't I still?" Yes. He hadn't meant to say it aloud, but there it was. Now she knew for sure he was listening. She didn't seem to mind. Instead, she gave him another one of those dignified smiles. "Thank you, sir, sir." He could count the number of times anyone had ever called him sir on the fingers of one hand. "I'm Eve," she told him, as if they were meeting at a party. "And this is Amy, my great-granddaughter." He glanced over, but Umer, Khatib, and Gulzar had gone into the kitchen and turned on the TV. It was starting to drive him mad, the incessant yapping of the commercials and talk shows. "Turn it down," he bellowed. Humor shouted back, telling him to attempt the anatomically impossible, but the volume went down a little, no doubt thanks to Khatib. "What's your name?" the old lady Eve asked him. He looked toward the kitchen, but he was definitely alone in the room. He knew he shouldn't be talking to them. He should keep them silent. But with the TV on, Humor, Khatib, and Gulzar would never hear. He'd always loved the stories his grandfather had told of fighting the Nazis with Tito in the mountains of Yugoslavia, and he wanted to hear how this story ended. It wasn't possible that 250,000 men had been taken across the English Channel by an armada of small boats. They might have saved a few thousand, sure, but "I'm called the Bear," he told them, hoping he wouldn't get onto Mariam's blacklist for admitting that. "I'm afraid I can't say pleased to meet you, Mr. Bear, for obvious reasons," Eve told him. She looked down at Amy. "Where were we? You tucked your hair up under your hat." "That's right." She gave the bear another smile. "This is her very favorite part. I'd learned to navigate the daisy chain the summer before, so I gave her full throttle and made the crossing myself. Now I've made that channel crossing many times, and I'm awfully glad to say it, I've never made a crossing quite like that, before or since then. There were mines in the channel too deep to do any damage to the daisy chain, but that didn't stop the larger ships from being blown to Kingdom Come. German U-boat submarines were out in force as well. Again, they didn't target us small potatoes, but the Luftwaffe, they were a different story. They bombed and strafed shot at the men waiting on the beaches, and us as well as we approached, but not one of the little ships around me turned back, not a one. As we approached, we could see the smoke from the battle. Dunkirk was burning, and it looked as if all of France were on fire. He could picture her behind the wheel of a boat, chin held high as she sailed into a smoky storm of bullets and bombs. We worked for days. I ferried men from the beaches to the larger ships until those ships were filled. And then I took on as many soldiers as I could and headed back toward Ramsgate. I can't even tell you how many trips I took across the channel. The evacuation went on until the 4th of June. It's all rather a noisy blur. How many men were saved? Bear couldn't keep himself from asking. The little girl spoke up. Nana helped save at least 500 of them herself. Possibly as many as 500, the old lady corrected her gently. Do you remember the total number of Allied troops evacuated? 338,000, Amy announced. 227, he snorted his disbelief. No way, 226, Eve said. It's true, she sighed, but what I wouldn't have given for that number to have been higher. She glanced at him before she looked down into Amy's eyes. True confession time. I didn't really cross that channel because I wanted to save all those stranded British soldiers. At least not at first. I first crossed the channel because I wanted to save one soldier in particular. I never told you this before, Amy, but even though I was only 16, I was married and I had been for a year. The man I wanted so desperately to save was the man I loved. He was my husband. Amy sat up, her eyes losing some of her fear. You were married when you were 16. 15, actually, Eve admitted. But I've seen your wedding pictures. You told me you got married right after the war. Well, I did, Eve said calmly. I was married for the second time right after the war when I was 21. My first marriage wasn't exactly legal because I was so young at the time, and of course it was never consummated. What's consummated? He was unfamiliar with that English word too, but he could guess what it meant from the context. He studied his boot, wondering how the old lady was going to handle the question. Do you know where babies come from? She asked the girl. Good start. Of course I do, she scoffed. Girls can get pregnant if they have unprotected sex with boys. Mommy talks to me about it all the time because some of the 6th grade girls in my school tease the 5th grade girls about still being virgins. Dear God, Eve said. She swiftly collected herself. Well, in that case you know then that when two people get married, part of their relationship as man and wife is a sexual one, right? Amy nodded. That's what consummated means. It's when two people who love each other enough to get married make love for the first time. In the olden days, it sealed the marriage, made it even more binding. When I was 15, I thought I was old enough to marry this man because I loved him so much. But when our wedding night came, well, some people might think I chickened out, but I like to look at it as being brave enough to admit I'd made a rather large mistake. Of course, when my new husband found out how old I truly was, that I'd basically tricked him into marrying me, he was furious, and Eve laughed softly. If I'm going to tell this story properly, I should start at the beginning, shouldn't I? But did you save him? Amy asked. Your first husband at Dunkirk. The old woman sighed and shook her head. No, she said quietly. I didn't. 6 Ensign Starrett wore only a pair of shorts. Alyssa Locke tried to focus on the video monitor, but the well-muscled, too damned handsome for his own good seal had positioned himself directly beyond it, right smack in her line of sight. Of course the shorts were a big improvement over the barely their towel he'd had wrapped around his waist when he'd first come out of the bathroom. If he'd been surprised to step out of the shower to find that the hotel suite he was supposed to be sharing with Lt. John Nilsson had become command central for this op within an op, he hadn't let on. In fact, upon hearing the news that Meg Moore's daughter and grandmother had been kidnapped by K-Stani extremists, and that they had to keep all information about this from becoming public knowledge for their protection, Starrett had merely nodded and drawled. Thought it had to be something like that. Locke was glad Nils had brought her over here. She was pleased to be part of this top-secret operation, glad to be already in position when Max Baggett was brought into the room and brought up to speed, glad to be working in a small team with Lt. Tom Pauletti again. But she wasn't glad that Sam Starrett was part of the team, with his bimboy body, his redneck prejudices, and his smart mouth. Sweet thing. As if she'd ever in a million years fall prey to his questionable charms. Sweet thing, Pa. She wasn't sweet, and she was no man's thing. Wildcard Carmody looked up from where he was figuring out how to create the equivalent of a digital tape loop with his computer. The Welsh singing thing was very smart, he said, taking a moment to stretch and run his fingers through his already messed, mad scientist hair. Meg's using her brain, and it makes sense for her not to want to just stand there and have a whole conversation in Welsh with Nils. Anyone listening in would know right away that there was an exchange of information going down, but this folk song thing was brilliant. Have I mentioned that I think I'm in love with this woman? Yes. The answer came in unison from Starrett, Walchenock, and another SEAL Locke had just met, a shiny young ensign with a pretty face named Mike Muldoon. Without yet having had the chance to talk with her further, Nils's theory was that Meg had created this entire hostage situation as a way to get the FBI's attention. This way, she could get their help without putting Amy at risk. And as unlikely as some people might think it would be for the extremists to have infiltrated the K-Stani embassy in Washington, Nils seemed convinced that such a thing was possible. Locke suspected he was being overly cautious, but she was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, he'd spent a considerable amount of time in the pit. Surveillance of the men's room would continue across the street at the makeshift FBI headquarters in the K-Stani embassy. To the K-Stani officials and anyone else there that might be listening in, it would appear as if the FBI and SEALs were continuing with their plan to sit and wait, to try to starve Meg out. Meanwhile, over here at Troubleshooter Central, this new, secret team of SEALs and FBI agents were hard at work, devising a method of getting Nils into that men's room undetected so he could talk to Meg. The plan was for Nils to deliver the handcuffs Meg had demanded, and somehow communicate to her that he would be coming back again, very soon, but not through the bathroom door this time. The plan was then to jam the surveillance coming into the FBI's HQ over at the embassy, to replace the actual video and audio from the bathroom with a digital version of a tape loop. The Kstani officials at the embassy would continue to see Meg and her hostages sitting in silence the footage from the tape. They wouldn't have a clue that in reality, Lieutenant Pauletti's troubleshooter squad would be covertly gaining access to that embassy men's room from the room directly above it. They'd be dropping in, so to speak, on Meg Moore and her captives, and Nils would be able to talk to her and get the complete, non-speculative version of her story. He'd find out who exactly had taken Amy and what were their demands. Somewhere in the room a pager went off, and everyone checked their belts. Locke herself nearly jumped out of her seat. On her recommendation, Jules Cassidy had been called in to assist, and she could feel his eyes on her now from his seat in front of the other video monitor across the room. She glanced at him and shook her head. No, it wasn't her pager. She'd heard nothing from her sister all day, which was just as good. If she got a page now telling her to come to the hospital, she wasn't in a position to get up and go, not without kissing her career goodbye. "It's mine," Senior Chief Walchenock called out. "It's a heads-up code from Lieutenant Pauletti. Johnny's getting ready to go in." As Locke watched on the video screen surveillance footage pirated from the same signal being watched by the FBI and Kstani officials across the street, Meg lifted her head and glanced toward the door. She refreshed her grip on her handgun, aiming it at her hostages. "Come in slowly." Her voice was remarkably natural sounding over the speakers. This was one expensive setup that Pauletti had managed to conjure at such short notice. "Lieutenant Nilsson is coming into the room," Locke announced. Starrett pushed himself up off the couch and came around to look over her shoulder. Locke kept her eyes on the screen. "Would you mind putting on a shirt?" "Actually, I would," he said in that infuriating Texas drawl. "This is my room and I'm still taking a break." "I don't have any trouble with it," Jules commented blandly. Locke had to work to keep a smile from slipping out as Starrett turned abruptly and went into the other room to get a shirt. "Thanks," she mouthed to Jules, who blew her a kiss. On the video monitor, Nils was cuffing Meg's hostages to the sinks. This was good. After he left, they'd get about 15 minutes of footage of all of them sitting there. Wildcard would make that digital loop from that video, and then they'd be on to Phase 2. "They've been asking me a lot of questions." Nils's voice came over the speakers as she sensed Starrett's overwhelmingly large presence behind her again. At least now he was dressed. "About us. I mean, no one can quite believe we didn't have some kind of hot affair 3 years ago." "Oh, God," Meg shook her head. "I'm so sorry if I've gotten you into trouble." "You haven't." On the surface, they were having a simple conversation, but Locke, because she knew what to look for, could see that Meg and Nils were having an entirely different conversation with their eyes. But were the hidden messages they were sending about this current situation? Or did it have more to do with the real truth about what went down between them 3 years ago? Locke smiled. She was one of the people who didn't quite believe Nils and Meg Moore had been just friends. Look at the way he looked at her. Of course, maybe that was just friendship she could see in his eyes, and she, Locke, was the twisted one. Maybe she'd lived so long with men calling her sweet thing, she could no longer recognize genuine friendship between a man and a woman. She glanced across the room at Jules. Unless, of course, the man was blatantly gay. "I always hoped I'd see you again," Nils said, "but this wasn't exactly what I had in mind. I was thinking of something more along the lines of a phone call. Like, how are you, John? How about we get together for dinner?" He looked directly into Meg's eyes. "And then I'd say, great, I'll see you at 1800 hours at 6 o'clock sharp. We'll go out for drinks first and you can tell me all about how Amy's doing in school. Understand what I'm telling you, Meg. You're going to see me at 6 o'clock. She was wearing a watch, and as he gazed at her, she glanced at it. He knew it was just past 1640. She wasn't going to have to wait too long. She was trying to hide her relief, and he also knew she'd received his message. Christ, she looked exhausted. Are you sure you can't tell me what this is all about? Nils asked again because the K-Stanny officials watching would have expected him to ask again. She shook her head. I know you're upset because I didn't bring a deadbolt with the handcuffs, he said, feeding her the excuse she needed. Yeah, I told you to bring a deadbolt, but you didn't, so I'm not going to talk to you. Thank you, Meg told him with her eyes. You're welcome. Would you believe me if I told you we haven't been able to locate a Home Depot store? John Nilsson wasn't a religious man, but right now he was praying that this would work out. God, what were the chances that Amy Moore was even still alive? Slim to none if it really were the extremists who'd taken her. No. Meg was looking at him hungrily as if he were her lifeline. No dead bolt, no explanation. In fact, I think you better go. Find out what's keeping my helicopter. She didn't want him to leave. In fact, her lip actually trembled. Nils went out the door before he did something really stupid like promise her everything was going to be okay. In 1938, I lived in Hollywood, California, Eve told Amy and the bear. Unlike her story of the part she'd played in the evacuation at Dunkirk, this was a tale she'd never told anyone before. Not her own daughter, Elizabeth, not her granddaughters, Meg, Bonnie, or Kylie, either. Oh, she told them the vague facts, sure, but never the details. Even now she held some of it back. Her childhood hadn't been a particularly happy one. Her mother, a screen actress, had gotten a divorce from her father, a well-known film director, when her little brother Nick was only 3 years old. Eve had been 8 at the time, 8 going on 30. Good thing, because from that moment on she was Nick's. What did they call it today? Primary caregiver. Her beautiful mother was irresponsible. The fan magazines called her wild and said that she had a childlike quality, a description that always made Eve roll her eyes. Not that Eve and Nick didn't love her, because they did. They adored her, and she adored them whenever she happened to stumble across them. In 1938, when Eve had just turned 15 and Nick was 10, things went even further downhill fast. Both her mother and father were killed in a plane crash. Their divorce had been a friendly one, and they were working together on a movie when tragedy struck. Eve and Nick went to live with Emily, their father's second wife and now widow, who gave them plenty of room to grieve as she went on about her life, which, in February of 1939, included getting remarried to James Hertford, a well-known and extremely wealthy English playwright. Eve and Nick were dragged along and tossed onto James's seaside estate in Ramsgate in southeast England, while Em and James dashed about Europe on their honeymoon. When they returned, they enrolled both Eve and Nick in the best English boarding schools James's money could buy. It was hell. The worst of it was being separated from her little brother. He hated his school because it was there that something Eve had helped him hide for years was finally revealed. Nick couldn't read. Once it was known, everyone assumed his inability to decipher words came from neglect, but Eve knew better. She tried and tried for years to teach him to read, but to no avail. He was miserable at the school. He was made to feel stupid, called lazy and careless, while none of those things were true. He ran away more times than Eve could count, and she knew she had to get him out of there before he disappeared for good. She finagled her own escape from her school, no big deal. She simply slipped out the window and called the headmistress from the phone in the bookshop in town. She pretended to be her own American stepmother, asking the school to put Eve on the next train to London. Which, of course, they did. She'd been hoarding the spending money that James and Emily sent in extremely generous wads, and made a quick detour in London's fashion district. In a blink of an eye, and the lightening of her purse by quite a few English pounds gone, was the schoolgirl. In her place was a beautiful young sophisticate. Thanks to a very mature figure, a great deal of poise and acting ability, all gifts from her late mother, and some carefully applied makeup, Eve could easily look much older than she was. In fact, during her brief stay at Ramsgate, Eve had told the estate's caretakers that she was 20, and the middle-aged couple had swallowed it whole. Dressed to the nines, Eve breezed into the headmaster's office at her brother's school and withdrew him. They, of course, were only too glad to see him go. Free at last, and reading in the paper that James and his new bride were in London for the opening of his newest play, Eve and Nick returned to the estate in Ramsgate to regroup. They didn't have enough funds to buy passage on an ocean liner back to the United States. Nick wanted to steal the silver, but Eve flatly refused. They may have been orphans and down on their luck, but they weren't thieves. And it might take a while, but she'd get a job. She looked 20. She could earn the money they needed. How hard could it be? Her master plan was foiled when Emily and James came rushing back to Ramsgate. Who knew they'd actually bother to visit Eve and Nicky at school? And instead of sending them back, James, a decent guy for an Englishman, put them under the supervision of his Ramsgate caretakers for the rest of the spring and the coming summer. However, Nick had to spend at least part of the time studying with a special tutor James was hiring. Eve agreed to the deal, despite the fact that she dreaded the arrival of the tutor. He'd be dreary and old, with bad skin and teeth, big bushy eyebrows, and a long, skinny face. He'd talk in that stupid accent with long, slow, drawn-out vowels, taking so endlessly long to make his point that Eve would long to grab him by his pencil neck and shake him. He'd smell like mothballs and lie, and the past gas of the kidney pie he'd had for dinner last night and the night before. And Eve vowed the first time he called Nick stupid would be the last. By then, she'd have gotten a job in town and earned the money she needed to get them back to California. Please, Heavenly Father. But there were no jobs in town. There were no jobs, period. England was in the throes of a depression as bad as or worse than the one going on back in the States. One day, when Eve had been unable to get a job, when she was driving back from Ramsgate, James kept 3 different cars in the garage of his estate, and she saw no reason not to use them at her leisure despite her lack of driver's license. As she was pulling up to the main house, she first encountered her brother's new tutor. He had just ridden up on his bicycle and had accepted a drink from Mr. Johnson, the caretaker. At first she'd thought he was a traveler passing through, a young man on break from college, biking his way across the English countryside, stopping for a drink, or even more likely to ask if he could camp for the night in the nearby woods. "You can sleep up by the orchard if you promise not to light a fire," Eve said to him as she slid out from the car's expensive leather seats. The young man laughed. His grin was infectious, and his eyes actually twinkled, and she realized he was older than she'd first thought by about 5 years. "Do you always greet strangers with non sequiturs?" She looked at his bicycle, old but well kept. His clothes that of a traveler, jacket off and sleeves rolled up to beat the heat, one pant leg tucked into his sock to keep it from getting caught on the bike's chain. His face damp with perspiration but still strikingly attractive, framed above his very English and somewhat patrician forehead and long, elegant nose by thick, dark, wavy hair. His eyes hazel, with long, dark lashes, and still dancing with amusement. "Of course, you're pretty enough to get away with just about anything, aren't you?" he added. "Aren't you looking for a place to spend the night?" she asked. Something shifted in those hazel eyes as they skimmed her from the hat that went perfectly with her eggshell-colored suit, all the way down her silk stocking-clad legs to her matching pumps. She'd seen that look in a man's eyes plenty of times before and knew what it meant. If she were her mother, she'd pull her shoulders back a little bit, throwing out her breasts, showing off her female attributes. But Eve was tired and her feet hurt. It had been a long, disappointing day, and the last thing she needed was some stupid college boy drooling on her, no matter how pretty his eyes were. She reached up to pull her hat pins free. She couldn't wait to get back to her room so she could change into her blue jeans, her cowboy boots, and one of her father's old shirts. She'd find Nicky and they'd take a walk over to the beach and, "Actually, no," the young man said. Despite the heat, he rolled down his sleeves and slipped his arms into his jacket, the perfect gentleman. "I'm here to see young Nicholas Linden. I'm his new tutor, Ralph Grayson." He wiped his hand on his pants before holding it out to her. "I was told he had an older sister, but I'm afraid they didn't mention your name." This was Nick's tutor. His name was spelled Ralph, but he pronounced it the crazy English way, Rafe. He had a poet's or maybe a piano player's hands with long, graceful fingers. They should have been cool and otherworldly, but they weren't. He was hot to the touch. "I'm Eve," she told him. "Eve," he murmured, still holding on to her, his eyes at least as hot as his hand. Delightful. And Eve knew in a flash that she held the ultimate power. Ralph Grayson had no clue he was casting lustful looks at a 15-year-old girl. All she needed was for him to say or do something completely inappropriate. One kiss was all it would take, and she'd control him. Then if he upset Nicky, which he would invariably do, she'd whisper the truth about how old she really was into his ear and tell him she'd keep their little nasty secret, provided he resign immediately. And then, poof, like magic, he'd be gone. She pulled back her shoulders and gave him her mother's $1,000,000 smile. "The pleasure's completely mine. Ralph, may I call you Ralph?" "Absolutely. I have to confess, I was looking forward to working with your brother and to spending the summer near the seaside, but now I'm completely ecstatic." Cripes, he shoveled it on pretty thick. Eve pulled her hand free. "Why don't we go inside? I'll get Nick and a pitcher of lemonade." Excellent idea. Or maybe he was just stupidly enthusiastic about everything. "This house is gorgeous," he proclaimed as they went inside. "Do you know its history?" She shook her head, and he regaled her with the Duke of this and the Lord of that all the way to the sitting room. "Nicky likes plays," she interrupted him mid-sentence as he was saying something about visits to this estate 1,000,000 years earlier from someone named Prinny. "Our mother was an actress." The tutor nodded, suddenly serious. "Thank you," he said, as if she'd presented him with the royal jewels. "Anything else I should know that might help?" "He hates tutors." The smile was back. "I assumed as much." "I'll send him right in," she said, and hurried out of the room. Why had she told him even that much, instead of leaving him to face Nick's evil eye on his own? She found her brother in the kitchen, telling one of his ridiculous tall tales to a giggling Mrs. Johnson. They were waiting for a chocolate cake to finish baking. "Your tutor's arrived," she told him, hating the surly, almost hunted animal look that came into his eyes at the news. "He's not old and smelly like we thought, Nick. He's young and he seems nice." She gave him a hug, whispering into his ear, "And if you don't like him, I'll make him leave, I promise." Hope bloomed, banishing the desperate animal, and Nicky nodded. There wasn't much in this world that he could count on, but Eve had never broken a promise to him yet. Unlike their mother, she'd never made him a promise she couldn't keep. "He's in the sitting room," she told him now. "Go and meet him. I'll be there in a sec with lemonade." Mrs. Johnson helped her find a tray, and Eve carried the pitcher and 3 glasses carefully back down the long hallway. "Ralph," she heard the tutor say as she went into the room. "Like Ralph Rackstraw in his Pinafore." Nothing. Nick didn't even blink. And James had given them tickets to see Pinafore when they'd first arrived in England. Nick had loved it. He'd laughed his butt off. Eve poured them each a tall glass of lemonade as Ralph, undaunted, tried again. "Do you know I'm in line to be the King of England?" he asked. He was so focused on Nick, he barely even glanced up to thank her as she handed him a glass. "You don't really expect me to believe that, do you?" Nick scoffed. Bingo. Ralph had gotten him to speak. "It's true." Ralph set his glass down on the end table nearest him. "We're distant cousins of the Queen's. In fact, my eldest brother's an earl. And if he and all 1,758 other members of the royal family die, I'll be crowned the next king." "But you don't have to call me your highness. Ralph will do." Nick was stunned. "You want me to call you by your first name?" "I thought that might be a good idea," Ralph replied. "You don't mind, do you? You Americans prefer informality, right? Just do me a favor and don't pronounce my name the American way." "Ralph," he said, heavy on the L, then shuddered. "Sounds kind of like the noise your dog makes when he loses his dinner, doesn't it?" Nick laughed but caught himself and stopped. I don't want a tutor, he said flatly. I don't want to learn to read. I've gotten along just fine without it at least everywhere but at that stupid school. Ah, Ralph nodded in understanding. Well then, he thought about that. If you don't want to learn to read, I can't very well force you, can I? Nick was completely unprepared for such a reasonable response. He didn't know what to say and his evil eye faltered. Tell me then, Ralph continued. What do you want to learn how to do? Eve felt invisible. It was really pretty amazing. She was used to being the center of attention, but neither Ralph nor Nick seemed to know she was even in the room. She crossed her legs with a whisper of silk, but Ralph didn't so much as glance in her direction. Every fiber of his being was focused on Nicky, who had crossed his arms and was back to glaring at Ralph, chin held at a decidedly aggressive angle. I want to learn to box. The Englishman didn't hesitate. He didn't even blink. Excellent, my brother and I both boxed at school. Between us we had 2 pairs of gloves. I can ask my mother to send them. There are gloves out in the garage, Nicky informed him, hanging on the wall. Better and better, Ralph declared. However, since it's been some years and since I've never actually tried to teach anyone to box before, we'll need to make a quick trip to the town lending library to get a book on rules and technique. What say we go now? Now, Nick's voice cracked in surprise. Well, sure. I wonder if your sister would drive us in that car of hers. Was it possible he'd forgotten she was in the room? Eve cleared her throat and he looked over at her, his eyes dancing. He was enjoying himself. He'd gone up against her brother's evil eye and had actually come out of it sparkling. Oh, hello, Lady Eve. Unless this old place has its own library. It does. Even more amazing, Nick was actually excited and letting his excitement show. There are shelves and shelves of books, he said in his regular voice, not that angry and dripping with scorn voice, nor even that dead, flat tone he used when he was forced to be at least partially polite to teachers and tutors. More than you could count if you spent an entire week at it, and there are ladders on wheels to get up to the top shelves. Well, then lead on, Nick, old pal. Isn't that what you Americans call each other? They went down the hall at Nick's speed, and Eve had to run to keep up. She finally stopped and kicked off her high-heeled shoes, but by then she'd lost them. When she reached the library, they were already inside. Ralph was on one of the ladders, showing Nick how if he pushed just so gently, though, not with a great deal of force, he could glide all the way from one side of the room to the other. Any chance these books are in any kind of order? The tutor wondered aloud as he climbed down to give Nick a turn. They're arranged by subject, fictions by author, Eve informed him. James Hertford loved his books. Nick was riding the ladder back and forth now. You're the first tutor who's ever taught me anything useful, he proclaimed. Then we're off to a fabulous start. Tell me, if this were your library, Ralph called up to him as he quickly scanned the shelves, would you file boxing under boxing or sports? If this was my library, Nick pronounced, I'd toss all the stupid books out in the yard and use this room for a theater, or maybe a zoo. See now, I like it just as it is, as a library. Because even though I'm rusty when it comes to boxing, as long as I know how to read, I can find a book, read it, and relearn everything I might have forgotten, and aha, Ralph said, triumphantly pulling a book from the shelves. A Gentleman's Guide to Boxing. Just the thing. Come quick, Gentleman Nick, and show me those gloves. And no, I've a meeting in town with my new landlord, and I must pick up my trunk. It's coming in via train. I really just stopped in to say hello. Classes don't officially begin until tomorrow, which is good actually. It gives me time to read this book. But aren't you staying here? Nick asked. With us? This place has 40 bedrooms at least, and he cut himself off, the funniest look on his face. It was the first time in his entire life that he'd ever implored a teacher to stay. Lord, Ralph Grayson was good. Nick was completely enthralled and totally unaware that the lesson he'd just been given had little to do with mastering the library ladders and everything to do with the mighty power of books. Why don't you go dust off those boxing gloves? Ralph told the boy. I'll be back in the morning first thing. I promise." In a flash, Nick was gone, leaving Eve alone with Ralph. "I'm sure you're probably wondering whether I've gone completely mad." He was gazing down at the book he still held, but now he glanced up at her, amusement in his eyes. "No," she said quietly, "I'm not." He smiled at her. Now that Nick was gone, she was the focus of all that energy and intensity. It made her heart feel as if it had lodged in her throat. "Good," he said. "I hope I'll see you tomorrow, too. I don't suppose you also harbor a secret yearning to learn to box." Eve laughed, suddenly giddy with hope that this would work out, that this man truly was the answer to all of her and Nicky's prayers. "No, but I don't suppose you'd teach me how to sail. James bought Emily a yacht for a wedding gift, only she gets seasick, so they're probably going to sell it. I'd love to go out in it at least once before they do." And she was babbling. She sounded like a 10-year-old. If she didn't shut up, he'd guess that she wasn't 20 after all, and then she wouldn't have the power to make him leave. She didn't want him to leave, but she would. Sooner or later, he'd get down to the business of trying to teach Nick how to read, and then even he'd get frustrated and end up calling Nicky stupid. It was senseless to hope that he'd be any different, because hope only hurt. It lifted you up, sure, but then, when dashed, it dragged you lower than you were when you started. Hope stank. "Would you like me to drive you back into town?" she asked as she walked Ralph toward the door, hoping he wouldn't notice the sudden rush of tears to her eyes. Maybe in the close confines of the car, if she gazed at him from underneath her eyelashes, he would try to kiss her, and then she'd have all the ammunition she'd need to use against him. "No, thanks," he said. "I have to get used to the bike ride, and anyway, it's not that far." As if he'd just read her mind, his gaze dropped to her mouth for just a second. But then he looked back into her eyes and his always-ready smile faded. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. "I know this can't be easy for you with your parents' death still so recent." He'd said death. He'd actually said the word instead of trying to soften it up and make its horror and ugliness into something polite by using some asinine euphemism like passing. Eve liked Ralph Grayson so much it hurt. "Thank you," she managed. "I'm all right." They'd reached the front hall and he paused, turning to face her. "I understand now why Mr. Hertford made arrangements for me to have lodgings in town. You're almost unbearably lovely." He didn't say the words as if he were only teasing. He spoke them almost reverently, as if they were the gospel truth, and for a moment Eve was thrown. She'd never received such a forward compliment before. What would her mother do? She'd play it as if it were a flirtation. She'd throw out her chest, look at him from underneath her eyelashes, and flirt shamelessly back. "By any chance are you asking me to have dinner with you?" Eve said the words, but it was her mother's voice she heard. And Ralph laughed the way men had laughed with her mother. Deep and rich and intoxicatingly warm, his laughter seemed to wind its way around her. And for the first time, Eve understood why her mother had enjoyed making her collection of men laugh. "Yes, actually," Ralph said. "I suppose I am." "Are all American women always so direct?" "Not all," she countered. "Just the interesting ones." That was a line stolen from one of her mother's movies, right down to the little hesitation after the word just. "So will you," he asked, his eyes all but throwing sparks, "have dinner with me, Eve?" Oh, dear Lord. Was that enough? The fact that he'd asked her out. Or would she actually have to go out with him, too, to hold it against him later? She wanted to go, and yet she didn't. Eve opened the front door, hoping he wouldn't notice that her cheeks were flushed. "I'm making you late for your appointment." Suddenly not so direct. "Maybe you should ask me again sometime when it doesn't seem so much as if it were my idea." Another of her mother's saucy lines, this one not from a movie, but from real life. Eve had heard her mother say it to more than one handsome man. She'd practiced saying it herself into the bathroom mirror. This was the first time she'd ever made it all the way through without laughing and rolling her eyes. Fair enough. Instead of going out the door, Ralph stopped right next to her, close enough for her to feel his body heat. He didn't speak for several seconds until she looked up at him. "I don't suppose it's been long enough yet to qualify as again sometime." Up close, his eyes were a remarkable swirl of green and brown. And while he'd clearly shaved this morning, she could already see the shadow of stubble on his chin and cheeks. This was not some mere boy she was dallying with. This was a grown man. Wordlessly, quite terrified, she shook her head no. "It hasn't been that long since you've been out of school, has it?" he asked. Again Eve shook her head. "If only he knew." "Me neither," he told her. "And you know, I really miss it. I would have liked to have been a student forever, just always keep learning." "But you don't have to be in school to do that, do you?" She found her voice, afraid he'd think her some kind of an idiot if she just kept shaking her head. "I guess not. This summer I'd planned to learn the history behind the caves here on Thanet," he said, still in that hypnotizingly gentle voice. "Maybe explore some of the Roman ruins on the island. I was looking forward to that. But suddenly I seemed to have developed an intense fascination with the new world." He was going to kiss her. She'd seen men looking at her mother the way Ralph was looking at her right now. He leaned closer and, "Well," she said loudly, stepping back away from him, giving him her most blinding smile as her heart pounded. "See you tomorrow, then." Ralph blinked and stepped back. She knew she'd confused the heck out of him. Well, tough, because he'd confused her too. "Right," he said. "Until tomorrow." Eve watched him ride away down the long, picture-perfect drive toward town. She sat heavily on the steps, her knees still trembling as she both dreaded and anticipated the coming day. 6 o'clock. It started as the smallest of sounds, over in the far corner of the room up by the ceiling. It was a buzzing, just the faintest hint of a noise. Then it got louder, and it was accompanied by a small amount of plaster, just a dusting, falling from the ceiling into one of the bathroom stalls. Osman Razin glanced up, but then quickly looked away. He thought it was a rescue team coming to blast them free and to blow Meg away. Meg would have thought so too, except that it was 6 o'clock, and John had done everything but flat out tell her he'd be back at 6, sharp. "Meg." It was John Nilsson's voice. "Yes." Somehow he'd figured out a way to drill a hole into the ceiling so they could talk without anyone overhearing or seeing. Maybe he'd scrambled or altered the signal being sent via all the cameras and mics the FBI had put into place. It didn't matter how he'd done it. It only mattered that no one knew. "I'm going to cut a bigger hole in the ceiling and come down," he told her. "Don't shoot me, all right? Promise me the people in this embassy don't know this is happening," she said, dizzy and sick from the knowledge that if John were lying and she believed him, Eve would die. But God, she wanted to believe him. "Promise me they can't see or hear this." "I promise." Her hostages looked startled. They looked at each other, looked up at the ceiling, looked at her. "Then I won't shoot you," she promised John. Whether or not she shot Osman Razin was a different story. Meg aimed her gun at Razin's heart as the buzzing sound started up again, louder this time. Her own heart was pounding. This was it. The moment of truth. She sat looking into her hostage's eyes, picturing herself being charged with first-degree murder, thinking about the terrible gamble she was taking with Amy's life by not simply killing this man right here and right now. It wasn't as if he were Mother Teresa. He was a terrorist. All she had to do was squeeze the trigger and he wouldn't be a terrorist anymore. He wouldn't be anymore. But once John dropped down through that hole in the ceiling, once he was in this room with her, she'd be past the point of no return. Her hand started to shake, and she set the gun down on the floor. She was already past the point of no return. What happened to her didn't matter anymore. But she knew one thing for sure: if she were going to shoot Razin, it wasn't going to be by mistake. Meg hugged her knees into her chest, watching bits of plaster fall from the ceiling like snow now. But the main chunk of the ceiling was somehow pulled up and out, leaving behind a dark space that was soon filled by John's face and shoulders. "May I come down?" He'd nearly always been so polite and well-mannered, even when he was kissing her. She nodded, unable to speak. She knew he saw her gun on the floor. He saw everything. He always had. "What's going on?" the ambassador finally dared to ask as John pulled back and then lowered his legs and then the rest of him from the hole in the ceiling. He swung himself over the metal frame of the stall and dropped lightly, athletically, onto the tile floor. He started toward her and Meg couldn't stop herself. She started to cry, and John was there down on the floor next to her, pulling her into his arms onto his lap, holding her close. "They took Amy," she sobbed. "I'm sorry," he said. "Christ, Meg, I'm so sorry." "What's going on?" the ambassador said again, louder this time. Nils let Lieutenant Pauletti handle it as his senior chief, and Sam Starrett also lowered themselves down into the K. Stanley embassy men's room. Max Baggett and several of the FBI agents weren't far behind. He didn't try to do more than hold on to Meg, all but ignoring the murmur of voices as Pauletti and Baggett explained the situation to the 3 former hostages. Young daughter kidnapped, Meg under duress. Only way to get the FBI's attention. No one knows they're in here. Going to take them out through the ceiling. Leave a tape loop running while they pretend to wait out the situation. He sensed more than saw Sam claim possession of Meg's handgun. Sensed Sam reach out to touch Meg briefly on the back in a vain attempt to offer a little more comfort. Nils wanted to tell her it was going to be all right, but Jesus, he had no way of knowing that her daughter and her grandmother weren't already dead. "I'm here," he said instead, painfully aware of how little that might mean to her. He tried again. "You're not alone in this anymore, Meg." She clung to him and he held her just as tightly, stroking her hair, kissing the top of her head, wishing. Christ, he didn't know what he wished. Maybe he wished that she could have been in his arms any place else in the world and at any other time but here and now. She wasn't alone, to hell with that too. A lot of good it would do her, to know she wouldn't be alone as she buried her daughter. God damn it. Nils felt his own eyes burn, felt sick to his stomach, felt the awful injustice of a dead 10-year-old lodge tightly in his chest and make it hard to breathe. He could feel Lieutenant Pauletti standing off to the side, giving both of them some space. But they didn't have much time. The Kazbekastanis wouldn't believe that Meg could hold her hostages and sit in the men's room under siege without food or sleep forever. "I need you to be tough for just a little bit longer," he told her. "Can you do that for me, Meg? We've got a lot of questions that only you can answer." She was shaking, trembling, but she somehow managed to nod yes. She released her death grip on his neck and pulled back to look at him, wiping her eyes with one shaky hand. "They kidnapped Amy and my grandmother," she said. "They said they were Kazbekistani extremists, and that if I didn't come here and abduct or kill the new ambassador, they didn't really care which they'd kill them. I'm so sorry, John, I didn't know what else to do. They told me if I told anyone, if I asked for help, they'd know it and Amy and Eve would die." Her eyes welled with tears again, but she wiped them fiercely away. "I didn't know what to do," she told him again. "But then I thought of you. I thought if anyone could get me out of this." "You did the right thing," he reassured her. "Calling me, asking for me was the right thing." She looked over to where Walchenok was unlocking the hostage's handcuffs, her voice suddenly sharp with fear. "What is he doing? He's not just going to let them go, is he? If the extremists don't think that I'm still locked in here with them, it's all right." Lieutenant Pauletti approached. "We've got a tape loop running. On the surveillance monitors, both you and the hostages will look as if you're sitting here waiting. In truth, we're going to be taking all of you out of here and over to a safe location. No one's going to see you leave. No one's going to know. The hostages have agreed to remain in isolation in one of our safe hotels until we can find more information as to the whereabouts of your daughter and grandmother," Max Baggett added. The 2 men sat down right there on the floor to talk to Meg. As they introduced themselves, Meg shifted away from Nils, out of his arms. That was typical of her, even at a time when no one would fault her for leaning on a friend. With her initial outburst over, she now had to stand alone. "Why don't you tell us what happened, Meg?" Pauletti said. in that soft-spoken, easy-going manner he had of making everyone around him feel as comfortable as possible. "Start from the beginning and take your time." Meg nodded. She held her hands in her lap, gripping her own fingers tightly, but even that wasn't enough to hide the fact that she was still trembling. Maybe she stood alone because that was what she'd always done. Maybe it was the only thing she knew how to do. "I had to pick up some files for a translating project I've been hired to do," she started. "And Amy, my daughter, wanted to take Eve, my grandmother who's visiting us from England, to the Smithsonian for her birthday." Her voice trembled and she had to stop to clear her throat. Nils could understand what it was like to want to appear strong, so he wouldn't take her hand unless she gave him some kind of sign that she wanted him to do that. But there was strength in numbers, too, and he didn't want her to forget that from now on she didn't have to go through this alone. So he shifted closer to her there as they sat on the tile of the Kazakistani men's room floor, just a little bit, just enough so that his knee touched her leg, and she didn't shift away. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Sam was gathering up his gear, getting ready to move to another suite in the hotel that had just become available, when Alyssa Locke came in. Her partner, Jules Cassidy the short, too pretty guy with the bleached blonde hair, was there with 2 other FBI agents, monitoring the tape loop Wildcard had set up, making sure that any Kazakistani officials could pop into the FBI surveillance room at the embassy at any time and see continuous images of Meg and her 3 hostages, still sitting in the men's room, even though they were all long gone. "What are you still doing here?" Alyssa greeted her partner with a warm smile. Sam didn't even rate a cold nod. "I was just about to head home," the little fucker said, "but my incredible ability to prognosticate told me you were about to arrive, so I decided to wait." "Someone called and said I was on my way over," Alyssa interpreted, giving him another kick-ass smile. "No fucking fair, and talk about a complete waste. Teaming Alyssa Locke up with a guy who was gay." And Sam was flat out sorry, but even if the FBI had a don't ask, don't tell policy similar to the US military when it came to Cassidy, there was no need to ask anything. There was absolutely no question as to which way his wind blew. Of course, maybe that was why he'd been teamed up with Alyssa Locke. No male agent would be comfortable letting Cassidy guard his ass because they wouldn't want the little fruit anywhere near their ass. Alyssa, however, seemed genuinely to like the man. "What news cometh from the front lines, O goddess of information?" Cassidy asked. She flopped down next to him on the couch and Sam almost did a double take. Locke didn't flop, and yet she was sitting there slouched back as if she were as exhausted as he was, as if she too hadn't slept since before she could remember, as if she were human. After the SEALs had pulled all 3 of the former hostages and Meg out of the Kazakistani men's room, Locke had been part of the team that had spirited them out of the embassy and away to another location, a safe and very swanky hotel across town. He moved closer so he could hear her conversation with Cassidy. "Meg Moore was questioned for hours, and her story held up," Alyssa reported. "Oh, and you'll like this, Jules. There was a security camera in the parking garage where she said the extremist first contacted her. Everything happened exactly the way she described it, and we've got the guy on videotape. We've ID'd him as a suspected Kazakistani terrorist. Nobody has a clue how he got into the U.S. He's wanted for a number of violent crimes, including planting a bomb in a Kazakh school bus." She rolled her head on the cushiony back of the couch to look at Cassidy as she continued. Which was probably not something Meg Moore needed to hear. "The man who's connected with the kidnapping of her daughter is a wanted child killer." "Shit," Cassidy said. "Yeah," she sighed. She kind of lost it. Fortunately, a doctor was on hand. He gave her something to help her sleep. As for our other guests, the ambassador and the other 2 Kazakhstanis are being very gracious about this. They're cooperating fully." letting the FBI house them in a hotel with room service provided by DC's best French gourmet restaurant and all the pay-per-view they can watch, Cassidy snorted. After thinking I was going to die like a dog gunned down near the urinals in a men's room, I'd be pretty happy with option B as well. They didn't have to cooperate, Alyssa told her partner. How many times have you worked with Max Baguette? Cassidy asked. This is the first. I mean, I knew who he was and what does mean? She asked. It means, you've never worked with Max before. She gave him a far friendlier version of her cold stare than Sam had ever received. Which means, he's a really good negotiator, Cassidy said, to the point that he's completely able to manipulate nearly any situation to his favor. I'm betting after 5 minutes with Max, neither the ambassador nor the other 2 hostages would have considered not cooperating. Because Max probably leaned heavily but oh so subtly on the concept that not cooperating would make them look as if they were connected to the extremists who kidnapped sweet little Amy Moore. So there they go, whisked off to a safe hotel room where they can't make any phone calls or communicate with anyone, where they're locked in and placed under 24-hour guard. But because Max is Max, they're happy to be there, and even though it's probably going to take 4 days longer than anyone anticipated, they're going to leave thanking him. Why don't you sit down and take a load off? It took Sam several seconds to realize Cassidy had aimed that last question at him. Alyssa turned her head to look up at him, but then looked quickly away. Sorry, Sam said. I was just, eavesdropping, Cassidy asked cheerfully. It might have worked better if you'd actually tried to hide behind the couch. Alyssa was still leaning back against the sofa cushions, but somehow she was no longer relaxed. I wanted to know how Meg was doing, Sam admitted. She was extremely upset when the news came down about that terrorist's prior with a school bus, but she's sleeping now, Alyssa reported, still not looking at him. Wasn't this nice? They were able to have a civilized conversation, an exchange of information, without someone getting pissed off and needing to leave the room. Where was Nils during this? Sam asked. He was in a meeting with Lieutenant Pauletti, Alyssa told him. I don't know what about, Sam did. He was probably requesting leave, arguing that his relationship with Meg was making it impossible for him to concentrate on the things he's supposed to be concentrating on. He's such a Boy Scout. Alyssa dared to glance up at him. I thought you 2 were friends. We are, Sam said. He smiled. And he's only a Boy Scout some of the time. The rest of the time he's the most devious son of a bitch I've ever met. Which naturally you see as a plus. If he'd wanted to, he could have let that comment sting. Instead, he rolled it off his back. He was too tired to fight. Absolutely. Are you sure you don't want to sit down? If it had been Alyssa asking that instead of Cassidy, Sam would have stuck his butt in a chair. But she wasn't joining in, asking him to stay. In fact, she had her eyes closed now. Nah, I'm on my way out of here. Walchenok got me reassigned to a room that's a little more private than Grand Central Station, and I'm planning to be unconscious in about 5 minutes, so he picked up his bag, glanced again at Alyssa. See ya, Sam said. Later, Cassidy replied. Alyssa didn't say a word, didn't give him even a dim smile, didn't open her eyes. She wasn't asleep, she was just waiting for him to leave. Frustration rose in a wave around him, and Sam forgot about being too tired to fight. Would it kill you, he growled, to pretend to be polite? She opened one eye. To a jerk like you, it might. Every single retort that sprang to his lips was unprintable. He might have said something unspeakably rude anyway. She pissed him off that much if the realization hadn't suddenly hit him. She really hated him. She wasn't kidding, it wasn't even partially in fun. Alyssa Locke despised him. I'm sorry, he said quietly, because he was. Sorry that she felt that way about him. Sorry that he'd been unable to resist pushing her buttons every single time they met. Sorry for himself because unless hell froze, she wasn't ever going to smile at him the way she smiled at Jules Cassidy. She opened both eyes and even sat up, but he didn't wait around for her to fire another verbal missile at him. He took his bag and left. It was 4:22. Normally, Nils wouldn't have found the fact that it was 4:22 to be a problem. It wasn't the first time he'd been up and out before dawn. But normally when he was up and functioning coherently at 4:22, that usually meant he'd gone to sleep a little earlier than 100. Yes, he'd gone to bed much too late after being awake for too many days in a row, and the call had come into the hotel suite much too early, at 4:05, waking both Nils and Sam Starrett from a deep sleep. It had not been a wrong number, as much as Nils had wished it to be. The FBI wanted to talk to him pronto. In fact, they were sending a car. That car, a dark sedan, conspicuous for its lack of conspicuousness, had just dropped him across town at the safe hotel he'd helped bring Meg to just hours earlier. As Nils was escorted upstairs and into a conference room that held both FBI team leader Max Baggett and Lieutenant Pauletti, he wished he'd taken the time between 4:05 and 4:07 to shave. The hotel suite was hopping for the early morning hour. Something was up, or maybe, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up, something had gone very wrong. "What's going on? Where's Meg?" He looked to Lieutenant Pauletti for answers, but the co just shook his head. "Where's Meg is a very good question." A bleary-eyed Baggett motioned for Nils to sit down on the opposite side of the table. "We were hoping you'd be able to help us answer that." Christ, the extremists had grabbed her. Nils knew he shouldn't have left her and gone back to his own hotel to sleep. He should have pushed his way into her room despite being told that she'd been given sleeping pills and was fast asleep. After what she'd been through, he should have insisted upon seeing her, insisted upon standing guard beside her bed. But as angry as he was at himself, and at the FBI for letting this happen, he forced his voice to sound calm as he faced Baggett. "No, sir. I'm afraid I can't answer any questions." "When did Meg's abduction take place?" Baggett exchanged a look with Lieutenant Pauletti. The lieutenant turned to Nils. "I told them you didn't have anything to do with this." Confusion mixed with frustration, and just enough nausea from fear for Meg's safety and lack of sleep to make him want to grab Pauletti, one of the nicest guys in the world, by the collar of his shirt and shake him hard. "With what?" he asked instead, his teeth only slightly clenched. "LT, what the hell's going on?" He had a million questions. What time was Meg reported missing? Were there signs of a struggle? Signs of bloodshed, or please God, no foul play? Were the FBI tracking her right now? "You're right about there having been an abduction." Baggett rubbed his eyes. "But Meg wasn't the abductee, Lieutenant Nilsson. She was the abductor." Nils heard the words, but they didn't make sense. And then they made too much sense. Pauletti was nodding. "She had a second sidearm." "Was there a reason you didn't search her in the men's room, Lieutenant?" Baggett asked. "She had a second sidearm." Nils couldn't believe it, but God, he hadn't searched her in the men's room. "No, sir," he answered Baggett. "She'd surrendered her weapon and she'd been in his arms, crying her heart out." It had never even occurred to him that he might want to pat her down. He looked at Pauletti. "Are you sure about this, sir? Because..." According to the FBI guard, she held him at gunpoint, took his cuffs, his side arm too, and locked him in a utility closet. Then she went in and took the ambassador. Even as he said the words, Nils didn't believe it, and yet he could still see that desperation in Meg's eyes. After the doctor gave her something to sleep. No way. The doctor gave her sleeping pills. The look in Pauletti's eyes told Nils what his co thought of that doctor. He left her with a full prescription. It's now assumed she didn't actually take any. And it wasn't the ambassador, Baggett informed Nils. Meg Moore left the premises with another of her hostages, a diplomatic aide named Janko Tuzak. Does that name ring any bells, Lieutenant? The FBI team leader still wasn't convinced Nils didn't know something. And at this point, with both Baggett and Lieutenant Pauletti telling him that Meg had conned them all, particularly Nils. The thought that Meg had baldly lied to him, that she'd had a second handgun probably hidden in her boot, was one Nils couldn't quite wrap his brain around. He didn't know something Christ, he didn't know anything, including which way was up, but Baggett had asked him a question. Janko Tuzak. Nils shook his head. No, I don't know him, sir, don't know the name. Maybe you'll know him by his real name, Osman Razin. Oh, fuck. Are you telling me that Meg left here with a weapon and a hostage, and that hostage is Osman Razin? Nils looked at Lieutenant Pauletti and saw the truth echoed in his grim expression. Baggett nodded. I guess that name's more familiar to you, huh? Nils felt the earth listing a little bit more to the side. Osman Razin, the JIC terrorist leader. It was a stupid question. What kind of answer did he expect? No, Osman Razin, the K-Stanny ice cream man. The one and only, Baggett informed him, apparently used to dealing with idiots. Wanted by the U.S., the Kazakhstani government, and it seems now the extremists. Everyone wants a piece of him. Does Meg know who he is? Nils asked, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how stupid they were too. He was batting 1,000 here. Of course she knew. He couldn't believe this. This was like some awful nightmare that just kept on getting worse and worse. She told me the extremists were targeting the new ambassador, he informed Baggett and Pauletti. She'd looked him in the eye and told him. She didn't say anything about Tuzak or Razin or fuck. Meg had lied to him. She'd used him as much as she'd used that second handgun in her boot to get herself and Razin out of the K-Stanny embassy. How well do you really know Meg Moore, Lieutenant? Pauletti asked gently. Is it possible that she has ties to the extremists, or maybe to Razin? Is it possible she was in on this from the start? Nils couldn't answer. How well did he know Meg? Not well enough, apparently. She'd lied to him. She'd used him, for Amy's sake. He closed his eyes and he could see Meg's face as she sat in that men's room. He could see her desperation and smell her fear. He could feel her arms around his neck as she sobbed into his shoulder, see her brown eyes filled with tears as she told him the extremists had ordered her to kidnap the freaking ambassador. She'd looked him in the eye and she hadn't even blinked as she'd lied. To him. I don't know anything anymore, sir, Nils admitted to Pauletti, working hard to keep his voice from shaking and his hurt and anger from showing. I thought I knew her pretty damn well. 10 minutes ago, I would have sworn on my mother's grave that there was no way in hell Meg would voluntarily get involved with any kind of terrorists. But I also would have insisted that she was incapable of lying to me, too. Obviously, I was wrong about that. He looked from Pauletti to Baggett. If you're looking for answers, sirs, you're not going to find them from me. I'm as clueless as you are. She conned me completely, because even as I hear myself say all that, there's a part of me that's thinking I don't believe any of this. There's a part of me that's dead positive there's been a mistake, that despite the fact that she lied, she's still the victim here, that whatever she's done is because she thinks it's going to help save her daughter. Nils stood up, pushing back his chair. That's a pretty thorough con job. He had to get out of here, or he'd start asking Baggett to make sure his agents didn't use excessive or, God help him, deadly force when they tracked Meg down. He had to leave before he started trying to convince the FBI that there was no way Meg would ever fire that weapon. She had the one that made her armed and dangerous, on the apps that were surely going out. But maybe he'd be wrong about her again, and this time his mistake would cost some of those FBI agents their lives. He looked at Pauletti. Sir, his co nodded. You can go. But don't go far, Baggett added. The sky was getting lighter in the east, and Meg knew that back in Washington her disappearing act had surely been discovered by now. She headed steadily south through Virginia on Route 95, still unable to believe she'd actually gotten this far. The FBI would be looking for her. She was going to have to keep moving. She'd stop for coffee only at fast food drive-thrus, answer the call of nature at the side of a deserted road. Osman Razin was snoring in the backseat of the car, proof that the doctor's sleeping pills worked particularly when triple-dosed. They'd be looking for her car. It was pure luck that it had still been parked on the street, 3 blocks away from the Kazakhstani embassy. She'd racked up $150 in parking tickets, but it hadn't been towed. And the spare key was still where she'd always left it, in the little hidden box inside the left front wheel well. Her father had attached it there the first time she and Amy had visited, after they'd returned from overseas. She'd rolled her eyes at the time, but she hadn't argued with him. He'd attached a similar box to the very first car she'd owned, back when she was 19 and still in college. She was grateful for it now. Still, it wouldn't take the FBI long to figure out that her car wasn't in the parking garage beneath her condo building, and it would take about a second longer for them to get her plate number and put out an app. Yes, they'd be looking for her, but her car's color, make, and model, a 3-year-old white Ford Taurus, was a popular one, and she'd already switched license plates with a similar-looking car that was parked around the back of a cheap motel outside of Fredericksburg. With any luck, the owners of that car wouldn't notice the different plates, her old plates, until long after she'd arrived in Orlando and exchanged Osman Razin for Amy and her grandmother. Meg didn't want to imagine what would happen to Razin or herself after she made the exchange. In fact, there were a lot of things she didn't want to imagine, including the look on John's face when he realized she'd lied to him. Meg looked at the clock on the dashboard. 4:30. He was probably being told she'd escaped right now. Despair and fatigue flowed through her in a dizzying wave, and she took another slug of her long cold coffee. So what? She made herself sit up taller and rolled her head slightly, trying to release some of the tension from her neck. She'd lied. It wasn't as if she'd never lied to John Nilsson before. Truth was, she'd lied to him pretty much endlessly, starting back in late June, nearly 3 years ago, starting with the words she uttered after seeing him for the first time in 6 months. "John, oh my God, I didn't recognize you." Yeah, that had been pure baloney. Meg had recognized him instantly, even before he called out to her, even just from the flash she'd seen of him out of the corner of her eye. She'd recognized him from the way he was standing, from the smooth line of his jaw, from the glint of the late afternoon sun on the bit of his dark brown hair that escaped from beneath his hat, and from his eyes. U.S. Navy ends. John Nilsson had average brown eyes, unremarkable light brown eyes. Meg had spent the past 6 months convincing herself that several billion other people on this planet had eyes just like his. But gazing into them again, she knew she'd been wrong. He laughed at her words, and the Washington, D.C. sidewalk seemed to shift beneath her feet. "Yeah, it's the dress whites. Bet you didn't think I'd clean up so well, huh?" he teased. "Try not to faint, all right." The stupid thing was, she was feeling lightheaded. Dear God, as good-looking as John had been dressed as a K-Stani terrorist, he was perfection in his Navy dress uniform. Rows of ribbons on his chest, along with the gold trident that identified him as a SEAL. The uniform made him look older, yeah, right. It made him look all of 26. "What are you doing here?" she asked, trying not to think of the way his tongue had felt in her mouth, trying not to blush at that sudden sharp memory. "I'm in D.C. to make an appearance before an inquiry board," he told her. "They're conducting an investigation into that, incident in K-Stan 6 months ago." She forgot about being embarrassed. "You're not in trouble, are you?" He made a face. "Nah, it's nothing." Some high-powered feathers got ruffled, and as the SEAL team leader, I've got to waste a few days explaining why I made the choices I did without going into any of the specifics about the operation. Meg wasn't quite sure whether to believe him. If it really were nothing, he would be in California with the rest of his team, wouldn't he? "I was there too," she reminded him. "If there's anything I can say or do or add to your testimony that'll help." He smiled, a warm, broad, relaxed smile that made his eyes even prettier. "Thanks, but..." He shook his head. "There's no testimony, honest. It's really not that big a deal. So how are you?" he continued. "I heard you've been in D.C. for a while. Nearly 6 months, right? Call me." Meg couldn't hold his gaze. She'd thought about calling him, but only at 2 a.m. during her wildest dreams. "Amy and I left the pit a few weeks after you did." "Just you and Amy?" She could feel him watching her. He was still smiling, but it was no longer so relaxed. "Yeah, Daniel and I are separated." "I'm sorry," he said. She glanced at him. She couldn't help it, and he snorted and rolled his eyes. "No, I'm not. I'm thrilled. He's an asshole. Congratulations, Meg. Let's have dinner tonight to celebrate." Meg shook her head. "I can't." "Sure you can. Bring Amy too. I'd love to see her. How is she? Probably 3 inches taller." "No, it's not that." Meg took a deep breath. "Actually, Amy's spending the next 2 weeks visiting my grandmother in England." As she said the words, she felt another flare of anger at Daniel. I'm really busy." Another lie. She had no plans for tonight because Daniel wasn't due back in town until sometime next week. Daniel's timing was like nearly everything else he did, completely self-centered and oblivious to anyone else's wants and needs. Meg had told him Amy's schedule for the summer dozens of times, and he still couldn't manage to schedule his visit to Washington for one of the other 6 weeks that his only daughter would also be in town. John was right. Her husband was an asshole, and yet Meg had agreed to meet Daniel to discuss reconciliation. He'd spent the past 6 months in therapy, dealing allegedly with his fidelity issues. He claimed that he'd changed, that he'd grown. He'd been sending her and Amy gifts, surprise packages, flowers, wine, and child support checks that were 4 times the amount Meg had requested. He sent her email nearly every day. He wanted his family back, but apparently only on his schedule. "Even busy people have to eat," John told her. "Come on, I know this really great little Italian place that's completely off the tourist route. We can get something quick, a pizza if you want." Meg wasn't sure what she wanted, but as tempting as John's dinner invitation was, she knew that the last thing she needed was to have dinner in a quiet little Italian restaurant with a 25-year-old man who kissed like a dream. "I'm having dinner with Daniel next week," she told him. "We're going to be talking about getting back together," so John didn't miss a beat. "Then you really need to have dinner tonight with a friend." Meg just looked at him. "Yeah, I'm disappointed," he admitted. "But that's the last you'll hear of it. If you don't want me to, I won't hit on you, Meg. I won't even bring the subject up again. I can do friends. We can play it that way. We did it before, right?" "Did we?" she had to ask. He put on a pair of sunglasses, hiding his eyes. "Yeah," he said. "Right up until the end we were great as friends, and as far as me kissing you." He shook his head as he smiled tightly. "I've spent about 6 months trying to figure out the best way to apologize, but I'm damned if I know how to do it. To be honest, I've had a real bitch of a week. I got into DC late last night, got up too early, and got ready for an 0700 meeting that was postponed 4 times and finally 15 minutes ago pushed off until the day after tomorrow. Besides you, I don't know a soul in DC, so if you turn me down, I'll end up having room service while I watch TV in my hotel room. Please, please, have dinner with me and let me try to apologize. I've missed you, Meg. I want us to be friends again." Meg had agreed to have dinner with him. She knew all about being lonely. She was a sucker for sincerity, too, and his had seemed off the chart. "I've missed you, too," she'd told him and lied again. But that time her lie hadn't been to him. Her lie had been in telling herself that she could handle friendship with this man, in convincing herself that up until that last night in Kazakhstan, her feelings for him had been that of a sister. She'd let herself pretend that they could easily slip back into that safe, well-defined relationship. She should have known better than to believe herself. As Osman Razin continued to snore softly from the back of the car, Meg gripped the steering wheel more tightly and headed south as swiftly as she dared, once again leaving John Nilsson behind. "Nana, I'm so hungry." Amy was trying desperately not to cry. They'd awakened a half-hour ago to the scent of eggs frying and some kind of corn bread being toasted. The ropes that had been tied around Eve's ankles and wrists dug into her skin. Her stomach growled and there wasn't a single muscle in her body that didn't ache. Last night with their hands tied they'd eaten the last of the lunch they'd prepared for their picnic by the Smithsonian. The man named the Bear had brought Eve's bag in from the van, tossed it to them after rifling through it. The sandwiches had been smashed, but Amy hadn't complained. Now all that was left was a pack of butterscotch candies. The Bear came into the room with a plate of food, but then sat down in the only chair and proceeded to eat it himself. "Please." Eve started to ask for something for Amy to eat, but he sharply shook his head, holding his fingers to his lips, glancing almost furtively back toward the kitchen. The others were back there, the 3 men and that awful woman. As the 3 other male kidnappers started talking again, arguing about God knows what, speaking in that unintelligible language over the incessantly blaring TV, the Bear leaned toward Eve, his own voice low. "We're running low on supplies. Don't ask for food, there's none to spare. If you stay silent and make no demands, then killing you is far more difficult a prospect than simply letting you sit. If you start asking for food, that all changes. Don't give us a reason to take you out into the swamp." He scowled then, as if he regretted his words, his semi-kindness. He had one of those faces that was almost entirely covered with beard. The rest seemed to be all big bushy eyebrows and darkly tanned skin. When he scowled, it was not at all ineffective. The Bear focused his glower at his plate as the woman with the dead eyes, still carrying her enormous gun, came through the dining room and stopped in the doorway to look in at them. She was silent, and the Bear didn't even glance up at her. He just kept on eating, methodically cleaning his plate. Eve tried not to look at her, tried to shield Amy from her soulless gaze. She tried to pretend they both were invisible, tried to look as if they weren't even using up very much oxygen. Finally, the woman went away. The Bear kept on eating, finishing up the last of his eggs as Amy tried not to cry. "Nana, my hands hurt. Shhh." Eve could hear the woman clumping up the stairs, heard her door slam shut. From the kitchen came the sound of the TV. They wouldn't be seeing much more of the other 3 men until Howard's turn was over. Abruptly, the Bear stood up. He put his empty plate down on his chair. As he came toward them, Eve tensed. But although he grabbed them roughly, he only cut their wrists free. He was still scowling as he snapped his jackknife shut and returned to his seat. It was possible that this young man still had a bit of a soul, a morsel of conscience. Eve rubbed Amy's wrists as she leaned back against the wall, holding the little girl close. "Do you want to hear more of my story?" she pretended to ask Amy, when in fact she was asking the Bear, but he didn't move. He just kept on glaring at the floor. Amy nodded yes. But then, with a glance in the Bear's direction, she whispered, "Mommy must be worried about us." Eve could only imagine the panic Meg had to be feeling right now. Still, getting Amy upset about that wasn't going to help. "I think she'd be very proud of how brave you're being." Another glance at the Bear, and Amy leaned closer, lowered her voice even more, and spoke in French. God bless the child for her cleverness. "What are we going to do?" Eve's own French had never been particularly good. She didn't have Meg's or Amy's natural gift for languages. She remembered the year that Meg was 12. She'd invited the girl to visit her in England for the entire summer. 2 weeks after she'd arrived, Eve had discovered her granddaughter carrying on a conversation in Welsh with the woman who came in daily to clean the house. 2 weeks and she'd already learned enough to chat. By the end of the summer, she was speaking like a native. However, after more than 50 years and many trips across the Channel to France, Eve's French could be described as shaky at best. But she knew enough to be able to communicate with Amy. "We wait," she told Amy now in her patchwork French. "If I tell you to do something, if I tell you to run, you don't ask, you just do it, do you understand? You run and you don't stop running. You go get help and let the police come back for me." Amy nodded, her small face so serious, her mouth a tight little line. Children were growing up much too quickly these days. Eve thought of the 6th grade girls in Amy's school, taunting the 5th graders because they were virgins. How the world had changed since she was a child. "You must try very hard not to cry," Eve continued in English. It didn't matter that the bear overheard this part. Besides, she'd used up most of her broken French. Especially if that woman is around, we must be very quiet then. Amy nodded again. I won't cry. Her lip trembled. Please, God, help me keep this child alive. Eve glanced at the bear. He was glowering at them again and had been ever since Amy had first spoken in French. Where was I in the story? Eve asked calmly. Ralph spent about a week teaching your brother to box, Amy remembered, while you hid from him. That's right, Eve said. And then it happened. The awful day I'd been dreading. Ralph finally sat down with Nick and a reading primer. She settled Amy more comfortably against her. I was going into the library, thinking Ralph and Nick would be safely ensconced in the garage practicing their jabs and hooks. My plan was to take a book and lose myself up in the orchard until Ralph had gone safely back to town. But they weren't in the garage, Nick and Ralph. They were there in the library. And as I went in, Nicky bolted out of there so fast he knocked me over. Literally. I went flying. Arse over tea kettle right there in the corridor. Amy only managed a wan smile at Eve's use of the word. He didn't stop to see if I was dead or alive, Eve continued. He just shouted, make him go away, and bolted, the little beast. But Ralph had been right on Nick's heels, and although he managed not to step on me, which I honestly appreciated, he had to do what I'm positive was the world's very first triple Lutz. It was beautiful, or it would have been if he hadn't skidded on a throw rug and landed hard on his butt. Thank God she'd been wearing her blue jeans. It would have been horrendously embarrassing if she'd been lying there with her skirt up over her head. Are you all right? Ralph scrambled to his feet, sliding a little more on the throw rug as if he were part of some slapstick vaudeville act, before he managed to regain an upright position. Eve had smacked the back of her head on the floor. It was throbbing and she felt a little queasy, but she wasn't about to tell him that. Nick. She called in the direction her brother had vanished. Get back here, you little creep. No, let him go, Ralph said. I mean, well, he's already gone, and it was entirely my fault for, as he helped her to her feet, she knew without a doubt that he'd never seen a woman in blue jeans before. He looked stunned. Did you call him stupid? She glared at him. I may be a girl, but I swear if you called my brother stupid, I'll throw you off this property with my bare hands and then I'll get a gun and shoot you if you try to come back. Didn't you just call him names yourself? Something like, little creep it was, I believe. Please leave. Eve could do haughty quite well. It had been one of her mother's specialties, too, used on those rare occasions when things weren't happily going her way. I didn't call him stupid, Ralph told her calmly. I'd never say such a thing to a child. He was the one who used the word, and I informed him he was wrong, that I happen to think he's uncommonly bright. He then proceeded to call me stupid and ran from the room. I'm going to go track him down and give him the rest of the day off, tell him to go find young Rupert Harrison from down the lane and spend the afternoon fishing. What are you wearing? It's lovely, but I think you might misplaced your 6 guns and cowboy hat somewhere west of the old Kishom Trail. Women wear trousers like this in California all the time, Eve told him defiantly. That wasn't exactly true. Movie actresses like her mother had worn blue jeans at times because they created such a stir. Eve wore them because they were comfortable and they reminded her of home. I see, Ralph nodded. My mistake. He cleared his throat. Tell me, have I done something to offend you? You've managed to avoid me quite admirably this past week. One would think you'd trained for years with Scotland Yard. However, if there's something I should apologize for. Eve felt herself blush. I just thought it might be easier for you to do your job if I weren't around. I was trying to help. That's very kind, he said, but unnecessary. In fact, I think Nick was a little disappointed that you didn't come to watch him box. But I did watch, she told him. Nicky knows. She told him she didn't want to get too close to his tutor, that her plan to get rid of him depended on her remaining something of a mystery. Ralph smiled at her. Well then, he said, One of us was definitely disappointed. If it wasn't Nick, it must have been me. Look, if you're still keen on helping, I could use some today, some real help, that is. I need a ride into town if you're not in the middle of something else. Like a roundup of the herd of longhorns on the back 40, she narrowed her eyes at him. I have to confess to an addiction to American dime novels, he admitted with a smile. If you give me a ride, I promise I'll make no more cowboy jokes. He wanted a ride. Well, she said, sure, I can drive you to town. What for? He didn't seem at all put off by her less than gracious inquiry. It's a long story. I'll explain in the car. He was already halfway down the hall. Let me set things straight with Nick and I'll meet you by the garage in 10 minutes. Is that long enough for you to change? Eve crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Why would I change? He turned back to face her. You should, of course, wear whatever you like, of course. But the word was there, dangling unspoken, so Eve said it for him. Ralph cleared his throat delicately. You will, however, cause minor traffic accidents in your current outfit, as well as make it difficult for 50% of the population to concentrate on the task at hand, myself included. And no doubt the other 50% will spend some not small amount of time giving you thoroughly disapproving looks. I'm American, she said. I get thoroughly disapproving looks from Englishwomen as soon as I open my mouth and speak. I apologize for that. He took several steps back toward her. Of course, I must add that I doubt your generalized statement is entirely accurate. Surely there are one or two Englishwomen out there who don't automatically disapprove of beautiful young Americans. But nevertheless, I do apologize. The way I figure it, if most of you English are going to disapprove of me, and it's not just the women, it's the men, too, I might as well wear whatever I damn well want, right? Now, there's a good American attitude. Your ancestors must have been those fellows who threw all the tea into Boston Harbor, he told her. And by the way, have I mentioned how completely, utterly, entirely I approve of both what you're wearing and the fact that you're an American? If you like, I'll even sing a few bars of your Star-Spangled Banner while I salute you. Eve laughed. She couldn't help it. Don't you dare change your clothes, he ordered her. Drive me into town just like that. I'll be the envy of every man within 100-mile radius. And we'll stick our tongues out and recite your Pledge of Allegiance to anyone who disapproves. How's that? He was serious. Well, half serious anyway. And Eve knew she'd been right in keeping her distance from Ralph Grayson. She liked him much too much. She liked the idea of him here for the entire summer. But he'd already started trying to teach Nick to read, and even though he hadn't called her brother stupid, Ralph's lesson had made him feel stupid. It wasn't going to work. Make him go away. Eve still had the power to do just that. She'd let them be seen in public together. She'd hang on his arm and flirt with him mercilessly. She'd lean close and gaze into his eyes so that anyone who saw them would assume they were romantically involved. And then she'd tell him how old she really was. I'll meet you by the garage in a few minutes, she told Ralph. His smile was warm and immediate, and Eve felt like a snake. It wasn't until we were in the car, she told Amy and the bear, who was definitely listening, and I was about to make the turn to go into Ramsgate, that he told me to take a different road entirely. And I realized then that when he'd said he'd wanted a ride into town, he'd meant town with a capital T. He wanted to go to London. Of course, I was terrified. I'd never driven into the city before. I pulled over to the side of the road, ready to cop to the truth, about to have a panic attack. I was about to confess that I didn't have a driver's license, sure that he would realize I wasn't really 20 years old, but he didn't even blink when I told him he was going to have to drive. He thought I was nervous about driving in the city, didn't give my reasons a second thought. We just switched seats, and he took over the wheel. And while I was catching my breath, Eve told them, he told me that we were going to London to do some research at one of the larger libraries there. She could see him as clearly as if it were yesterday. The window was open and he rested his arm on the door. The wind tousled his hair as he turned to her and smiled and said, Have you ever heard of something called word blindness? Mystified, she'd shaken her head no. Ralph believed that Nick was dyslexic, she told Amy and the bear. But this was back in 1939, remember, and it wasn't called dyslexia at the time. And it was pure luck. No, I take that back. It was conscientiousness and a desire to be informed about everything under the sun that made Ralph read an article about the innovative work several doctors were doing with people who couldn't read. People for whom their inability to read seemed due to physical limitations rather than lack of intelligence. Apparently, they discovered some new techniques that helped these people. But Ralph had read only one small article, and we were going into London to find out as much about this as we possibly could. He told me that he hadn't mentioned anything at all about this to Nick. He didn't want to get his hopes up. Ralph wasn't sure how this new teaching method worked, if it even would work with Nick, or if Nick truly was afflicted with this word blindness. The only thing I know for certain, he told her in the car that afternoon, with the wind blowing through his hair, looking like the poster boy for all of England, is that your brother is not stupid. They talked about Nick, non-stop, all the way to London. Ralph had been impressed, just from talking to the boy, at how well-read he was for someone who couldn't get through a baby's primer. Nick had told him that Eve read to him, at least an hour, sometimes more, usually 2, every day. But in the weeks since he returned from that awful boarding school, he'd avoided their nightly sessions. It seemed to make him angry, as if having his sister read to him was proof that he was stupid. Eve admitted to Ralph that she had also written for Nicky in the past. He had a vivid imagination, and he would dictate long, complicated, fascinating stories while Eve wrote it all down longhand, as fast as she possibly could. Maybe he's not merely not stupid, Ralph speculated. Maybe he's some kind of genius. And if that weren't enough to win her heart forever, when they were on their way back home, after many exhausting hours finding far too little information, Ralph broke the silence in the car by turning to Eve again. The sun had long gone down, and she knew he must have been tired, but he didn't look it in the darkness. I've been thinking, and it seems to me that the first thing we need to do is restore Nick's self-confidence, he told her. We need to figure out a way to renew his spark, to make him want to learn again, to learn about everything, not just to read. Even if he never does read, Eve, he has to realize that doesn't make him stupid. And there are other ways for him to gain the knowledge he needs to be a well-rounded man. We'll just have to be a little creative and make him understand that there's nothing wrong with listening while someone reads aloud. I'd be in heaven, he admitted with a smile, to have you following me around, reading to me all day. He pulled up the drive, Eve remembered, and stopped the car outside of the garage. We both got out of the car, and he started getting ready to ride his bike back into town. It was very late. The Johnsons had already gone to bed, and we were alone, and I was unable to stop myself. I thanked Ralph for all he was doing, all he'd already done, and I found myself sort of launching through the air toward him. It was strange. I knew it was the last thing I should do, but there I went, right into his arms. And I hugged him and thanked him again, and even cried a little bit. I was so overwhelmed at the thought that he might actually be able to help Nicky, that we might have found someone who was on our side. He was surprised, I think mostly because I was suddenly so emotional. It's one thing to have a girl in your arms when you're standing out under the moon, but it's another thing entirely when she's all weepy. But he was very kind, and he held me close, although he was still very much the gentleman. I told him that I had been trying to think of ways to make him leave, but now I hoped he'd stay forever. Ralph had laughed at that, but when he'd pulled back to look at her, his eyes were very serious. "Forever's a long time," he whispered. His arms were still around her, and he was holding her so tightly she could feel the taut muscles in his shoulders and chest. He wasn't much taller than she was, but he was solid. On the passenger ship from New York, a boy named Horace Wilkins had asked her to dance. He was 17 and skinny, and he'd held her much too close. She'd been afraid if she leaned too hard on Horace, he'd snap in half. That wasn't so with Ralph. Ralph made her feel almost small and delicate. And instead of smelling like the gin Horace had guzzled showing off, no doubt Ralph smelled like the butterscotch candy he'd bought for her in London and they'd shared in the car on the way home. Would he taste sweet as well? She wondered wildly if he kissed her. His eyes were dreamy as he gazed down at her, and she realized he was touching her, running his fingers through her hair. "I want to kiss you," he murmured. "All day long I've been dying to kiss you." Eve's heart was already hammering in her chest, and now it got so loud it seemed impossible he didn't hear it too. She stood there, frozen, just staring up at him. And yet he didn't move either. He just looked at her. "I think I'm waiting for permission," he finally said breathlessly. How could she give him permission to do something that would get him into such trouble? Eve shifted back slightly, and he released her instantly. She put even more space between them, determined not to repay his kindness this way. "I have to go inside." He was uncertain and embarrassed. He tried to hide it behind a smile, but she could see it in his eyes, clearly illuminated by the full moon. "I'm sorry," he started to say. "That was stupid of me. I'm a complete idiot." And he thought she didn't like him. With her hand on the knob of the door leading into the house, Eve knew she should tell him the truth, that she was only 15, but she also knew that if she did, he'd never tell her that he wanted to kiss her again. Instead, she blurted out a different truth. "I want to kiss you too," she told him, needing him to understand, wanting his uncertainty to be banished. The fire that leapt in his eyes was immediately hot. "Then why are you over there when I'm over here?" He started toward her. She opened the door, about to bolt inside and slam it behind her. "Because you scare me." As she watched, wary, Ralph forced himself to stop, to take a step back away from her. "I do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Not that way," she tried to explain, but she was just making this worse. "It's not your fault. It's nothing you do. It's me. It's this way you make me feel, as if when I'm with you nothing is bad, nothing could go wrong." "But Eve, that's wonderful." "No, it's not," she told him, wanting to stamp her foot and cry, wanting to throw herself into his arms and tell him the truth, wanting him to kiss her anyway to reassure her that it didn't matter, nothing mattered except for the fact that he'd fallen madly in love with her too. "It's complicated and you don't understand. There's no way it could work between us." That was one of her mother's lines. There's no way it could work between us. She'd usually said it to appease some ardent young man who was convinced their week of passion should be immortalized by marriage, or at least another week of passion. When her mother said it, she always added a tragic-sounding sigh and an expression of desperate resignation. Eve had to add nothing. The quaver in her voice was completely real. So was the sudden rush of tears to her eyes. "Good night," she said with as much dignity as she could muster, going inside and shutting the door on both Ralph and the moonlight. Nils sat in the hotel room that had been Meg's for just a few hours before she left the premises, with sidearm in hand and a notorious Kazakhstani terrorist in tow. He'd been turning this over and over in his head, and he couldn't believe that Meg was motivated by anything but fear for her daughter. Someone had kidnapped Amy. That much had to be true. They were probably Kazakhstani extremists, just as Meg had said. She had been contacted by a man who was eyed as having ties to the extremists. The videotape from her condo's parking garage confirmed at least that. Yet she definitely lied when she told Nils that the extremists had targeted the new ambassador for death. In retrospect, it hadn't made much sense. Why should they want to get rid of the ambassador? But Nils hadn't thought twice about it at the time. Kazakhstani extremists' motives didn't necessarily follow any rules of order or logic. Still, he should have wondered. But targeting Osman Razin, now that made sense. Razin was a long-time leader of the Islamic Kazakhstani Guard called the JIK, a former political party outlawed by the Kazakhstani government a decade ago. A few years back, Razin had attempted to unite the JIK with the more radical extremists. Needless to say, he hadn't succeeded. In the extremists' somewhat volatile opinion, Osman Razin had betrayed them, betrayed Islam, and therefore needed to die. The extremists and the JIC were all terrorists in the eyes of the Kastani government, and in the eyes of the U.S. as well, particularly after the JIC claimed responsibility for a bomb that killed over 200 U.S. military personnel. So while Meg had lied about the extremists wanting the ambassador, it was probable that she'd merely substituted the ambassador for Osman Razin, that the rest of what she'd told him was the truth. And it was possible that that substitution was her only lie, that and her lie by omission when she'd failed to mention the second gun hidden in her boot. Of course, who knows what else she'd failed to tell him. If all along her plan had been to take Razin out of the embassy, she probably had some way to contact the extremists. She hadn't mentioned anything about that to anyone. Still, lying by omission was the easiest way to lie. Nils had told her that himself. If you're going to lie, stick as close to the real truth as possible. Don't give yourself too many things to remember. If you do, there's too many potential screw-ups waiting to happen. He'd said those very words to Meg in D.C. nearly 3 years ago. Nils closed his eyes. It was the day after he'd followed her over to the Foreign Service offices. The day after he'd managed to bump into her again, by accident. They'd had dinner the night before, just two old friends, reconnecting after months apart. For the most part, they'd managed to keep the conversation light. And the few times Meg had mentioned her dumb shit of a husband, Nils had kept his jaw tightly clamped shut. He hadn't said any of the things he'd been dying to say. That she shouldn't be wasting her time with that loser. That anyone who'd cheat on her didn't deserve a second chance. Nils also didn't mention that Daniel Moore was the main reason he was in D.C. for this pain-in-the-ass inquiry. Moore wanted heads to roll Nils's in particular for publicly embarrassing the staff at the American Embassy in Kazakhstan 6 months ago. He was pushing hard to bring charges up against Nils and his team of SEALs. That wasn't going to happen. Nils had been reassured by both Team 16's Co. and Adam. Chip Crowley himself. In fact, the Admiral had shaken his hand and thanked him for getting Abdulaziz out of Kazakhstan for a job well done. But Daniel Moore was high enough on the food chain in the Foreign Service office to demand this inquiry, this complete and utter waste of Nils's far too precious time. Nils was going to have to go in there, answer a bunch of tough questions without revealing any details of what had been a highly covert op, and worst of all, he was going to have to apologize. He could do it. He could give the most poetic, most sincere-sounding apology and not mean a single word. And he would do it because Admiral Crowley had asked him to. He'd stand there and look Daniel Moore in the eye and apologize for something he'd not only done right, but he'd also done well. But wouldn't it be sweet if, as he stood there making that apology, he was remembering in detail how he'd nailed Moore's wife, Moore's extremely hot wife, whom the bastard not only neglected and cheated on, but whom he'd let move half a world away in a separation that had lasted nearly 6 months. Nils couldn't believe Meg wanted to get back together with the prick. And now he was going to have to make that apology looking into the prick's eyes with the knowledge that after the inquiry was over, Moore was probably going to go home to her and, God, Nils wanted her. He sat there at dinner, tied in knots, convinced that this woman wasn't going to sleep with him, not tonight, probably not in this lifetime. Yet despite knowing that, he was still happier than he'd been in months. Simply because she was smiling at him again. Meg had mentioned really just in passing that while Amy was gone, she was hoping to find the time to paint the girl's bedroom. That was how Nils had found himself, at 10:15 the next morning, on the 12th floor of a modest D.C. apartment building, elbow-deep in pale pink paint. And that was how he found himself walking down Pennsylvania Avenue at 11:45 after Meg convinced him that they should escape the paint fumes in the apartment while the first coat dried, and go out to eat. Yeah, he'd taken a lot of convincing. So where are you taking me for lunch? The White House. Meg turned to give him one of those smiles that melted his guts. "Would you believe me if I told you I have a personal connection to the Oval Office and I'm welcome there any time for lunch?" "Yes." She laughed. "For a Navy SEAL, you're pretty gullible, Nilsson." "No, it's just some people can't lie, and sorry, Meg, but you're one of them." "What, do I have a guilty twitch that gives me away?" Nils laughed and put his hands in the pockets of his shorts. He had to. He'd been about to reach for her, to take her hand or put his arm around her shoulders. What was he doing here? This was an exercise in total frustration. "I don't know," he said. "Tell me a lie and I'll watch for one." She laughed as he took advantage of the opportunity and let himself really look at her. She had laughter lines around her eyes and a wide, generous mouth that was almost always curving up into a smile. He knew she was older than he was, but he couldn't even guess by how much. Not that it mattered to him. Her attitude was pure 8-year-old. She loved life completely, and it showed at her eyes. It made her ageless and so beautiful it hurt. "I don't even know where to start," she admitted. "I don't know any lies." "See," he said. "No," she said. "Wait, help me out here. Give me a clue. What do people lie about?" "Relationships. They lie when they cheat on a lover, although those are mostly lies of omission. I mean, it's not as if when you come home your wife says, 'So how was your day, dear? Have any adulterous affairs with anyone I know?' So that then you can lie and say, 'No, that's not funny.' Sorry." He was sorry. But what he really wanted to say was that her getting back together with her cheater husband was also extremely unfunny. He opened his mouth, but she stopped him with a touch on his arm. "Let's not go there," she said. "Please." For several heartbeats, Nils just gazed into her eyes. Please. How could he do anything but acquiesce? They walked for a minute in silence, heading west on Constitution Avenue now, with Nils wishing she was still touching him, wishing he'd had the nerve to tell her that he wanted to talk to her about Daniel. As her friend, he wanted to make sure she'd thought this reconciliation thing through. As her friend, yeah, right. Meanwhile, he'd completely killed their conversation. What had they been talking about anyway? Lying. Great. People lie about their past, he told her. He knew all about that. "So why don't you tell me a lie about when you were a kid? I know, tell me about when you were 16 and you ran off to join the circus." Meg looked at him, eyes wide. "But I did run off to join the circus when I was 16. Well, it wasn't really a circus, it was one of those traveling carnivals." For a half-second, Nils actually believed her. But then she went on. "Life at home was so miserable, I figured anything was better." "Nah," he said. "Nope, you lose." "Your delivery was really good. That big eyes thing was a great touch, but you need to remember who you're lying to. I know you pretty well. You've already told me you had a storybook childhood. Parents who backed you no matter what you did. 2 adoring younger sisters, right? Bonnie and Kelly, Kylie." She looked at him with admiration. "I can't believe you remember that." "Yeah, well, I didn't remember it. Close enough." "No," he said. "No such thing as close enough. Not if you're trying to get away with a lie. You have to be exact every time. No slip-ups. See, what you did wrong was you took what was already a big lie, running away to join a carnival, and you made it more complicated than it had to be by lying about the way it was at home, too. If you told me you'd run off to join the carnival because even though things were great at home, the truth, right? Your mother once got you so mad that you wanted to scare her. And then you think of a time when your mother got you really pissed, something that really happened, and you plug that little truth into your big lie." And Meg was laughing. "What?" he asked. Her laughter was so contagious he found himself smiling back at her. "I can't believe you're teaching me how to lie." "I'm not," he said, "teaching you, because you're never going to use any of this. I mean, when are you going to lie? Never. Maybe when you rob Fort Knox, right?" He snorted. "Like that's going to happen." "I don't have a lot of opportunity in my job to practice lying," she agreed. "Unlike you." She gazed at him, all teasing gone from her face. "If I hadn't guessed that you weren't Abdelaziz, would you have told me, John? You know, after the real Abdelaziz was safely on board that U.S. aircraft carrier." He didn't answer right away, and she smiled. I know you too, and right now you're deciding whether to tell me the truth or to lie. I won't be able to tell the difference, but I would appreciate the truth. The truth? No, I wouldn't have told you, he admitted. Just as he'd expected, she didn't like the truth and he tried to explain. I didn't want you to get into trouble, and if I'd told you, didn't it occur to you that I might want to help you, that I would be able to help you? Come on, John, we were already friends, and this time he cut her off. But we weren't, he said. Not really. You were friends with Abdelaz's. Christ, why had he said that? Talk about writing all your insecurities on your ass and then mooning the world. Meg, of course, didn't miss it. How often do you do that kind of role-playing thing, take on different personas? All the time. In fact, every minute he was awake. Nils could do a convincing version of slightly bored and very relaxed even when facing enemy fire. But for the life of him, he couldn't seem to pull it off right now. Or maybe it would have been convincing to most people, but not to Meg. He was certain that despite her protest otherwise, this woman could see right through him. Not often, he told her. Most of our missions are covert. We go in and out without anyone knowing we've even been there. She was watching him as they walked, and he could have sworn that she could see everything that he wasn't saying, streaming out behind him in a long, tangled, messy trail. But she didn't call him on it. She nodded. I can't even imagine what it is that you do. Mostly, I do what you do. I'm a languages specialist. I translate stuff, Meg laughed. Yeah, except you probably don't do your translating the way I do in an office on a desk with plenty of good light and a definite shortage of people shooting at me. People don't shoot at me. That was the truth, at least most of the time, but Nils knew she didn't quite believe him. They walked for a moment in silence until Meg turned to him and said, "Where did you grow up?" "Long Island." "What's with the accent?" "What accent?" "My point exactly," she said. "Now, I'd figure you were lying about Long Island, except that you're smarter than that. I'd wonder about the accent, so you must really be from Long Island. Unless you figured I'd figure you had to be telling the truth because you had no New York accent. Amagansett," he said. "Out by Montauk and East Hampton. Silver Spoon Country, old money. We don't do accents." He did his best slightly bored aristocrat for her. "How droll of you to think otherwise." It got the laugh he was hoping for. "So why'd you join the Navy?" Meg asked. "You mean instead of the family business?" Nils smiled. Everything he was telling her was the truth. It was entirely up to her as to how to interpret it. "You would have had to meet my father to understand. He died 2 years ago, had a stroke about 5 years before that. He couldn't speak and was in a wheelchair, but he was still capable of driving the nurses crazy at the retirement home." "Your mother?" she asked. He shook his head. "She's been gone a little bit longer." That one wasn't quite a full lie, but it was close. His mother had been dead for so long he almost couldn't remember what it was like back when she was alive. Almost. "I'm sorry," Meg said. Most people didn't mean it when they said they were sorry, but Meg did. "Your folks are both still around, right? Still living in—" Nils made a face. "Don't tell me. I'll get it. Massachusetts. Western Boston suburb. Ah, hell, help me out here." "Nope," she said. "This time we're talking about you. I'm still trying to figure out which part of that story you just told me was the lie." "Why would I lie to you?" he asked. "I don't know," she mused. "I haven't figured that out yet either." Sam found John Nilsson sitting on the floor in what had been Meg Moore's hotel room. "I should have searched her," Nils said, shaking his head in disgust as Sam hunkered down next to him. "You were at a disadvantage," Sam told his friend, "considering that you've wanted to get with her for 3 years now. She was crying on your shoulder. Man, you were distracted." He laughed. "And I still don't know if there should be an again added to that first sentence. You are one secretive bastard, Johnny. She's going to die. The FBI are going to track her down, and they're going to use deadly force and, Christ." Sam stared out at the blandly decorated hotel room, pretending not to see the tears in Nils's eyes. "We could find her first." "Yeah, right," Nils laughed, but there was no humor in it. He used the heels of his hands to brusquely wipe his face. "Like I have any kind of a clue where she went when she left D.C. "Well," Sam cleared his throat. That's the interesting part. Remember that long-distance tracking device Wildcard's been working on? Nils looked up sharply, meeting Sam's gaze for the first time. His eyes were re-rimmed. It was obvious the man hadn't slept more than a few hours in too many days to count. "She's moving south on Route 95, Sam told his friend. "I'm on duty in about 5 minutes, so unless you want to wait for my shift to end, hell no. Sorry, but I figured. That's why Wildcard's in the lobby with his laptop. If the two of you leave now, with a little luck, you can find her and be back by dinner time." For the next few weeks, Eve told Amy and the bear, Ralph and I worked with Nicky. We were determined to erase his fear of learning, of being labeled stupid. We focused on having fun. I remember Ralph made us dress up as smugglers from the days of the Napoleonic Wars and took us exploring the network of caves that ran all along that part of the coast. And we did our own archaeological dig, uncovered mostly mud and a few suspiciously familiar-looking spoons I'm sure Ralph seeded in the site. We went fishing and studied the local marine life, flew kites and learned about weather and wind, and had picnics by the sea. And as we sat on our blanket, Ralph would beg me to read aloud to him, not to Nick, mind you. Of course, Nick couldn't help but overhear. And slowly but surely Nicky came to life again. We started to read not just from books, but from plays as well, with both Ralph and me playing a role. And one day Nick cleared his throat and asked if he could take a part too. Ralph was so low-key about it. I was about to faint. I was so thrilled, but Ralph just matter-of-factly figured out a method for feeding Nick his lines. It was the most wonderful day. She smiled ruefully at Amy. At least until we returned to the estate for dinner. Ralph had been watching me during our walk home. I could feel his eyes on me. And I knew I'd done a poor job that day of pretending to be indifferent to him. Ever since that night in the moonlight, I'd been careful not to be alone with Ralph, and I tried not to let him see just how much I adored him. But that wasn't easy to do. Of course, he never spoke of it when Nick was around, but he didn't understand why I always ran away from him. And that evening, just as I suspected, he asked for a private word with me. Nick went inside, and there we were. The early evening sun was still hot against her face. Her clothes were dirty and damp from perspiration and the sea spray. Tendrils of hair had long escaped her twist, and they hung lankly around her sunburned face. And yet Ralph looked at her as if he saw none of her imperfections. "Why won't it work?" he asked, completely dissolving the past few weeks, bringing them right back to where they'd left off that night they'd come back from London. The ever-present glint of humor was gone from his eyes. He was utterly serious. Eve had to tell him the truth, but she couldn't squeeze the words out past her heart, which was lodged firmly in her throat. She just shook her head and started for the door. He caught her hand. "I have to know, is it because? Are you promised to someone else? Someone back in California?" "No," she said before she could think straight, before she realized that lying and saying yes would make Ralph, always such a gentleman, back away for good. "Then there's hope," he said. "I dream of you at night, Eve." She turned and ran as fast and as far as she could. "I stayed up for hours that night," Eve told Amy and the bear, writing Ralph a note explaining that I was much younger than he thought. I wanted to be honest with him, to do the right thing. But my good intentions were completely blown to Hades the next day. Nick had woken her up, pulling back the heavy curtains in her room to reveal brilliant sunshine and a near-perfect morning. Mrs. Johnson was packing them a picnic basket, he announced. They were going out for a jaunt in the daisy chain. Ralph knew her weaknesses well. And although she'd planned to excuse herself from the day's adventures, to drop her note into his hands and vanish from sight for a few million years, she found herself a short hour later floating on the almost ridiculously calm surface of the usually far more turbulent English Channel. The note she'd written was in the pocket of the dress she'd thrown on over her bathing suit. "Today we shall read a play," Ralph announced grandly, after they'd eaten their fill of Mrs. Jace's delicious cold chicken by Master William Shakespeare. He took out his familiar tin of butterscotch candies. Butterscotch, he always said, went famously with the bard. Nicky was tempting fate, risking an unplanned dip in the ocean by dangling himself off the bow, but he turned eagerly, coming back to join them on the deck. He caught the piece of candy that Ralph tossed to him. "I'm Puck." "Excellent," Ralph enthused. He held out the tin for Eve, far too much of a gentleman to throw candy in her direction. Except for the fact that Puck doesn't play a part in Romeo and Juliet. "Oh, yuck. A love story." Nick leaned over the rope railing and pretended to throw up over the side. Ralph grabbed him by the waistband and hauled him back. "It's actually about murder and revenge, about two families who have been bitter enemies for years." Eve saw that he had two worn copies of the play, yet he didn't open either of them once as he told Nick the opening of the story. He talked them right up to the scene where Romeo and Juliet first meet, and then he gave one of the copies of the play to Eve. "I don't suppose you'd want to be Romeo," he asked Nick, "or possibly Juliet. Remember, in Shakespeare's day, women weren't allowed on stage and boys played all the female parts." "You wouldn't get me into a dress," Nick swore. "Not if you paid me $1,000. I'll be the audience today," he decided, "although I'd rather be fishing." "I'm sure Old will had one or two folks in his audience who'd rather have been fishing," Ralph countered. "When we're done here, let me know if you think this story could have distracted them sufficiently, too." "It's not gonna work," Nick muttered. "If I were a betting man, I'd be tempted to place a wager on that." Eve stood up, gesturing to the top of the cabin. "This can be Juliet's balcony," she told Ralph. "I can climb up there and you will," Ralph countered, scrambling up to stand right there. "I always thought no red-blooded Romeo in his right mind would stay on the ground below after hearing Juliet say, 'O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo?'" He spoke in a high voice, struck a pose, and Nick collapsed in a fit of giggles. "Although rather long in tooth, I will be fair Juliet." He fluttered his eyelashes, and Nick was with the program, although still a little grudgingly. "And Eve shall be my Romeo." He jumped down off the cabin roof with a completely unladylike thud. "You won't need this." Eve wound her hair up and put Ralph's hat on her own head. She began unfastening her buttons. "And I won't need my dress." Ralph turned quickly away, the way he always did when she stepped out of her clothes on the beach. It was silly she was wearing a bathing suit underneath. What was the big deal? All he succeeded in doing was to make her completely self-conscious, which was dumb since her blue and green flowered bathing suit covered her far more than the skimpy suits her mother had worn, lounging by their Hollywood pool. "You better give Eve your pants," Nick ordered his tutor. "She doesn't look like much of a man in that. Better give her your shirt, too." That would be a coup. Ralph never took off his shirt, even when they went swimming, but he did it now, pulling it over his head. And sure enough, there was a flush of pink on his cheeks as he handed it to her. He couldn't quite manage to meet her gaze, because horrors, he was standing shirtless in front of her. And the really dumb part was that he was built like a movie star. His skin was pale, though, but that was to be expected since he never took off his shirt. "Every time I see an English baby, I'm amazed." Oh, cripes, she hadn't meant to say that aloud. Ralph looked questioningly up at her, and of course, she had to be gazing directly into his eyes as he figured out what she'd meant, that her amazement came from seeing the proof that an English man and woman had actually managed to quit having tea and apologizing to each other long enough to procreate. They'd had this argument about Englishmen versus Californians completely in fun before. She thought that the English were too bloody polite, but now it took on a whole new edge. "You'd prefer it if I weren't polite," he murmured as he handed her his pants, too. With his clothes on and his eyes twinkling, Eve could forget that he wasn't 16 or 17. But dressed only in his bathing suit, it was obvious Ralph Grayson was a full-grown man. The muscles in his shoulders and arms were well defined, and it was hard not to stare. He had hair on his chest, thick and dark, It looked as if it would be soft to touch. Eve jerked her gaze away, feeling her own cheeks flame, felt them heat even more as she realized the note she'd written to him last night was still in the pocket of her dress, which he was now rather grimly stepping into. "You'd make a fortune in Hollywood," she told him in her mother's voice, light and breezy as she pulled on his trousers. They were still warm from his body heat, and his shirt was slightly damp from perspiration. It smelled of his soap and the distinctive brand of cologne he wore. It smelled of Ralph. She breathed in deeply as she pulled it over her head. His pants were much too big for her, and she pulled his belt as tight as it would go. "I'm not that good an actor, I'm afraid," he replied. "I didn't mean as an actor," her mother's voice countered. "I meant as a gigolo. With his British accent, pretty eyes, and gentleman's manners. Yeah, he'd make a bundle. Is that supposed to be some kind of California-style compliment?" His voice was light, but his eyes held danger. Why was she doing this? She was playing with fire. Nick was laughing at them both, unaware of the undercurrent of tension. "Eve, you look like a boy with your hair up like that, but Mr. Grayson is the funniest-looking girl I've ever seen." Ralph hadn't been able to button the top few buttons of her dress, and dark hair poked through the gapping neckline, in direct contrast with the tiny blue flowered print. It would have been funny if she hadn't completely ruined things with her stupid comments. "Act 1, Scene 5, Ralph told Eve, flipping through the pages of his playbook. "I'm sorry," she blurted. "I don't know why I'm so rude sometimes." "I do, and it's all right," he said quietly. "I've got you figured out so you can't offend me." He glanced up at her, and the smile he gave her was so sweet, Eve felt her eyes start to fill with tears. "The line is yours," Ralph told her. "What lady's that which doth enrich the hand of yonder knight?" He looked at Nick. "Romeo spots me while I'm dancing," he added, doing something that might be called dancing if you were from Mars. "And it's love at first sight." The picture Ralph made, dressed as he was, hopping from one foot to another, swishing the skirt of her dress around, was unbearably funny. Nick laughed so hard he nearly fell off the boat. Ralph would have won his bet. It wasn't long, as they read through the few scenes that were actually between Romeo and Juliet, and talked through the rest of the story, that the boy was completely absorbed by the play. And by the time Juliet awakened from her feigned death to find Romeo dead by his own hand from poison, Nick was holding his breath. "What's here?" "A cup closed in my true love's hand." Ralph wasn't reading anymore. He knew these words by heart. Eve kept her eyes tightly shut as she felt him gather her into his arms. He radiated such heat she felt nearly on fire. After he gave it back, her dress would smell like Ralph. She would never wash it again. She prayed he wouldn't feel the way her heart was pounding. "Poison I see has been his timeless end." His voice broke. "O churl, drunk all, and left no friendly drop to help me after, I will kiss thy lips. Haply some poison yet doth hang on them to make me die with a restorative." And then it happened. Ralph kissed her. It was the softest kiss, just the sweetest, gentlest pressing of his lips to hers. Eve opened her eyes. They were nose to nose, and she was in his arms, half lying across his lap. She expected him to be shocked. She thought he would be appalled at what he'd done, but instead she couldn't begin to read the odd expression in his eyes. Was it a glimmer of satisfaction? Had he planned this from the start? "But wait, methinks I best try that again," he said. "Perhaps a deeper kiss will do this thing." The lines weren't in the script, but he spoke in perfect, poetic iambic pentameter, and he was going to kiss her again. Eve knew she should move. She should tear herself out of his arms. She should leap up and away before he got himself into even more trouble. "Go breath, go soul." Ralph's gaze was locked on hers. She couldn't have looked away, let alone moved out of his arms if her life had depended upon it. "With thou who holds my heart." "That's you, sweet Eve," he whispered and kissed her again. Not as Juliet kissing Romeo, but as Ralph kissing Eve. And oh, it was wonderful. His lips were so soft against hers, his mouth was sweet. He tasted of butterscotch and sunshine. She knew all about kissing from the movies, and she'd always been afraid of laughing the first time someone tried to put his tongue into her mouth. But suddenly, there she was, kissing Ralph, and it wasn't funny or strange or even the slightest bit disgusting. Instead, it was perfect. His mouth was warm and he tasted delicious. Dizzy and giddy and melting inside, she clung to him, wanting what? She wasn't sure, but it definitely involved kissing him like this forever. "Can we skip the kissing part?" Nick demanded plaintively. Ralph pulled back, and Eve knew from the sudden flare of chagrin and embarrassment in his eyes that he was about to apologize for what had to be the best 30 seconds of her entire life, and God help her transform back into a proper, too polite Englishman. She wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. "No," she told her little brother, grabbed Ralph by the front of her dress and kissed him again. She could taste his surprise, feel his laughter. This time when he kissed her back, he wasn't quite so gentle. This time her mouth, no, her entire body felt on fire. It was terrifying and wonderful and over far too soon. Ralph was breathing hard when he pulled away from her. She was, too, and her heart was pounding. And if it hadn't been, the heat in his eyes would have kicked it into double time. "You will have dinner with me tonight," he told her. Eve nodded. Yes. He smiled then, and she knew she had no choice. She reached around him into the pocket of her dress and took out the note she'd written just last night. She scrambled to her feet and flung it over the side of the boat. Ralph came to stand beside her as she watched it float for a moment, the ink slowly running and turning the paper blue before it started to sink beneath the surface. "What was that?" he asked. "Nothing." She wouldn't tell him she couldn't tell him. Not now. If he found out the truth now, after kissing her that way, he'd leave. She knew he would. And she'd be unable to bear that. Instead, she'd somehow manage to bear deceiving him. She gave him a bright smile. "Shall we finish the play? Where were we? Romeo's dead and poor Juliet just found his body." "No more kissing," Nick said. As Ralph handed Eve her copy of the play, he smiled, and she knew there'd be plenty more kissing, just not in front of Nick. 10 Nils hadn't lied to Lieutenant Pauletti. Not really. The SEALs had been assigned to continue to be on standby at the K. Stanley Embassy. Even though there was no longer any threat, even though Meg had escaped with Razine, the FBI wanted them to remain. The tape loop was going to be kept running, to avoid the embarrassment of having to explain the current situation not just to the Kazakhistanis, but to all the CNN and other news cameras positioned outside. The SEALs' presence would help with the charade, at least until Meg Moore and Osman Razine were apprehended. Tom Pauletti had looked hard at Nils when he'd asked for the next 36 hours off. "Do you have a guess where Meg Moore is?" "No, sir," Nils had said, looking Pauletti straight in the eye, and it wasn't a lie. Nils wasn't guessing. He knew where Meg was. "I need a whole lot of uninterrupted sleep." That wasn't a lie either. He needed the sleep, he simply wasn't going to get it. Pauletti nodded. "Go and crash." "Thank you, sir." "John," Nils turned back. Lieutenant Pauletti looked tired, the lines in his tanned face more pronounced than usual. "This probably isn't going to have a happy ending. You know that, right? Meg's either way over her head with Razine, in which case he may well have already overpowered her and killed her." Nils nodded. He knew that. There was a chance he wouldn't be tracking Meg with Wildcard's system, but rather Meg's body. "Or she's working with Razine," Pauletti continued. "In which case she's not who you thought she was. In which case she never was." "I'm aware of that, LT." "Good." Pauletti didn't try to force a smile the way some people might have. This sucked and they both knew it. He didn't try to pretend that it didn't. It was one of the many things that made him a great "I'm sorry, Johnny. Go get some sleep." "Yes, sir." Nils turned and went, feeling like shit on a stick for being unable to come clean with the man. He and Wildcard had nearly made it out of the lobby when Senior Chief Walchenok flagged them down. Wildcard was needed back at the other hotel. There was some kind of technical glitch with the backup tape loop that only the boy genius could handle. Wildcard told the senior he was on his way, handed Nils his laptop, and gave him a crash course in his tracking system. Nils would need to use a cell phone hooked into the computer, and he could run the laptop with an extension cord that plugged into any car's cigarette lighter. Easy as pie. Wildcard went in one direction, Nils in another. He rented a car, picked up some coffee, and within 30 minutes was heading south on Route 95. Nils knew Sam would be pissed that he'd gone after Meg by himself, but every minute that he delayed, she was getting farther away. And while he wasn't exactly guilty of an unauthorized absence, there were elements of potential goatfuck written all over this. Yes, if he managed to find Meg and bring both her and Razin back alive, everything would be cool. But if something went wrong, the FBI was going to start shouting about aiding and abetting and obstruction of justice and God knows what else. It was bad enough that Sam and Wildcard were involved. Nils couldn't bring any of his other teammates into this mess. The sound of the tires against the road was much too soothing, and Nils turned on the radio to keep himself awake. He didn't have time to be exhausted, but his body was struggling to stay alert. The fatigue came in waves. He had to fight harder when it hit. Country music blared, and over it, Lieutenant Pauletti's voice seemed to echo, tinny and distant, like some disconnected DJ who didn't realize the mic was still on. If she's involved with Razin, she's not who you thought she was. This wasn't a good sign. When Nils started hearing voices in his head, echoes of conversations past, he was well on his way to falling asleep. And at 80 mph that could be messy. He opened the hot top on his coffee and took a sip even though it was still close to the temperature of molten lava. It burned all the way down. Pain was good. Pain meant he was awake. He took another even bigger slug, making his eyes tear. Christ, even his stomach felt scalded. Pauletti's words still echoed, but he was over the hump. He was awake, and by the time he finished the large cup of coffee, the caffeine would have kicked in. If she's involved with Razin, she's not who you thought she was. That was for damn sure. Best case scenario had Nils catching up to Meg when she stopped to get some sleep at a roadside motel. He could get through the cheap lock on the door in a heartbeat, and once inside. Worst case scenario had Nils walking in to find Meg and Razin together in bed. Yeah, that would be just about as bad as it could get. Well, maybe not. It might be a little bit worse if Meg then told him she and Razin had hidden a nuclear device back in DC and it was set to go off in 30 seconds. I don't know anything about you. Meg's voice rang so clearly, Nils glanced in the rearview mirror to make sure the backseat of this rental car was still empty. No, her voice had definitely only been in his head. He took another slug of coffee. Come on, caffeine. Come on, brain, stay alert. It had been what? Nearly 3 years since she'd said those words to him. Yeah, it was that summer, 6 months after they'd first met in K-Stan. They were having a picnic down by the Lincoln Memorial. Nils had been in D.C. for over 10 days by then, his inquiry having been postponed for the 6th goddamn time. He'd figured it out. The Foreign Service Office was waiting for Daniel Moore to arrive back in the States. Apparently, he was involved in some diplomatic mission that took precedence over the inquiry, something important enough to put a Navy SEAL ensign on hold for nearly 2 weeks. Not that Nils had particularly minded. After he'd finished helping Meg paint Amy's bedroom, he'd found other excuses, other reasons to show up at her apartment, and she'd welcomed him. Probably because he was playing things completely cool, restraining himself from throwing her over his shoulder and carrying her into her bedroom, tossing her onto her bed, and he always greeted her with a smile instead of a soul kiss. He always tried to stay at least 3 feet away from her, and he never, ever grabbed her in the elevator and nailed her to the wall, even though he wanted to more than just about anything. He played nice, and his reward was that they had lunch and dinner together every day. And he comforted himself when he was alone in his hotel room at night by telling himself that lunch and dinner were far more than Daniel Moore was currently getting from her. I don't know anything about you. She'd said it while eating a grape popsicle. He'd never been so jealous of a piece of ice before in his life. What, are you kidding? He'd asked. I've done nothing but talk about myself for the past week. I feel like I've been interviewed by Barbara Walters. What don't you know? I was born on Long Island. When my mother died, I lived with my father and my uncle and his wife. We covered this. I attended Millfield Academy, the best private school in the state, went to Yale, joined the Navy. You talk about it as if it's someone else's life, she said. As if you're listing facts you've memorized. Or he looked at her. What is that supposed to mean? She instantly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound as if I don't believe you. But you don't believe me. I do, John, She leaned toward him. I want to know the rest. I want to hear all the parts you're leaving out. Nils was silent. What could he say to that? She touched him then. She put her hand on his knee. How come you never want to walk past the Vietnam Memorial? She asked quietly. He looked down at her hand, knowing that if he were Flip, she'd probably take it away. Still. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, he said. We've been down here on the mall 3 different times this week, and each time you've gone way out of your way to avoid it. Nils glanced in the direction of the wall now. He knew he could probably satisfy her with some bullshit response. He could tell her the Vietnam Wall wasn't something he wanted to spend much time looking at. He could admit he found it too intense, without really telling her why. He could say that it wasn't something he could just walk casually past, being career military and all, and she would probably be satisfied. He took her hand, lacing their fingers together. My father and my Uncle Al were both there, he said instead. They both served in Nam. Meg was surprised, and he watched her try to fit that information in with everything else he'd told her about his family. He told her about the family business without going into detail as to exactly what type of business it was. Food industry, he'd told her, and although it was the truth, it was a very stretched truth. His father and uncle had owned a fishing boat, and after they'd lost that, his dad had had a job as a short-order cook at the local diner for about a month or 2. Food industry. Right. Al lost his leg, he told her now. I'm so sorry. Somehow she'd moved closer so that her thigh was now pressing against his, so that she could reach up to brush a lock of hair back from his forehead. Please, God, don't let this woman ever stop touching him. Nils kept talking, wanting her to stay close, wanting her to know. Neither of them came home in body bags, but at the same time, neither of them ever really came home. He'd never said this to anyone before. He'd hardly even let himself think it. Whenever I look at the wall and I see that list of names, all I can think is, why aren't their names up there too, you know? They should both be listed among the casualties. You didn't have to die in Nam to lose your life there. Meg's eyes were wide. I don't get it, she said. How does the son of a Vietnam vet become a professional warrior? SEALs aren't warriors, Meg. We're peacekeepers. What we do is prevent wars. And if they start before we can get there, we do whatever we have to do to end them fast. Nils shut his mouth, embarrassed. What was wrong with him? John Nilsson didn't rant like that. He rarely raised his voice. Thank you, Meg said. He looked up at her. She was so close. All he had to do was lean forward a few inches, and Meg released his hand and moved back away from him, as if she just realized she'd been nearly sitting on his lap. May I ask you another personal question? Nils laughed. Suddenly you feel the need to ask permission. She hugged her knees into her chest, looking up at the hazy clouds. There was the slightest breeze that ruffled her dark hair and kept the afternoon from being too oppressively warm. This one's really personal. He lay down next to her on the picnic blanket, dying to take her into his arms, but careful, as always, not to get too close. Shoot. Do you have a girlfriend back in California? She asked. He laughed as he propped his head up on one elbow. That was an easy question. No, I don't. She turned to look at him. Then what do you do for sex? Nils choked and had to sit up fast. I can't believe you just asked me. She rearranged her legs so that she was sitting tailor style as she laughed at him. I told you it was kind of personal. He looked at her over the tops of his sunglasses. Kind of. She actually blushed even though she was still laughing. Okay, so it was a really rude and intrusive question. It's none of my business, but I like you, and if there really is a God, you'll finish that sentence by saying that you want to have sex with me." She laughed even harder, pushing at him slightly. "No, that's not what I was going to say. Don't be ridiculous. You're such a nice guy, John, and you probably don't get a lot of time off, and I don't know, seems a shame that you aren't taking advantage of this week. There are probably 1 million single women in this city who would love to have dinner with you. With hardly any effort you could get laid. Maybe find someone special, and yes," she said, rolling her eyes, "get laid too, in a good way." "Is there a bad way to get laid? Gee, I wasn't aware." "You know what I mean. I'm not talking about a cheap one-night stand. That's dangerous these days anyway. I'm talking about a meaningful relationship with someone special." "Right. Well, maybe I've already found someone special." Nils didn't know what demon made him say that, but it instantly took all the teasing and fun out of the conversation. Meg wouldn't look at him. She began gathering up their garbage from lunch sandwich wrappers and the paper that had been around her popsicle. "I have a friend named Joel. She's single, she's really sweet, pretty too. She's about your age and she's horny." She looked up at him, recrimination in her eyes, not funny. "She's special." She went back to organizing the garbage. "I was thinking about that embassy function tomorrow night. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go as my escort. I'm afraid you're afraid that you like me too much," Nils realized. Holy Christ, that's what this was about. "These past few weeks have been great," she said quietly, and he tried to focus, to listen. "But it's not real, John. I can't give you what you need, and all you're giving me is—" "What?" He was dying to know, but she broke off, shaking her head. "Look, it would be a lot easier to be friends with you if you were dating anyone. If not Joel, how do you know what I need?" he asked. The look she gave him would have been comical if he'd felt like laughing, if his heart hadn't been lodged somewhere between his Adam's apple and his bronchial tubes. "I'm sorry, you are so not the priest type. I know what you need, Nilsson." "Well, maybe getting laid's just not a priority for me right now." She gave him another look. "Now why don't I believe that? Not all men are like Daniel," he told her. "We don't all think with our dicks, excuse my crudeness." "That's such bullshit," she said, surprising him even more. He didn't know she knew that word. "The entire world revolves around sex, and you know it." "I disagree." "Prove it," he laughed. "Yeah, right, how?" She moved fast then, faster than he'd thought her capable of moving, and straddled his lap, pushing his shoulders back down onto the blanket. He was completely unprepared, completely caught off guard. She'd nearly knocked the air out of him, and there was no way he could catch his breath, not with her lying on top of him, her breasts against his chest, her hands holding his wrists above his head, her mouth a fraction of an inch from his, the warmth between her legs ground intimately against him. "Sweet Christ, what are you thinking now?" she breathed. Nils kissed her. How could he not kiss her with her mouth so close, with her body so soft against his? And oh God, her mouth was as sweet as he remembered. He kissed her hungrily, frantically, unable to stop himself, even though he knew this wasn't real. Even though he knew he was failing her test. Prove it. He was proving something here, but he wasn't sure exactly what. And then she was gone. Just like that, she'd rolled off of him, leaving him gasping for air, with an instant hard-on that was embarrassingly obvious through his flimsy cotton shorts. "If getting laid weren't a priority," she told him, her voice shaking, "if like most men you weren't thinking with your dick, you would have laughed and gently pulled me off you. You might have been embarrassed, probably more for me than for you. You might have apologized. What you wouldn't have done was try to stick your tongue down my throat." "Are you completely insane?" Nils said as soon as he could speak. "Do you do this all the time, Meg? Because there are men who might not understand your little lesson, men who might not like being teased like that. You do this to them and you just might find yourself with a lot more than you bargained for." "I can't see you anymore," she said. Oh Jesus, now she was trying not to cry. How the fuck did this get so crazily out of hand? "Look, give me Joel's number. If you want me to, I'll call her." He reached for her, but she jerked away. "Don't touch me. I'm sorry." She was up and heading for a garbage can. He followed. Meg, you've got to cut me some slack here. This friendship thing is all uncharted territory for me. You've got to give me credit for trying. I mean, how many days have we spent together? About 10, right? 10 days, and I only try to stick my tongue down your throat once, and when enticed, might I add. That's pretty damn good in my book. I'm having trouble keeping my hands off of you. She spoke so softly, still facing the garbage can, it took Nils a moment to realize what she'd said, and then he couldn't speak. He was using all of his energy, all of his focus on not reaching for her, on not taking her into his arms. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, he finally said. It is, she said. It's a terrible thing. I'm married. I took vows, and I know what you're thinking. That Daniel took vows too, and he didn't manage to keep his, but I need to go. I have work to do this afternoon. He followed her back to the blanket. Do you want me to bring over a pizza? No. Later, we could talk. I think we need to talk. She gathered up the blanket and jammed it into her bag. I think you need to go back to California. Meg, you're my best friend. That's ridiculous. We hardly know each other. He followed as she headed toward the street. I disagree. He told her more about himself than he'd ever told anyone. They might have been friends who desperately wanted to become lovers, but they were, first and foremost, friends. I have a deadline. I'll be working until late tonight. I'm really sorry, John. The tears were back in her eyes. This is completely my fault. I thought I could ignore my attraction to you. She waved to hail a cab, and a taxi skidded to a stop in front of her. I'm sorry, she said again, climbing in and shutting the door. Drive. He heard her order through the open window, and the taxi pulled away, leaving Nils standing in the street. Call me, he shouted after her. Meg, please call me. There was no way Starrett could have spotted her, but he was moving more quickly now, and Alyssa Locke had to work to follow him. He disappeared for a moment in a crowd of lunchtime shoppers, but then reappeared, his bright blue baseball cap standing out in the crowd. LT, John Nilsson had gone missing. It wasn't official. He'd been given 36 hours of free time by his co, and there were still quite a few hours to go before he was AWOL. But he wasn't in his hotel room. It was possible he had a girlfriend in the area that no one knew about, but it was even more likely that he was off the map. Meg Moore was gone, and Nilsson had followed. Locke was sure of it. And although Ensign Starrett had been questioned and claimed to know nothing of Nilsson's whereabouts, she knew better. Roger Starrett and John Nilsson were tight. Starrett knew exactly where Nils was, and it was just a matter of time before Nils contacted him. Locke had taken it upon herself to be Starrett's shadow during all her off-duty hours. She talked Jules into helping her out, and between the two of them, they had Starrett covered. Who needed sleep anyway? Locke sure as hell wasn't getting any. Not with her sister Tyra on the verge of going into the hospital. Trailing Starrett helped keep her mind off that, at least it should have. But today she was so damn distracted, she barely could have followed herself. She trailed Starrett now down a crowded city sidewalk. He was pretty far in front of her, but then he took a hard right into a McDonald's. Figures he liked fast food. It took her close to a minute to reach the door, but once there, she could see his cap through the front window as he stood in line to get his daily dose of high cholesterol. So she waited outside, pretending to window shop at a jewelry store while keeping her eye on that blue cap, wishing she had the money to buy one of those expensive watches for Tyra. Starrett finally made his way to the head of the line, ordered his double heart attack to go, paid, and turned to leave. No. Locke couldn't believe it. The man in the blue cap wasn't Sam Starrett or Roger Starrett or Houston or Bob or whatever dumbass redneck nickname the SEAL was going by today. In fact, the man in the blue cap wasn't even a man. He was a woman who was about as tall as Starrett, but that's where the similarities ended. She'd been screwed. Locke wasn't aware she'd even spoken aloud until a honeyed voice behind her drawled, "Just name the time and place. Sugar, I'll be there with bells on." Starrett. She spun around to find him grinning at her. His cap was gone, and she took grim satisfaction in seeing that without it, he had hat hair. There was a big, unattractive, sweat-matted, indented ring around his head where heat and the cap had given his hair that special, unmistakable style. Your big mistake was focusing on following a piece of clothing rather than an entire person, he told her. It's nothing to be ashamed of, that's a pretty typical beginner's error. What did you do? She asked. Pay that woman to wear your hat. $20 if she'd keep it on for 10 minutes. Starrett's teeth were much too white and straight. Redneck assholes were supposed to be missing at least a few. So you knew I was following you? Duh, obviously. She rolled her eyes, disgusted with herself. Stupid question. I spotted you back by the Starbucks. That soon? She couldn't hide her dismay. To her surprise, he didn't make fun of her. You're really pretty good, he said. Actually, you're exceptionally good. But remember, I'm a SEAL, Alyssa. When you trail someone who's had that kind of training, you've got to be better than exceptional. You got to figure I don't go anywhere without constantly checking my six, turning around and seeing who and what's behind me. It's automatic, I just do it. And another thing, you might want to work a little bit more on blending, into the crowd. Locke looked down at her dark pants and suit jacket. I blend. Yeah, provided the crowd's all FBI agents. You want to trail someone on the street, especially if you're a hot-looking babe dressed down, skeeve up a little. Jeans and t-shirt, sneakers. No makeup. And how the hell did you expect to keep up in those shoes? I was doing fine. That was a lie. She wasn't doing anything close to fine. She was hot and exhausted and distracted and thinking of Tyra, waiting for her pager to go off or her cell phone to ring. Feet hurt. She hesitated only slightly as she looked into Starrett's neon blue eyes. Yes, he smiled, and for once it wasn't one of those boy howdy cowboy grins. It was a real smile. He gestured with his chin just down the street. You want me to wait while you run into the drugstore and pick up some Band-Aids? She blinked at him. Wait. You're following me because you think I know where John Nilsson is, right? She didn't answer. No way was she telling him that. Naturally, you can't admit it, but we both know I'm right. Which means that even when we shake hands and say, so long, have a nice day, you're going to keep on following me. FYI, I'm walking all the way to that fancy toy store. It's probably still about 4 blocks down. My niece's birthday is next week, and since I'm not going to be able to visit, I'm so screwed. He laughed. I'm going to have to send her the entire damn store. After maxing out my credit card, I'm heading all the way back to the hotel, stopping at as many bars as possible along the way. Your feet'll be bleeding by then if you don't get Band-Aids. You have a niece? She couldn't help asking. She couldn't imagine it. Brianna. She's going to be 4. She's my older sister's kid. Lives up in Boston. He knew what she was thinking, and he gave her another of those real smiles. Imagine that. I have relatives who don't live in a trailer park. I was thinking of getting her a collection of toy guns so she could shoot all those awful Teletubbies. Locke had to work not to smile, too. What was wrong with her? Or maybe she should ask what was wrong with Starrett. What was he up to anyway? Aside from that initial rude comment about naming the time and place, calling her sugar, he was actually being friendly. I don't suppose it would help if I stated again for the record that I do not know where John Nilsson is, he said. She just looked at him. Right, he laughed. Come on, go grab those Band-Aids and we'll try this again. You know what they say, practice makes perfect. Starrett sat down on a bus stop bench, and as Locke went toward the drugstore, she glanced back at him. He made a go-on motion with his hands, so Locke went inside. It took about 90 seconds to find the Band-Aids and pay for them. She went back outside, and Starrett was gone. The bench was empty. Damn it! Her cell phone rang. She flipped it open. Locke. Mistake number 2, angel face. Don't let the suspect out of your sight. It was Starrett. She should have known. She should have suspected that his being so freaking nice was just the setup for this particular asinine punch line. She could hear him laughing at her. You're such an asshole. I couldn't resist, he said. I'm sorry. I was sitting there and, where are you? He laughed even harder. Nice try. She flagged down a cab. He'd said he was going to that toy store. She'd simply get there first. I don't suppose you'd want. Nah, forget it, he said. If I asked you to have lunch with me, I'd be having lunch, but you'd just be having some up-close and personal surveillance. That would kind of ruin it for me, you know what I mean. I don't need to meet you for lunch to find you, she said. She covered the mouthpiece and leaned forward to speak to the taxi driver through the slit in the clear plastic shield. There's a toy store a few blocks down. You only found me after I disappeared in the Mickey D's because I let you find me, Starrett countered. If I don't want to be found, you're not going to find me. Let's get that straight. The first thing you need to do, lesson number 1, dear heart, is to learn your place. Locke laughed in disbelief. Which, according to you and some of the other Neanderthals you work with, is on my back with my legs spread, am I right? Starrett was silent. Shit, he finally said. I'm momentarily stunned by the picture that brought to mind. Don't do that to me, Locke. I have a vivid imagination. My brain's likely to explode, among other body parts. Fuck you. She heard herself say it and wished she could take it back. What was it about this man that always brought her down to his degradingly foul level? Why, thank you, he said. Fuck you too, babe. The sooner the better, you're way too uptight. Hey, I bet that cab driver would do you if you threw in an extra $20. Shit. Locke turned around to look out the back window. Wherever Starrett was, he'd been watching her get into the cab. Of course, we both know you're saving yourself for me, he continued, laughing again. Yeah, in your dreams. What I meant by you learning your place was that you've got to lose this James Bond mentality. Humility, Alyssa. You haven't earned your license to kill, not yet. You want to be a great FBI agent. Sign up to train with the SEALs. You could probably even get into some kind of modified Bud-S program, modified because you're FBI, not because you're a woman. Don't start making those insulted noises at me. Jesus, you do need to learn to relax. What do you say tonight, my hotel suite? You and me, we could do a little stress management exercise that I highly recommend. We'd have the place to ourselves because, you know, John Nilsson seems to have disappeared. Locke made a strangled sound. No, too bad, Starrett said. He sighed. In that case, so long, sweet thing. Have a real nice day. 11. The clock alarm went off a few minutes after 6. The heavy curtains kept out the light of the late afternoon, what little light there was. The day had turned gloomy and overcast, the clouds threatening rain. Meg had checked into this rundown motel a little after noon. She'd reached her limit and had to sleep. She tried pulling off the road and sleeping in the car, but it was too bright. She was too worried about someone seeing Razin in the backseat. And she desperately wanted to use a real bathroom. Osman Razin was still asleep on the other motel bed, his arms stretched uncomfortably over his head. Meg had had to position him that way, using the handcuffs to lock him to the wooden headboard. She was going to have to dissolve another handful of sleeping pills into a glass of water and pour it down Razin's throat, praying that she didn't give him too many, knowing that she couldn't afford to give him too few. She had to keep him completely out of it, and then she had to get him back in the car. Meg stretched, wishing she had enough time to take a shower, and oh God, she sat up, fumbling for her gun. The shadowy figure of a man had just stepped out of the bathroom. Freeze, she said. Don't move. Who are you? What are you doing in here? Maybe it was one of the extremists. Maybe they'd somehow followed her here. Maybe Amy and Eve were out in the parking lot right now. She reached over and turned on the light. Oh my God, she whispered. It was John Nilsson. He glanced once at Razin, then turned his attention back to Meg, taking in her messed hair and long smudged makeup, her rumpled clothes, her gun, held with a shaking hand. Meg used her other hand to support it, aiming directly for John's chest. Please God, don't let her shoot him by accident. He looked as bad as she did know. He looked worse. His eyes were rimmed with red, his chin covered with stubble. God damn it, he said. What were you thinking? I was so goddamn sure I was going to find you dead. Give me the gun. He took a step toward her. Don't come closer. He stopped, glanced again at Razin. Do you know who this is? He was really angry. She'd never seen him angry before, she realized. Not like this. This is Osman Razin, a Kazakistani terrorist leader. You don't get to be a terrorist leader, Meg, by playing nice. If you give him even half a chance, he'll slit your throat. I know who he is. She couldn't keep her voice from shaking. I'm trading him to the extremists for my daughter and grandmother. So you did lie to me. You fucking looked me in the eye and lied. The extremists want the ambassador dead. Help me save Amy. I can't do this on my own. A chub fi. Save me. He shook his head, his voice getting even louder. Jesus, I went out on a limb for you, Meg. On my good name and honor, I convinced both my co and the FBI that you were telling the truth, that you were in trouble and wanted and needed our help. I'm sorry. Fuck sorry, he shouted. He was actually shouting at her. He was livid. Sorry doesn't cut it when the bullshit you've been shoveling is way up past your head. You were just using us. You were using me. You know, Meg, when it comes to getting fucked by you, I would have preferred finishing what we started 3 years ago. Meg flinched at the harshness of his words, but she knew she deserved that. She deserved everything he was saying and all of his anger, too. He was breathing hard and he drew in a deep breath, letting it out in a rush of air. He looked as exhausted as she'd felt when she'd stopped to sleep 6 hours ago. God damn you. God doesn't have to, Meg whispered. Some of his anger melted from his face, leaving behind sorrow. Come back with me, Meg, please. Let the FBI find Amy. I can't. He was inching closer. She couldn't actually see him move, but somehow he was getting closer. Stop it, John, stay back. There was a sudden sharp crack, and Meg turned to see Razin launch himself off the bed directly at her. He was awake. It was a rather inane thought, since of course he was awake. The man was in motion, in midair. As the world went into slow-mo, the details were suddenly crisp and clear, but her ability to react was non-existent. She was frozen in place. The splintered wood from the bedframe exploded out. Razin's eyes were open and focused intently on her gun, his lips back in a snarl. He hit her hard, his shoulder against her right arm, and the gun went flying in a burst of pain. He smelled like perspiration and urine and the garlic chicken he'd had for dinner, courtesy of the FBI safe hotel. His body was heavy against hers, pushing her back against the bed. He scrambled off of her, wrists still cuffed together, going after the gun. She could see it gleaming faintly under the cheap motel desk that was attached to the wall. If Razin got there first, John, he was already there, already grabbing Razin by the jacket, flinging him back to the other side of the room. But Razin had grabbed the desk chair, taking it with him, turning and brandishing it now as a weapon. Shrieking, Meg dove for the gun as Razin swung not at John but at her. As her fingers closed around the cool metal of the handle, she braced herself. This was going to hurt. She heard the sound of breaking wood and turned to see that John had stepped directly between Meg and the chair. He'd caught the brunt of the blow on his shoulder and back, his arm held up to protect his head. It could have killed him, couldn't it have? A blow like that to the head. She was screaming again, trying to get the gun up and aimed at Razin, praying that John wasn't hurt. Please God, but Razin was left defenseless, holding a useless bit of wood, and as Meg watched, John lit into him. 2 quick punches and 1 hard elbow to the back of the man's head, and Razin dropped to the floor. John turned back to Meg, breathing hard. Are you all right? He was bleeding. A piece of the chair had cut him. He had a gash on his right arm by his wrist. He glanced once at it, then ignored it. Oh my God, the last thing I wanted was to put you in danger too. She couldn't catch her breath. Perfect, now she was hyperventilating. She scrambled out from under the desk, gun in one hand, the other over her mouth and nose. Stay back, I'm not kidding, John. I think you better just leave. Meg, Jesus, I'm not going to leave, not without you. There were splinters of wood in his hair. What if I hadn't been here? What if I hadn't found you? You'd probably be dead right now. How had John found her? Realization dawned and was joined by a rush of panic. Oh my God, the FBI's got this motel surrounded, don't they? He rubbed the back of his neck, rolled both his shoulder and his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. If they were out there, I'd be talking to you through a bullhorn. They'd never let me come in here like this. Meg moved to the window, peeked out through the curtain. The parking lot was nearly as deserted as it had been when she'd pulled in at noon. There was one other car out there, one with Maryland plates. It had to be John's. Was it possible the FBI was there but completely hidden? She looked at John. How did you find me? That's not important. Yes, it is. If it wasn't through the FBI, I just found you, Meg. I can find you. I'm good at finding you, all right. Too good sometimes. Shit. Why wouldn't he tell her? He had to have used the FBI to track her. That had to be it. She was going to walk out that motel room door either with or without John Nilsson, and within seconds she'd be down on her face in the gravel parking lot. Her guns would be gone, and Osman Razin would be taken into custody, and Amy and Eve would die. Meg aimed her gun at Razin's head. I think the FBI's out there, so now I have no choice. Thanks a lot, John. Now I've got to kill him. Her voice shook, her hand shook, her very soul was shaken. But if it were a choice between Razin and Amy. She looked at Razin's dark hair, imagined it matted with blood. All it would take was for her to tighten her finger on this trigger, and this man's life would be gone. Oh God, wait, John said. Wait, Meg, okay. She hadn't managed to convince herself that she could actually do this, but apparently she'd convinced John. Wildcard Kenny Carmody, remember him? He continued, talking low and fast, as if he were afraid if he spoke too loudly she'd be startled and pull that trigger. He just developed this new tracking system, and Sam Starrett was helping him beta test. You remember them, right? She nodded. Starrett and Carmody. They'd been with John in K-Stan with Abdelaz's. It was purely by chance, but Sam dropped one of the test tracking devices into your jacket pocket. I'm the only one who followed you here. I swear to you, Meg. The FBI doesn't even know about Wildcard's system. She lowered the gun. I'm supposed to believe you came all this way all by yourself. He looked at the gun, looked at her, and she knew he was going to try to take it away from her. She aimed at Razin again. Sit down, she ordered John. Right there on the floor, right now. He sat. Your turn now, lower the gun. She did. Thank you, he said. Jesus. He took a deep breath, let it all out. Wildcard was supposed to come with me, but he couldn't get away. Sam was on duty. I didn't want to wait for either of them. Meg, you've got to believe me about this. The FBI's not out there. I'm the only one who knows where you are. You're not in danger. There's no reason for you to kill Razin. Let's get that established here, okay? Meg looked at her jacket. It was where she'd left it this morning, on the foot of the bed she'd slept in. She reached for it now, reached into the pocket, and found a curious, round piece of metal about the size of a watch battery. It was slightly warm to the touch. That's it, John said. That's the tracking device. It worked really well. I think Wildcard's about to make a fortune with this thing. Wouldn't that be a kick? Wildcard a millionaire. She dropped it onto the desk, picked up one of her boots from the floor, and crushed it. Meg could see from John's eyes that he knew what that meant. She wasn't going back with him, and he wasn't going to be able to follow her any farther. Meg, please, he said. If you don't come back with me, you're probably going to die. How can you ask me to quit? She said, just as quietly. I've come this far. I don't want you to die. I don't want my daughter to die. Meg, John said gently, you've got to know that she's probably already, don't say it. Dead. No, she wouldn't believe it. She'd pretend he didn't say it. She had to get back on the road. And even though Razin was still unconscious, she had to force-feed him more sleeping pills and make sure he stayed unconscious, this time all the way to Orlando. But first she had to figure out what to do with John. She peeked out the window again. His car was a mid-sized model. It would be a little uncomfortable, but it would have to do. Give me the keys to your car. He took them from his pocket. Meg, she let him talk, but she didn't listen. Instead she thought of Amy. Amy who wasn't dead, who couldn't be dead, whom she wouldn't allow to be dead, God damn it. She thought of Amy as she made John empty 3 sleeping pills into a glass of water as he carefully poured the mixture down Razin's throat. It occurred to her as he did that she probably shouldn't let John touch Razin in case he had more of those tracking devices. She didn't want him planting one on either of them. So instead of having John load Razin into the back of her car, she left the unconscious terrorist on the floor of the room. Still focusing on Amy, she led John at gunpoint across the deserted parking lot. It was starting to rain, a cold, relentless drizzle that mirrored her emotions perfectly. She thought of Amy as she used John's keys to open the trunk of his car. She thought of Amy as she ordered him inside that trunk. "I'm sorry," she said as she locked him in, then threw his keys way out into the woods. It started to pour, and she hurried back into the motel room. A quick trip to the bathroom, and then she'd wrestle Razine into the car and be back on the road. Eve had to go to the bathroom. It had come down to a toss-up between what would upset their captors more, asking to use the facilities or wetting their pants. She'd considered simply asking to be allowed to go outside to relieve themselves, but she was afraid once outside, it would be easier simply to take them into the swamp and kill them, rather than bringing them back inside. She'd had 10 more butterscotch candies left. She'd offered one to the bear, even though that would be one less candy she could give to Amy. "We need to use a bathroom." He'd looked at the candy, looked at her, then had silently turned and gone upstairs. Eve gave one of the candies to Amy and put the last ones back in her pocket as she listened to the sudden sharp voices from upstairs. The bear had gone to talk to the woman. She'd held tightly to Amy. "Please God, if you're real, if you're up there, now would be the perfect time for that helicopter of SEALs to appear over the house. They'd be sliding down on ropes and—" The upstairs door opened and the bear came back down the stairs. He was a big man with big feet, and she'd come to recognize the sound of his footsteps. He came into the room, cut the ropes around their ankles, and gestured for them to follow. His face was grim, and for a moment Eve didn't know if they were going to the bathroom or out into the swamp. This man liked them. She was almost positive that he did. Wouldn't it be the ultimate irony, a double tragedy, if he'd been the one ordered to kill them? And he would do it too. He'd have to, or the others would kill him. But they went to the stairs instead of out into the swamp. He wouldn't take them upstairs if he was going to kill them. Thank God, they were going to live another day. Amy went quickly up, but Eve took her time despite her need to reach the loo immediately. She slowly pulled herself up by the banister, taking one step at a time, well aware that the man who'd nearly pushed her up the stairs to the house had pulled himself away from the TV in the kitchen to watch. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm going as fast as I can." "Not that one," Bear said sharply as Amy started for a bathroom that was near the top of the stairs. "You're using that would make it unclean. There's another here in the back." That's why they'd come all the way upstairs. There was a small lavatory off the kitchen that the men all used. One for the men, one for the woman, and one for the infidels. Good thing there were 3 bathrooms in the house, or she and Amy probably would have been taken into the swamp and killed. The thought was chilling. Eve shuffled down the hall after Amy and the bear. Amy had stopped short in the doorway to a room. It was crusted with dirt, the formerly white tile dingy and gray-brown in some places, but it had a toilet, disgusting as it was, and a window. There was a window on the far side of the tub. "Thank you," Eve told the bear. She took Amy's hand and pulled the girl inside, shutting the door behind them. Amy was eyeing the toilet. There was no seat, no paper, but they'd both been camping. It was hardly worse than some of the latrines they'd used. Eve went first, and after she washed up, she left the water running in the sink. Holding her finger to her lips, she looked at Amy, then stepped into the bathtub to take a closer look at the window. It was old, with a wooden frame and a torn screen. It had been painted shut, but that paint was blistered and peeling, the wood rotting from the humidity. Eve pushed at it gently to see if it would open. It gave, but just a little. With Amy's help, she could surely haul it open, but it would make an enormous amount of noise. And once it was open, then what? They were on the 2nd floor. Sprout wings and fly to the ground. Eve wet her fingers again in the sink and rubbed at the grime in one corner of the window so she could peek outside. The very back of the house, the kitchen, was a single-story addition to the original structure. It extended out beyond this bathroom, its roof providing a place to stand after exiting through the window. Still, that roof was pretty steep, although there was some kind of back porch down at the end. If they could make it that far, they could use the railing to climb down, and if they could make it that far. She couldn't even figure out a way to get the window open without everyone in the house knowing about it. Eve climbed out of the tub, checking to make sure she'd left no footprints behind. There was a torn plastic shower curtain half hanging from a bar, and she pulled it mostly closed. That would hide the window from the bear's view when they opened the door. The trip downstairs was as slow and labored as it had been going up, but finally they were back in their room. As Eve lowered herself carefully back onto the floor, the bear didn't bother to tie their ankles together again. No doubt he was thinking that her bad hip kept them tethered. Good. Amy curled up her head in Eve's lap. She was learning to escape her hunger through sleep. Still, just the same, Eve put her hand on the child's forehead, checking to be sure she wasn't running a fever. Amy's head was cool. She smelled faintly of butterscotch, of Ralph. Eve closed her eyes. We have to go back to the house. Nick's surely waiting for us by now. But instead of helping her to her feet, Ralph kissed her again. They'd spread a blanket on the grass alongside a stream not far from the estate. They'd shared a picnic lunch, during which time Ralph had been uncommonly silent. He'd barely eaten half of his meat pie. And when she'd asked him what was wrong, he'd pulled her into his arms and kissed her as if there were no tomorrow. It wasn't as if he'd never kissed her before, because over the past few weeks he had. He kissed her good night almost every evening. He'd kissed her a time or two on the beach when no one had been around. But he'd never kissed her like this, never with them both lying back on a blanket, with the weight of his body partly covering hers. Eve knew all about sex. Her mother had explained the mechanics to her when she was barely even 8. It was the day after Uncle Sergei had come into Eve's bedroom, drunk and completely naked. Eve had laughed at how funny he'd looked, but her mother had been furious. It was one of the few times her anger hadn't been an act. Sergei had been kicked out of the house, never to return, and Eve had lost a bit of her childhood as she'd learned for the first time about the power that women, even an 8-year-old girl, had over men. It had taken her until now to learn that there were some men who had a similar power over women, and that Ralph was one of them. She knew Ralph had a great deal of experience when it came to sex. With a face and eyes like his, he'd been, as her mother was fond of saying, not just around the block, but circling it for a while. His good looks would have probably been enough, but combined with that glib tongue, Ralph could talk his way into just about anything, including, as her mother also would have said, a girl's panties. Eve had been expecting him to try something like this weeks ago. She'd even had a speech prepared. Except he didn't seem to be trying much of anything. He rolled away from her onto his back, one arm up over his eyes. "I'm such a coward." Eve sat up, not sure at first just what he was talking about. "I planned this so carefully," he continued, "so that we'd have this time without Nick around, and then she knew. He'd brought her out here to this deserted spot to." Taking a deep breath, she launched into her speech. "Ralph, a good start. I've got to tell you that you may have gotten the wrong impression about me from the way I sometimes dress and talk." She sounded breathy and childish, and she tried to lower the pitch of her voice in an attempt to sound more sophisticated. But she couldn't do it. This was too important. She may have rehearsed this speech, but its content was something she believed completely. "The truth is, I believe with all my heart that a man and woman should be married before." He looked up at her, his eyes wide. "Dear Lord, you didn't think." He sat up and started to laugh. "You did. You thought I was planning to try to." Eve felt her face turn bright red. He reached for her and grabbed her before she could stand up and walk away. "Walk anywhere, walk to the stream. Walk into the stream. Not that I haven't thought about it or wanted to badly, I might add, and it was definitely my fault for kissing you that way. I mean, I was practically on top of you, so it makes sense that you'd think I was trying to." Heavenly God save me, I'm just making this even more embarrassing, aren't I? But he wasn't. Like everything else he touched, he was making it bearable. As she glanced into his eyes, Eve felt her heart beating, so huge and heavy in her chest. And she suspected that if he truly tried to take advantage of her, she'd be unable to refuse him, as frightened as she'd be. She loved him. This wasn't just some silly attraction, like the crushes her mother used to get on the young men who came to lounge around their swimming pool. Please know that I respect you far too much to even suggest you compromise yourself and your beliefs with me in any way, he told her. But I know myself well enough to be aware that what I should do often gets knocked aside in the heat of the moment. If such were the case, I'd take responsibility for our actions. At least I would under normal circumstances. However, he cleared his throat. All laughter was gone from his face. He was suddenly so serious. My circumstances have suddenly rather drastically changed, and you deserve far more than Ralph. Is there any chance you could explain what you mean in American? What was he telling her? Eve felt a stab of fear. Circumstances, he laughed, but it sounded forced. Am I being too English? Quite, old man, pretend you're John Wayne, he laughed again. I'm not sure I can. You see, I'm trying rather hard not to cry. I can't imagine Mr. Wayne's ever had that particular problem. Eve looked at him. Sure enough, there were tears in his eyes. With one arm still around her, he got out his tin of butterscotch. He opened it with his thumb and held it out. Better take one. It might sweeten the news I have to share. Bad news. He had bad news about his circumstances. Heart pounding, Eve took a candy, slipped it onto her tongue. She could barely taste the familiar sweet flavor. Ralph drew in a deep breath, looked her in the eye, and forced a smile. Eve, I've received a letter from my father. I've been called up to serve in the British Army. I've been assigned to an anti-tank division that's bound for France. There's no way around it. I have to report for duty in just over 2 weeks. He was leaving. There was nothing he could have said short of telling her that Nicky'd been killed that would have devastated her more. I'll have to go to my parents' house about a day before that, he continued. To pick up my gear. Eve was frozen. She couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. Inside, she was screaming. Inside, she'd thrown herself on the ground and was kicking her feet and sobbing the way she'd done when she was 4 or 5. Don't leave me. Mommy, don't leave me. For the first time since she could remember, she'd felt safe. With Ralph around, she'd felt protected, taken care of. She'd started living again instead of just surviving, and now he was going to leave. He was watching her as if he expected her to say something. What could she possibly say? Well, that's that then. She called up all of her mother's acting talent to make her voice sound matter-of-fact, to make the expression and smile on her face look natural instead of as if she were being eaten alive inside with grief and anger. Ralph looked away, out at the water. Yes, he said. I guess that is that, he nodded. That's that, right. He took a deep breath. I'll spend the next few weeks at night, of course, working out lesson plans for Nick, using those doctor's methods. That way you can carry on with him. Keep up the progress we've been making. It's just, my room in the boarding house is rather warm at night. I've found it's nearly impossible to write. I perspire and the ink runs. If you don't mind, I'd like to work in your library. That's fine. Eve stood up. Of course you may. Suddenly they'd gone back to being strangers. How could he talk so calmly of the next few weeks when her heart was shattered? They packed up their picnic and returned to the house. As they walked back, he didn't even try to hold her hand. It might have ended there, and there were countless times when Eve wished that it had. She spent the next 3 days numb. Ralph was there at the estate, teaching Nick, tying up all the loose ends. But other than that, he was already gone. He was polite to her again, nothing more. There were no more kisses on the beach. No kisses in the hallway as he pulled her into some shadowy alcove for a giddy, breathless, and far too brief moment of stolen passion. He still stayed for dinner each evening, a gloomy affair despite his attempts to entertain Nick, but he retired to the library right after. No more walks on the beach or in the garden. No more stargazing from one of the balconies. No more late-night talks of books and plays and dreams. For several mornings in a row, Eve had found Ralph still in the library, slumped over his notes, fast asleep. And then it happened. Nick woke her up in the middle of the night just past 1:30. He'd just gotten sick all over the bathroom. His head was pounding and he felt miserable. His cheeks were bright red and he was frighteningly hot to the touch. Eve got him cleaned up and put him back into bed and went running for the library. Ralph was still there. His eyes widened at the sight of her, and she realized she hadn't taken the time even to put on a robe over her cotton nightgown. But she didn't have to do more than utter the word scarlet fever before Ralph was running back down the corridor with her, to Nick's room. One look at the boy, one touch of his head, and Ralph was heading for the telephone. Eve didn't know what he said or who he called, but a doctor pulled into the drive within 20 minutes. Ralph woke the Johnsons, and together they worked to bring Nicky's fever down. It was dawn before he was sleeping, although only fitfully. Eve was getting a blanket and pillow from her room, preparing to curl up in a chair beside Nick's bed when Ralph stopped her in the hallway. The Johnsons had gone back to bed and the doctor had departed as well, promising to return in the early afternoon. "He'll get through this, Eve," Ralph told her. "Nick is going to be all right. He's strong. He's a fighter." She nodded, but she knew his words were just that, words. Back home in California, Jilly Rehnquist had had scarlet fever. She was strong, too. A sturdy little girl of 11, but she died. "You should probably go," Eve said. "It's been a long night." "No," he said, "the damage is already done, so I'm going to stay here. Mrs. Johnson made up a room for me." Damage? What damage? He didn't make any sense, but then again none of this did. Scarlet fever was contagious. Why was it that Nick had gotten it, but not Eve or Ralph? "I know you want to be with him now, but I'll come in and sit with Nick in a few hours so you can get a chance to sleep," he continued. She shook her head. "I'm not going to leave him." "Of course not. We'll bring a cot into the room for you. You can sleep right there while I watch over Nick." She was too tired and too frightened to argue. She just nodded and turned toward her little brother's room. But Ralph stepped in front of her. "Eve, there's something else you should know. Whatever it wasn't good." He was having trouble looking her in the eye. "I realize this is probably not the best time for this, but it wouldn't be fair for me to withhold this from you. You've always been honest with me, so—" Yeah, sure, she'd been honest with him. He had no idea. "American Ralph," Eve said. "Think John Wayne." "Yes, well, I'm not sure old John would particularly give a damn, but—" He took a deep breath. "Both Dr. Samuels and Mrs. Johnson pulled me aside tonight to caution me and tell me. Well, Doc Samuels actually gave me some condoms. Do you know what those are?" He had her attention now. She nodded as she blushed. "Yes." "Why would he? Apparently the fact that lately my bicycle's been parked out front when the milk delivery comes in the morning is the subject of a great deal of gossip in town. Mrs. J mentioned it to me, too. She told me to pull my bike around into the garage if I'm planning to, spend the night. She then told me with huge disapproval that what you and I do is, of course, no one's business but our own. Mrs. Johnson and Dr. Samuels think that we—" She giggled, her hand up over her mouth. "Oh dear. Not just them, the entire town," Ralph told her grimly. He didn't find it funny at all. "I denied it, but—" "Eve, your reputation is in shreds and it's completely my fault." "Well, they're all wrong," she laughed again, a burst of disparaging air. "They're all fools." "Yes, well, I'm afraid we have no choice now," Ralph said. "You'll have to marry me." Eve laughed harder, but then she stopped. "Holy Christmas," he was serious. "I'll get a special license. We can have a small ceremony before I leave for the army." He looked about as thrilled as if he were discussing his impending execution. Eve stared at him. The really stupid thing was that she wanted to marry him. More than anything in 2 or 3 years, when she was old enough, she would have been the happiest woman on the planet if he asked her to marry him. Asked her. Not ordered her. Because he wanted to, not because they had to. She'd been a burden to other people all her life, and she was not going to live that way with Ralph. No matter how tempting an idea it was. She wanted to weep. Instead, she glared at him. "I don't give a damn about my reputation," she told him. "I don't care what people think, so forget it, I'm not marrying you. Eve, think about it." "This is 1939, she shouted at him, suddenly horribly angry at him, at herself, at Nick for getting sick and worrying her so, at the entire world. "I'm a modern woman. I don't have to get married. I don't have to do anything unless I want to, and trust me, the dead last thing I want to do is marry someone who doesn't love me. Anyone who thinks otherwise can just go to hell. Do you hear me? You can just go to HELL." She stormed away, but he ruined the effect by following her. "That kind of thinking might be worked in California, but I assure you, so I'll go back to California. I want to anyway. I hate it here. I hate everything about stupid England. I hate you." She didn't say the words, but he recoiled from them as if he'd heard them, loud and clear. He stopped following her. "Just leave now, Ralph," she whispered. "Go join the army early. This waiting for you to go is killing me." She made it into Nick's room and closed the door behind her before bursting into tears. 12 Meg backed out of the parking spot in front of the motel room, glad that she'd refilled the gas tank earlier that day, before she'd stopped to sleep. The rain was still coming down like a giant faucet had been opened overhead. It was thick against the windshield, sloshing and splashing as she set the wipers onto high speed in an attempt to see just a little bit. It was noisy, roaring onto the roof of the car. It was crazy to get onto the highway with the rain coming down this hard, but Meg had to get moving. Even crawling along at 20 miles an hour would be better than standing still. She looked in her rearview mirror at John's car one last time. She hated locking him in the trunk, but she had no choice. She was his enemy now. His job was to stop her. Resolutely she put the car into first gear and moved forward, peering through the pouring rain, searching for the parking lot exit and the road that led to the highway. Oh my God! Meg stepped on the brakes hard to avoid hitting a man who'd suddenly appeared from out of the rain and mist directly in front of her car. He was soaking wet. He was John Nilsson. He moved closer, and as she stared at him through the swishing windshield, she could see his mouth move. Meg. Somehow he'd gotten out of his trunk. Somehow. Of course he'd gotten free. He was a Navy SEAL. What was she doing, thinking she could lock him anywhere? No wonder he'd gone in so willingly. He'd probably been laughing at her the whole time. Meg threw the car into reverse. She'd pull out the other way. The motel's driveway went all the way around the building. If she couldn't lock him up, well, she was going to have to outrun him. He might have been able to get out of the trunk in a snap, but it was going to take him some time to find his car keys in the woods in the dark. It should have been easy to do after all. She was in a car and he was on foot. But as she hit the gas, he leapt forward, right onto the front hood. She went faster and faster in reverse, and the car started to whine, but she wasn't outrunning him. She was taking him with her. He was clinging to the hood with the tips of his fingers. Meg hit the brakes, turned the steering wheel hard, but he didn't slip off. She slammed the gears back into first, but all she could think was, God, what if he did slip off and she ran him over? She didn't want to kill him. The car came to a shuddering halt, and she sat there, staring at him through the windshield. He looked back at her unblinkingly, completely motionless except for his fingers. He took the opportunity to get a better grip on the edge of the hood, right up by the windshield. His hair was completely soaked, as if he'd been standing under a shower, and water was streaming down his face. "Please get down," she said. He read her lips. "No," he shook his head. He couldn't hear her, and she couldn't hear him through the glass and over the roar of the rain, but she didn't need to hear to know they'd hit a standoff. And Meg couldn't help it. She started to cry. John just watched her, his face expressionless, his eyes hard. And then he said something about the hotel, something that was too long and complicated for her to be able to lip read, particularly with tears blurring her vision. She rolled down her window a half an inch. "Cut the tears," he said. "That may have worked to manipulate the guard back at the safe hotel, but I'm smarter than that. I'm going with you, Meg. Get used to the idea. You're not leaving here without me, even if I have to ride like this all the way. Of course, if you try to drive on the interstate with me up here, the police will probably pull you over." Meg couldn't stop crying. She should have locked him in the trunk and driven immediately away. Of course, he probably wouldn't have gotten into the trunk if he hadn't known it would take her some time to drag Razin out to her car. Damn it. Damn him. Okay. She could handle this. After all, she was the one in the car. All she needed was for him to get down off the hood and she'd drive away as fast as she possibly could. John was fast, but there was no way he could keep up with a car. She had the definite advantage here. Meg wiped her eyes and got ready to hit the gas. She nodded at him through the windshield. "Okay," she said. "You win, you can come with me." She hit the unlock button but kept her finger right there on it, ready in case he started to move. Get down off the hood. As soon as he got off the hood, she'd floor it. But he didn't move, not an inch. Rain was coming in through the open crack of the window, getting her even more wet than she already was. John just looked at her, and she knew that he knew she had no intention of letting him get into her car. "Open the passenger side window," he countered, "and I'll climb in from up here." She wiped her eyes again. God, she couldn't stop crying. Could she risk flooring it and try to shake him while he was climbing in? Or would the open window give him an even better handhold on the car? Even if she started raising the window the moment he began to move, which would be hard to do since she'd have to reach across and crank the window up, he'd still get his hands around the frame. And with a well-placed kick, he could easily break the half-opened window. "Come on, Meg," he said. "I'll just climb in and we'll talk while you drive. That's all I want, just to talk to you." Yeah, right. Like he wouldn't go for her gun while she was driving. How was she supposed to drive and keep her gun on him at the same time? No, this was why in the movies the criminals always made the kidnapped or carjacked person drive. That way they could sit in the passenger seat and hold the gun. God, this was crazy. How had her life suddenly become a bad movie? "I'll shoot him," she said. Razin, threatening that had worked before. John's mouth tightened. "If you do that, Meg, I can't help you. So please don't. Open the window and let me climb in. I need you to trust me, right now, please trust me." "What?" Her voice shook. "Trust you to take my gun and haul me back to DC, because you know what's best for me." Gee, where have I heard that before? That worked out so well the last time, didn't it? "Get off my car." A muscle jumped in the side of his jaw, and with the rain running down his face, he almost looked as if he were crying too. "I did what I thought you wanted," he said. "That night. You had too much to drink and I didn't want it to happen that way, Meg. Not like that. You want to talk about it. Great, it's about time. I wanted to talk about it when I got back from the Middle East, but you're the one who never returned my calls. Let me in. We'll talk about it now." Oh God, that long ago night was the last thing Meg wanted to talk about. Not now, not ever. She could still feel the heat of his body pressing her against the wall in the hallway just outside her bedroom door. She could taste his kisses, hot and sweet, feel his hands on the bare skin of her back as he peeled her dress from her shoulders, and no, this wasn't helping. Every minute they wasted here was a minute she wasn't getting closer to finding Amy. "You want me to drive?" John pressed. "Let me in the driver's side. That way you can hang on to your gun. Come on, Meg. I just want a chance to talk to you. You drive away from here without me, you're going to end up dead, and I'm going to end up hating myself for the rest of my life for letting you get away. Don't do that to me." He was silent for a moment, just watching her through the windshield. "I've let you get away too many times before," he said quietly. She could barely hear him over the rain. "I'm not letting you go this time, not willingly. Not when you need me, and damn it, you do need me." Meg shook her head. "No, yes," he said. "You called me. You asked for help, and God damn it, I'm going to help you whether you like it or not." "You already did. What are you afraid of?" he bulldozed on. "You think I've got another of Wildcard's tracking devices on me? Well, I don't. Besides, if I did, it's electronic and I'm soaked. It would have been ruined by the rain. I'm supposed to believe that a Navy SEAL would develop a tracking device that couldn't be used underwater." Meg shook her head. This was a prototype, he told her. Sure, the next step is to waterproof it, but Wildcard didn't get that far and you don't believe me, okay, fine. I'll take off my clothes. That way you'll see there's nothing hidden on me. That way she'd also have a naked man on the hood of her car. All she'd need was one car to pull into the parking lot and talk about drawing unwanted attention. Don't, she said sharply, understanding that that was his plan. He was trying to make it so that she had no choice, so that she had to let him into the car. John, stop. But he was doing it. He was taking off his clothes, one hand at a time, careful always to have a tight grip on the hood of her car. He threw his jacket down onto the driveway and then his t-shirt, kicked off his sneakers and socks, unfastened his jeans. Meg hit the horn, wrapped her gun against the windshield. Stop. Somehow he looked even bigger without his shirt on. Let me in the car. No. She started driving, slowly, so that if he did slip off she wouldn't run him over. It wasn't easy for him to get out of his wet jeans, but somehow he did it while holding on to the hood. Oh dear God, he had even more muscles now than he had 3 years ago, and he still wore plain white briefs. His right arm tightened as he let go with his left and reached for that waistband. Meg hit the brake. Okay, it's kind of obvious you've got nothing hidden on you. You've made your point. So let me in. I can't. The rain was starting to let up just a little and Meg could see car headlights approaching on the road. With luck, whoever it was would just drive past. With luck, they wouldn't pull into the parking lot. With luck, the car pulled into the motel lot. It was moving slowly in the rain, but it was heading straight for them. John saw it too and took off his briefs. And there he was. Completely, gloriously naked and gleamingly soaking wet, clinging to the front of her car like some surreal hood ornament. The approaching car looked as if it had lights mounted up on the roof, as if it might be a police car. Meg looked at John, looked at her gun. If she didn't let him into the car, if that was a cop and he came over to find out what the hell the naked man was doing on the hood of her car, she'd have to kill Razine. Right now. In the next few minutes. Seconds, maybe. She couldn't breathe. And John knew what she was thinking. Don't do it, Meg, he said. Don't go past the point of no return. Let me in. Meg opened the driver's side window, cursing the entire time. She said words she didn't even know she knew how to pronounce as she scrambled over the parking brake and into the passenger seat. As John Nilsson, dripping wet, slipped into car as naked as the day he was born. Drive, she ordered him. South on 95. I swear to God, John, you pull any tricks like driving to the police station or heading back toward DC, I'll kill Razine. He put the stick shift in gear and pulled out, past the oncoming car. It was a roof rack, some kind of ski rack, not a cop car's lights. John handed Meg something, and it wasn't until she took it from him that she realized it was his briefs. They were soaking wet, and he'd wadded them up in an attempt to wring them out. Check them, he said. I want you to be sure I haven't attached one of those tracking hoo-haws to the elastic band. She sat there, completely numb, holding tightly to his underpants and her gun as he pulled onto Route 95 heading south. This was absurd. She was in a car with the one man who'd played a part in nearly every one of her fantasies for the past 3 years. He was buck naked, and she couldn't bring herself even to take a peek. The faster you do it, he said, squeegeeing the water from his face and hair, the faster I can put 'em back on. He turned on the defroster, turned the fan up high. The rain plus his body heat was steaming up the windows. The cool air felt good against her flushed face. How had this happened? How had this gotten so completely out of control? You're in an awful big hurry to get these back, Meg said. It would be just like Wildcard to hide some kind of homing signal in a pair of underpants. John laughed. It would be. I'll have to suggest it to him. He'll like the idea. Maybe I should just throw them out the window. Be my guest. I brought 'em in here for you. You're the one who won't even look at me. I'm not looking at you because I'm mad at you, Meg countered. I'm furious. Her voice broke. Terrified, she whispered. And then she said the unthinkable. If Amy's dead. She felt bile rising in her throat, felt her stomach churn, her blood turn to ice. Life goes on, John said quietly. Believe it or not, Meg, life does go on. It takes a while, sometimes years, sometimes longer. But it wouldn't not for Meg. I won't let her be dead. Meg fought the urge to vomit, cursing herself for being weak. She had to stay focused. She had to believe that she could save her daughter. She had to be strong. I won't think it, I won't believe it. I was only 7 when my mother died, John told her. She turned to look at him in surprise, then turned quickly away. Oh my God. She'd made the mistake of looking at him. It was dark in the car, thank goodness, and he was mostly in shadow, but oh my God. I know I kind of led you to believe I was older than that when it happened, he continued. But I wasn't. So see, I know what it feels like to lose someone irreplaceable, to lose someone you need as much as you need air to breathe. If you want me to be completely honest, I'd have to tell you that I'm still not over her death. I'll never be over it. But I learned to live with it. And that's what you'll do, too, if you have to. No, she said, he was wrong. If Amy were dead, yes, she'd have a chance to go on living, but she wouldn't want to. And if Amy weren't dead, please God, let Amy still be alive. She looked down at the wet wad of fabric she held in her hand. I can't take the chance that you're lying to me about this. Fair enough. He reached over and took the briefs and threw them out the window. He could have just as easily done the same thing with her gun. She tightened her grip on it as she turned slightly to face him. She had to watch him, and oh Lord, in the greenish light from the dashboard, all his muscles seemed to glow like some exotic living anatomy textbook. Keep both your hands on the steering wheel, she ordered him. You're the boss, was she? It didn't feel that way. Meg kept her eyes carefully on his face. Only his face. Now what? It wouldn't be long until the sun came up, until truckers going past could look down into her car and see her gaze drifted that. Oh my God, she was going to have to find him something to wear. Some of the truck stops sold t-shirts and running shorts, but how was she going to get them? Leave John and Razin in the car while she went inside? No way. Even if she took the keys, John would probably be able to hotwire the car in the time she was inside the store. She'd come out and he'd be gone. With Razin. But she certainly couldn't send John in naked. Not that he'd ever willingly get out of the car, unless he took the car keys. She was going to have to figure something out, and soon. Meg took off her jeans jacket using the method she'd seen John use to take off his jacket while out on the hood. One arm at a time, the other hand firmly holding on in this case to her gun while she finally shook the jacket free. She held it out. Take this. He glanced at her and wisely didn't make any kind of comment about the fact that she'd told him to keep both hands on the wheel. He took her jacket and covered himself. It didn't help. 5 miles wasn't enough. Sam had run hard, pushing the pace until Jenk and Wildcard started to whine. They'd both been up too late the night before, Wildcard surfing the internet, and Jenk with some woman he'd met at the hotel, in town on a business trip, lucky little son of a bitch. Sam had slept badly too, but he didn't have as good an excuse. He hadn't seen Alyssa Locke once since he'd left the hotel for PT with a small group of the other SEALs early this morning. Yet ever since he'd stepped out the door, he'd had this little jangly sixth sense buzz that made him believe she was out there, watching him. Somewhere. As Walchenock led Jenk and Wildcard back toward the hotel, Sam picked up his pace and headed out toward the Lincoln Memorial. On a hot, restless morning like this, with the humidity starting to build and the weather threatening to storm by the late afternoon, he was good for at least 5 more miles. If he tried to go back to the hotel now, without running any farther, he'd jump out of his skin. He ran faster and faster, with that little jangle still making the hair on the back of his neck twitch, before he realized what it was exactly that he was trying to do. He was trying to shake Locke. Not so that he could lose her, but just so that he could see her. He was dying to see her. No, he was dying to do more than that. Yeah, like that was ever going to happen. Still, a man could dream. He could talk to her, watch her face, look into her incredible eyes, and carry that memory with him when he went back to the hotel to take a shower. But Sam lost her before he got close enough to see Lincoln looming over him. He didn't know how he knew it, but he knew that she was gone. He circled back, retraced his steps, and there she was, sitting on a bench, bent over, head way down between her legs like she was going to faint or barf or both. Sam sprinted the last few hundred yards. "You okay?" Her eyes were tightly shut and she didn't open them. "Go away." She was soaked with sweat. That was no big surprise, he was drenched too. But she was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt while he wore only a pair of running shorts. He touched her neck, checking her pulse. She was much too hot and her heart rate was too high. She was on the verge of overheating. "What the hell are you doing wearing all these clothes?" He pulled her t-shirt up. She was wearing a colorful running bra underneath it, so he yanked the shirt over her head. "Hey," a reaction, thank God. It wasn't time to call the ambulances. Yet. He pulled at the waistband of her sweats and Jesus, she had shorts on under there. "What is wrong with you?" he asked, as he half lifted her up, peeling the sweats down her legs. Damn, she had gorgeous legs with mocha-colored skin that was smooth as silk. He tried not to touch her, aware of how uncool it would be to take advantage of her that way, yet wanting to just the same. "Get away from me," she kicked him feebly in the leg. "Then do it yourself." She struggled to get her sweatpants over her feet, and Sam impatiently grabbed her running shoes and pulled them off. And there she was, Alyssa Locke, dressed only in a barely there pair of running shorts and a yellow sports bra. "I don't need your help." At least she'd had the good sense to sit on a bench that was in the shade. "Don't move," he ordered her, and sprinted back to where he'd run past a hot dog cart. 4 plastic bottles of water cost the entire $10 bill he carried in his shoe. Damn. He could practically guarantee that when this was over, she wasn't even going to say thank you. He opened one of the bottles, took a slug himself as he dashed back to Alyssa. He shoved that bottle into her hands as he opened another and poured it on her. "Hey," she sputtered, "don't get my cell phone wet." He took it from her, stuck it in her sneaker, then kept going. He used the third bottle to drench her t-shirt and wrap it around her head. Then he sat next to her, opened the last bottle of water and took a drink. "Just answer one question," he said. "Just one. You live in D.C. You know how hot it can get. It had to be in the high 70s before we even left the hotel. Why the hell did you even think you'd need sweatpants on a day like today?" She looked at him. And she leaned one arm along the back of the bench, stretching her legs out in front of her. Even with her t-shirt tied around her head, she was amazing to look at, with those 5-mile-long legs and all that bare skin showing. She wasn't stacked, not by any definition of the word, but in his book, huge breasts were way overrated. Alyssa Locke managed to be both athletic-looking and delicate. Sam had a real thing for delicate. She was all woman, and even though he knew she was going to smack him any minute, Sam couldn't keep himself from looking at her. Somehow he managed to keep from drooling, but just barely. "That's why," she said. It took him a minute to realize what the hell she was talking about, but then he understood. She'd worn sweatpants even though it was promising to be 1,000,000 degrees today because she didn't want to stand out in the crowd. Jesus, that was one hell of a problem to have. "You should wear light colors," he said, thinking aloud. "Shorts that are longer than those, the dorkier looking the better. And I've seen these lightweight t-shirts, they're kind of like a really fine mesh. Air goes right through them." "I have that stuff," she told him. "I just haven't had time to do the laundry in about 3 weeks. She reached down and picked up her cell phone, checking to see that the power was still on. She was waiting for a phone call. Sam looked at her closely. She looked exhausted, and not just from the heat. She had circles beneath her eyes, as if she hadn't slept well in a long time. He watched as she put her shoes back on, as she stared at her phone again. He would have expected her to be talking up a storm in self-defense, explaining that she'd never let the heat get the best of her before, trying to turn this into no big deal, deflating the situation so that he'd have no story to tell when he got back to the hotel. Instead, she was 1,000,000 miles away. Someone wasn't calling her. Someone was keeping her from sleeping at night. It had to be a man, some complete jerk-off who needed his head examined. "So what's up?" he asked. "Something's going on with you. What is it?" She turned to look at him, and for a fraction of a second he thought she might just tell him. But then, as if she suddenly realized who she was talking to, a shuddered expression came into her eyes. She shook her head. It was just as good. He wasn't sure he was feeling up to hearing about Wayne or Alphonse or Joey or whoever the hell was messing with Alyssa Locke, in more ways than one. "Want to share a cab back to the hotel?" he asked. She got defensive. "I can walk." "Screw that. I'm taking a cab, or at least I would if I hadn't spent all my money buying water to pour on your head. I know saying thank you is outside your abilities, but the least you could do is pay for the freaking taxi. I'll pay you back for the water, of course." "Oh, Jesus. I don't want you to pay me back for the water. I want you to pay for the cab, and then I want you to sit with me in it." "Okay." Somehow she nodded. Somehow they made it to the street where they flagged down a taxi. They rode to the hotel in silence, and Locke paid the fare. "Thank you," he said to her in the lobby. "Look, I'm going to be over at the Stanley Embassy until probably around 1300. That's when my watch ends. We're doing only 4 hours on Pauletti's, trying to make this kind of like a vacation for us, so anyway, you can relax for those 4 hours. Maybe even get some sleep." She checked her phone again. "Or maybe not." "I wasn't going to faint," she said. "Out there, you know, I was fine. I didn't need your help." Geez, she was worse than some of the men he knew. "Okay," he said easily, exactly the way he spoke to the guys when they hit some kind of physical limit and wanted to pretend that the entire world didn't already know about it. "Glad to hear it. My mistake. See you later." Sam turned to go. "Thanks, Starrett," he thought he heard her say. But then again, maybe it was just wishful thinking. Nils drove in silence. Meg was sitting as far from him as she possibly could while still being in the front seat of the car. "Why didn't you call me when Daniel died?" Nils kept his teeth tightly clenched over the words. Now was probably not the best time to ask her that, although, god damn it, he really wanted to know. She wouldn't look at him. Taking off his clothes had worked to get him into the car, but now that he was here she wouldn't even look at him. And it was drafty. He had to get something to wear. He knew he should be talking. He should be sending out a continuous stream of words, trying to talk her into seeing the logic of letting the FBI do their job, of turning herself and razzing in. But he was exhausted. Just sitting here in a car with Meg beside him was harder than hell. He'd made so many mistakes in the past. He needed to do this right. And he didn't know how or where to begin. In the past, he'd made the mistake of thinking that being with her would be enough, that things would work out if only they could share the same air in the same room for long enough to have a conversation. He'd thought if he could simply convince her to let him escort her to that embassy party, he'd have a chance. A chance for what, he wasn't sure. To set their friendship back on track, to sleep with her, to frigging marry her. No. Yes. Maybe. Christ, he didn't know. And maybe that had been a part of the problem. And thinking that simply getting together with her would fix everything had been about as wrong a thought as he'd ever had. Instead of clarity, things had gotten even more muddy and confused. The party at the embassy had started at 2000 hours. It was a post-dinner birthday celebration for the Stanley ambassador. It was more than politically correct for Meg to put in an appearance, since most of her freelance translating work came out of the birthday boy's office. It was a necessity for her to show. Nils had planned to go with her. It was the closest thing to a real date that they'd made, even though it wasn't real and it wasn't a date. It was work. She was working and he was simply her escort. His job was to wear his dress uniform and look good, and to make sure that the Stanleys wouldn't be affronted or offended by the concept of a woman showing up at an official function all alone. She'd left an apology on his voicemail at the hotel, canceling their plans, and he'd called her back. Going to this thing scandalously alone would be nearly as potentially damaging to her career as the implied insult of not going at all. Surely she could trust him to behave himself at a formal function, in a crowd of hundreds of people. She'd finally relented after he'd told her that the inquiry was set for the morning, and that tomorrow, after that inquiry, whether it was postponed for the 5 millionth time or not, he was going wheels up. He was going to meet the rest of SEAL Team 16 on the other side of the world. He couldn't tell her specifics, couldn't say for how long he'd be gone, but he was leaving, and Meg had agreed to see him that one last time. He'd picked her up at 1945, and they'd taken a taxi to the embassy. She looked beautiful, dressed in a formal black gown and a modest jacket that kept her shoulders and arms covered. She wore her hair up and more makeup than he'd ever seen her wear before. She looked elegant and sophisticated, remote and untouchable. She looked like Mrs. Daniel Moore. She hadn't looked at Nils once, not once that entire endless taxi ride. But he offered her his arm as she got out of the cab, and she finally met his gaze. There were tears in her eyes, but she blinked them back, and she smiled, although tremulously. "Did you have to look so good tonight?" she whispered. "Did you?" "This can't happen," she told him. They were out on the sidewalk in front of the Kazakhstani embassy. He hadn't yet shut the cab's door. They could still get back in, blow off this party, go back to Meg's apartment, and "It can't, John," she said, as if she'd been able to read his mind. Nils nodded, closed the taxi's door. "I know. I'm sorry for what I did yesterday." "Don't be." They started up the stairs. Meg still held his arm, and he put his fingers over hers. They were both wearing gloves, but that didn't matter. He was touching her. "I'm sorry for a lot of things," she said as they went past the checkpoint, as Meg handed the Kastani guard her invitation and Nils took off his hat and gloves. They went through the metal detectors and into the embassy lobby. "Maybe after this party ends we can go someplace and talk." "I think we should talk, Meg." "About what?" "About the fact that Daniel will be back in town tomorrow." A waiter went past with a tray of champagne flutes, and Meg grabbed two. She handed one to Nils. "Here's to doing the right thing, or maybe doing the stupid thing. It's a little less clear tonight, isn't it?" Nils clinked his glass with hers, catching and holding her gaze. "Here's to 2 of the very best weeks of my life." "Well, there's a toast designed to chill a husband's blood." Meg nearly dropped her glass, and Nils knew without even turning around that Daniel Moore was standing behind him. He stepped around Nils, taking Meg's hand and bringing it to his lips. "Darling. Obviously you weren't expecting me until tomorrow. I'm sorry I didn't give you appropriate warning, but I was able to catch an earlier flight. Daniel, this is my friend John Nilsson. He's with the U.S. Navy SEALs," he finished, smiling tightly at Nils. "I know who your friend is. I've spent the past 6 months trying to get him court-martialed." "What?" Meg looked from Daniel to Nils, her eyes wide. "Congratulations, Ensign. Brilliant move to get back at me by seducing my wife. Bravo." "You said it was just an inquiry," Meg said, still gazing at Nils. "It is," he told her. Christ, this was awkward. He looked at Daniel Moore, trying to judge how upset the older man was. Had he been drinking? Nils didn't think so. "Still, maybe we should take this conversation outside. First an inquiry and then a hearing," Daniel said. "And then, if I'm lucky, a court-martial. Maybe, Ensign, we should do nothing. Maybe you should go home and let me talk to my wife." Nils didn't move. "What Meg is going to tell you, sir, is that despite what you thought you overheard, our friendship has not overstepped any bounds." Meg stopped him with a hand on his arm. "John, will you excuse me for a minute?" He looked into her eyes. "Do you want me to leave?" "Yes," Daniel said. She ignored her husband, shook her head. "No, I want to leave." Her voice shook. "I want to go home. Would you mind flagging down a cab? I'll be out in a minute." He nodded, holding her gaze for a moment longer. "I'm sorry," he told her silently. Somehow she managed to smile. "It's okay. You've got him well trained," he heard Daniel say as he walked away. "I suppose that's one of the benefits of having an affair with a teenager." Nils waved down a cab, then waited for Meg to appear. He was determined not to make things more miserable for her. This was definitely bad enough. He'd put her in the cab, pay the driver, and send her home. And then he'd go back to his hotel, get packed. As badly as he wanted to, he wouldn't go back inside the embassy and have a man-to-man talk with Daniel Moore, set the fucker straight. No, instead he'd go to the inquiry in the morning and then he'd leave town. He'd call Meg one more time when he returned to the States in a month or so. And maybe, just maybe, she'd tell him that she was leaving that bastard for good. Teenager. Jesus. Yeah, maybe Nils looked like a teenager to a senior citizen like Moore. What was he? 50 years old. Christ. Why had she married him? Because he was handsome, wealthy, and powerful. Because he was high class and aristocrat. He was the real thing while Nils was just a cheap knockoff. What had he been thinking? That Meg would trade in more for someone like him. And even if she were willing, was he? He wasn't looking for a lifetime commitment here, was he? Finally, Meg came out of the embassy. "I'm so sorry about that," she said. She was trying not to cry, and the sight of her standing there, chin held high despite the fact that she'd been completely trashed by whatever that asshole had said to her, broke his heart. He opened his mouth and uttered some of the most difficult words he'd ever said. "Are you sure you want to leave? If you really want to get back together with him, Meg, maybe you should bring him home with you. You know, to talk. He has an important meeting in an hour something that can't wait until tomorrow." She laughed as she climbed into the cab, but it sounded brittle and thin. "He wants me to go home with you tonight. He actually thinks I should sleep with you." Nils stared at her through the open door, certain he'd misheard. "Get in the cab, John," she said. "It's your lucky night." And then she burst into tears. 13 Eve stroked Amy's hair. "Ralph didn't leave for the army early," she told the little girl. "He stayed and helped me nurse Nick. He was there around the clock for a full week, no complaints, always willing to do the nastiest jobs. He was always there, covering me with a blanket if I drifted off to sleep, forcing Nick to keep drinking, helping him fight that terrible fever. He was there when the fever broke, too." Eve shook her head, remembering. "That was a day, I'll tell you." She smiled at the bear, wishing he would stop scowling so. "I cried more that day than I did the entire week that Nick was so sick. And Ralph was there. Somehow he knew just to hold me, to let it all come out, and then he tucked me into my bed and made me sleep. He was still there, sitting beside my bed this time when I woke up. It was extremely improper, Ralph alone with her in her bedroom. But the Johnsons and Doc Samuels all thought she and Ralph were lovers. They thought she and Ralph had." She sat up. "Where's Nick?" "He's fine. Mrs. J is with him. He's sleeping now, but he had 2 whole bowls of her chicken soup, Eve. I give him 2 days before he's out of bed and running around again, good as new." She sank back against her pillows, suddenly shy, hearing the echo of her own voice, shrill and ugly, telling him to go to hell. "Thank you so much for everything you've done," she said. "I don't think I could have made it through this without you. Without you." If this had happened 2 weeks from now, she would have had too. He was leaving. Tears flooded her eyes again. How could that be? Surely she'd cried herself as dry as Death Valley last night. "Hey," he said, sitting beside her on the bed, taking her hands in his. His hands were so warm. "Everything's okay now." "But it's not," she said, and no matter how hard she tried to call forth the spirit of her mother, this time she couldn't do it. This time the tears spilled down her cheeks and her lip trembled. This time the words escaped. "Don't leave me, please, please don't leave me." And she was sobbing again. This time not for Nicky, but for herself. "Oh, Eve," Ralph whispered, holding her tightly. "I don't want you have to know that the last thing on earth I want is to leave you." She knew nothing of the sort. She only knew that he'd been so cool again after telling her he was leaving. She only knew he'd asked her to marry him a week ago as if it were an impending jail term, a life sentence. "Marry me," he said again now. "Not because we have to, but because we want to, because I want to. God, Eve, I do want to. I love you." He pulled back to look at her, and there were tears in his eyes, too. "I did it all wrong when I asked you before. I thought you didn't want me, I thought. That day by the river when I told you about the letter from my father, I wanted to ask you to wait for me to come back, but I couldn't. You're so young and so beautiful, it just wasn't fair. So I sat there, hoping, praying that you'd offer to wait for me, that you'd promise to wait until I came back home. I couldn't ask it of you, Eve, but see, if you offered. But you didn't, and I thought, I will wait for you," she said. Ralph, I'd wait for you forever. He laughed at that, laughed and kissed her. His mouth was warm and he tasted of butterscotch. There'll be no waiting, not now. I'm not leaving you with the entire town talking about you and you're marrying me, I mean. He took a breath. Please, Eve, I love you. Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I've already filed for a special license. All you have to do is say yes and we can be married tomorrow. Eve looked down at Amy and over at the bear. How could I say no, she asked, when the one thing I wanted more than anything in the world was to say yes? John was almost completely silent as he drove except for one finger that tapped out a Latin-sounding beat on the steering wheel. Meg knew that he loved salsa music even more than he loved country, although he'd never admit to liking either, not in a million years, not even to her. He pretended to listen to classical music and had actually done his homework. He could tell Mozart from Haydn and could name pieces and movements and opuses. But classical music never lit his eyes on fire the way a 15-piece salsa band could. Meg wanted to ask him what he was thinking, but she didn't dare. She was afraid of what he might say. Of course, maybe she was flattering herself. Maybe, unlike her, he didn't spend hours of his life thinking about that night. That awful, terrible, wonderful night. Daniel had been at the embassy party. She'd been surprised to see him. Surprised and yet not surprised, too. It was completely like him not to call from the plane. It was his mode to assume that whenever he appeared, other people would simply change their schedules and rearrange their lives to accommodate him. Daniel had taken one look at her there at the party with John, and he jumped to rather obvious conclusions. Meg couldn't afford for this to get ugly, not career-wise nor emotionally. So she'd asked John to get her a cab. He didn't like leaving her there alone with Daniel, but he'd gone out front to do as she'd requested. So how long have you been sleeping with him? Daniel asked tightly once they were alone. You do know he's just using you to get back at me. I'm not sleeping with him, she told her husband evenly. That's something you might have done, sleep with a friend. Not me. Not even if I wanted to. And she had wanted to. Daniel was good at reading between the lines, and she knew he hadn't missed that implication. Tears came into his eyes, but were they real tears? She honestly didn't know. You're right, he said quietly. Forgive me, I'm jet-lagged and jealous of everyone who's even had the chance just to talk to you these past few months. She wanted to believe that he meant it, but it had the same tone of his usual bullshit. Just once she wanted the truth from him. God, I've missed you. He reached for her and she stepped back. Okay, he said. We're still there, huh? Not over the anger yet, apparently. We have a lot of talking to do, she told him. You didn't think you could write me a few emails, send a few presents, and then just move back in, did you? But he had thought that. I've already apologized more times than I can count, he said. I'm not sure what else I can say. I can't take back what I've done. He wasn't being flip. He seriously didn't understand why she didn't just welcome him back into her arms. After all, he'd said he was sorry. Sorry. God. She'd let him in one evening back while they were still in Kazakhstan. Amy had been asleep and Meg had let him weave his apologetic words around her. She'd let him back into her bedroom, and the entire time they'd made love, she'd pictured him with Laylee. And wasn't that fun? Damn straight she wasn't over the anger yet. Here's what we should do, Daniel told her now. You should go home. I'll convey your regrets to the ambassador, and I'm not sure tonight is the best time for us to talk, she interrupted. He looked at his watch. No, I can't tonight. I've got a meeting in about an hour. I think tonight you should go home with your SEAL friend. She stared at him. Excuse me. Yes, he said. You heard. That's what I think you should do. Go home with him. You want him. He's a good-looking kid, and I'm sure he's been very nice to you. So do it. Have a revenge affair, Meg. Get back at me by screwing Junior's brains out. She couldn't believe what he was saying. Her mouth was hanging open, but Daniel was serious. Get it out of your system, all the anger you're carrying around. Just do it. Get back at me, and then we can both just let it go. You actually want me to. I don't want you to, he said. Of course I'm going to be jealous. He had to blink hard to keep from crying. She'd never seen him like this, certainly not in public. Dear Lord, it was possible he was finally being completely truthful. But God, what a truth! I don't know what else to do. I love you and I want you back. And I know you love me. Maybe if you do this, you'll feel better and you'll get over some of the anger. And then we can move forward with our lives. He kissed her hand again and walked away. Meg drained the glass of champagne she was still clutching, grabbed another from a passing tray. God, she needed a real drink. Somehow she made it out to the front of the embassy, and there was John looking majestic in his formal dress uniform with his hat and gloves. He had such concern on his face, such worry in his eyes. She almost didn't make it into the cab before she started to cry. She was so inappropriate, the things she said to him. But he got into the cab anyway and just held her while she cried on his shoulder. She couldn't tell him all of what Daniel had said, not in the cab. She couldn't bear for the driver to overhear. It wasn't until they were back upstairs in the privacy of her apartment that she told him. Meg had one bottle of alcohol in her kitchen, a bottle of rum she'd bought to make daiquiris last spring, when Nancy, her college roommate, was coming to visit. Only Nancy, the party girl, had come bearing stories of rehab and sobriety, thank God, and they'd had virgin daiquiris. And Meg had hid the rum in the back of her cabinet. She found it now and took it into the living room with 2 glasses. "I think I'm going to pass on that," John said, as she held one of the glasses out to him. "I have this sneaking suspicion it's not going to help." But he'd gone ahead and poured himself a stiff drink when she told him what Daniel had said to her in the embassy. "I know that he wants me to sleep with you only to cancel out his own guilt," she told him, trying not to cry. "But how could he even suggest this?" "He shouldn't have," John told her. "He was completely out of line. If you want my opinion, you should ditch him for good." The rum burned a numb path all the way to her stomach, and she poured another glass. She wanted to feel that numbness all over. "Tell me the truth," she said. "Did we run into each other by accident 2 weeks ago?" John sighed and shook his head. "No, I knew you were going to be there at the Foreign Service office. And was I supposed to be like some kind of means for you to get back at Daniel for the trouble he's caused you?" He was silent, looking down at the drink he held in his hands, and Meg felt the world start to slip even more sideways beneath her feet. "Oh God, it might have started that way," he said, looking up and straight into her eyes. "It did start that way. And I am so sorry about that. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about you, about that kiss, and Moore's been relentless about this pain-in-the-ass inquiry, and I think I probably thought. But it changed so fast, it changed the second I saw you again, Meg. When you smiled at me, I knew everything else was bullshit. I just wanted to be with you. That's all that counted, all that mattered. There was no motive to it after that point, I swear to God." Meg wanted to believe him, but how could she? "Think about it, Meg," he implored her. "If I really only wanted to seduce you to get back at your husband, I wouldn't have spent 2 weeks saying good night to you at your door." He managed a weak grin. "That tongue down your throat thing would have happened a whole hell of a lot sooner. That had to be the truth, didn't it?" God, she was so sick of having to guess. "How much trouble are you really in?" she asked, wanting to know what else he'd lied about. He shook his head. "None," he said. "Not really. It is just an inquiry, and no matter what Moore says, it's not going any further. I'm going in there and I'm going to apologize for the methods my team and I used to get Abdelazes out of K-Stan. But I'm not going to apologize for the fact that we got him out. Considering what we were up against, we executed our mission successfully, and in private, I've been thanked and rewarded for getting the job done. In public, I'm taking the blame, and I'm being chastised to appease all the assholes. I'm going to be denied promotion for a year. That should make Moore happy. Don't tell him, but to me it's no big deal. In return, behind closed doors, I'm getting some extra perks that more than make up for it." She believed him. She chose to believe him. "So, my husband wants me to have sex with you." John knocked back some more of his rum. "Yeah, I'm still feeling a little weird about that. This has the potential to be devastatingly painful." Meg poured herself another glass. I mean, even if I wanted to, how could I be so cruel to you? To just use you like some kind of toy. There are worse things you could do, he said. I mean, being used in that way as a sexual plaything, it's not really that awful an idea considering that I'm dying for you to use me any way you want. She stared at him. Kidding, he smiled weakly. I'm kidding. That was my Woody Allen impression. How'd I do? Meg started to cry. He moved next to her on the couch. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. Doesn't he know me? She asked. How could he think I'd sleep with someone else even with his permission? God, that's so sick. Doesn't he know that those vows I made are sacred? Hasn't he heard anything I've said to him all those years we were married? If he thinks I could just, God, maybe he never bothered to get to know me at all. He gently took the glass from her hands, pushed the bottle out of her reach. Maybe he knows you too well, he countered. By telling you to have an affair, he gets to relieve some of his own guilt. Yet at the same time, it's a double win for him because he knows you'll never do it. Permission slip or not, he knows you're not going to sleep with me tonight. God, John was probably right. She turned to look at him and realized that he was sitting right next to her. Up this close, his eyes were more than light brown. They were filled with flecks of green and gold and darker brown. They were filled with desire. He looked away, embarrassed, as if he were aware of what she'd seen in his eyes. I should go. Meg knew exactly what she should do if she wanted to shake up Daniel, if she didn't want him to get away with playing those kinds of head games with her. She should make love to John, not sleep with him or screw him or however crudely Daniel had put it. She should make love. She should love him. She put her hand on his knee. Don't go. He looked at her hand, looked back into her eyes. Yeah. I'm thinking, that I should, definitely leave, and now would probably be a good time. Meg snatched her hand away, closed her eyes, horrified and embarrassed. I'm sorry, oh my God, I've become Mrs. Robinson. What? John laughed. Wait, are you nuts? How old are you? 30? You're only 5 years older than me, that's nothing. I'm 31. 6 years, big deal. If you weren't married, babe, I would have been all over you a long time ago. And thanking the Lord that a woman as beautiful and intelligent and wonderful as you would want anything to do with me. Meg opened her eyes. Then don't go. She touched his face. Please. She could see everything he was thinking as it flashed across his face and in his eyes. He wanted to do the right thing, but he wanted her. He wanted her, as desperately as she wanted him. She leaned forward and gently brushed her lips across his in the merest promise of a kiss. Oh God, he said, and he kissed her, really kissed her. It was an explosion of passion, an eruption of need. He swept his tongue into her mouth possessively, as if he were reclaiming lost ground, as if he were reminding her that in truth she'd belonged to him since he'd kissed her back in Kazakhstan all those months ago. His arms were hard around her as he crushed her to him, as he kissed her longer, deeper, as he pulled her onto his lap, and Meg sat up as John put on the signal blinker. He was taking the exit, pulling off the highway. What? She said. What are you doing? He looked at her and she felt herself blush. That was stupid. Why was she blushing? There was no way he could know that she'd just been thinking about kissing him, thinking about that night. Except now that she'd blushed, he could probably figure it out. I need some clothes, he said. The sun's going to come up soon. There was a sign for a gas station. It said it had a 24-hour mini-mart attached. I figured there was a chance that they'd at least have a t-shirt for sale. And while you're at it, I could use a serious cup of caffeine. I'm starting to hear voices. Meg stared at him. I'm not leaving you in this car with Razine. Nils pulled into the lot across the street from the Shell station and turned off the headlights. The attached store was open, gas pumps lit up, but aside from the lone store clerk inside, it was completely deserted. There was a repair garage on the other side of the convenience store, and the two big bays were dark. One was shut, but the other was open, as if it were being aired out. The rain had led up to a soft drizzle, making the pavement shine. Nils looked more closely at the open bay door. Was that? His vision was excellent, but it was too dark and they were too far away for him to see clearly. I don't know how we're going to do this, Meg said tightly, because I'm not leaving you in the car. Right, and